A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away.
Makati Productions presents an original Star Wars novel, Twilight of the Jedi, The Dying Day, written by Gregory O. Scott. A finale to the Republic Commando series. On Mandalore, Kal Skirata is determined to save deserting clone commandos but must deal with Jedi on his doorstep. On Belsavis, a Jedi safehouse has been found and a young Captain Pellaeon has been charged with its extermination. And on Coruscant, Darman is determined to save his son from the Jedi, even if it means betraying his father. Prologue. Yesterday's end. The sharp light of afternoon slanted through the forest. The man and the boy walked through the trees in and out of shadow. Their armored bodies and bare faces flashed violet and gold. Hard boots cracked twigs and fallen pine needles, but there was no other sound. Neither of them talked. No wind blew. They came to a clearing where light fell through a gap in the tall trees. A fallen log slanted across the open space. The boy sat down on it and looked up at the man. Neither spoke. They were each waiting for the other to begin. The boy could sense the man's hesitation. Since they began their walk through the woods, it seemed like the man had been carrying some awful burden, though he gave no clue what it was. They'd walked through this forest many times, both together and with their brothers, but something was different today. The boy could feel it in a way he couldn't put into words. He could look into the man's heart without even looking at his face. The boy was able to peer into the hearts of many other beings, but he never felt connected to anyone like he felt connected to the man before him now, and he never understood why. Because the boy was young and impatient, he was brave enough to ask, "Bardika, what's wrong?" The man looked down at the boy. He was not old. A few shocks of early gray were hardly noticeable in his pale hair. His face was still narrow and didn't crease much when he smiled, which he normally did with ease. "Bardika," the boy said, "why are we out here?" "I thought it's time to have a talk," the man said. "Okay, what talk?" The man chuckled at his bluntness, but it was brittle and humorless. "It's been 10 years to the day. Did you know that?" The boy frowned. He was more than 10 years old, pretty close to 12, in fact. Then he remembered. 10 years since the Empire was declared. "That too," the man said sadly. "Katika, what do you remember about your mother?" The boy stiffened. What he remembered wasn't much. No images, no smells, just vague sensations. He felt ones from certain individuals that were very unique, Bardika, of course, and Kalbabur, and some of his uncles. What he remembered of his mother was the echo of one of those unique feelings. It wasn't enough. He'd always wanted more. "Did my mother die 10 years ago?" the boy asked. The man nodded sadly. The boy had always been told that his mother died fighting, protecting poor clone soldiers like his uncles who had been bred into slavery by the Republic and the Jedi. For a long time that had been enough, but lately he'd been wondering if there wasn't something more. Of his cloned uncles and their children, his cousins, none of them seemed to sense the things he did, though he never spoke of them aloud, so he couldn't be sure. Of his father he heard even less, though his uncle spoke of him with a sad, hushed reverence. The boy bore enough resemblance to his cousins to know that he'd been fathered by a clone. Here on Mandalore, they said family was more than bloodline. That was true, but blood was still blood. "Was my mother killed by the Empire?" the boy asked. The man seemed to think it over. The boy didn't understand why. He thought his question was simple. "Yes and no," the man said finally. "The Empire was trying to hunt down your mother. But it was a Jedi who killed her, when she was trying to protect a group of clones." "A Jedi," the boy repeated. Kalbabur used the word as a profanity. So did his uncles and even Bardika sometimes. "Your mother was a Jedi too, and so was I." The boy's eyes fell to the single metal cylinder dangling from the man's belt. He wasn't the only Mandalorian to carry a Jedi's lightsaber with him. Others wore Wookiee pelts or transition claws. His Uncle Jang said his smooth gray gloves were made from a Kaminoan skin. The man sensed his question. I stopped being a Jedi a long time ago, even before your mother died and the Empire began. Boudica was his uncle, his brother, almost his father. Boudica was family, and he trusted him more than anyone, felt more connected to him because of the sensations they seemed to share. Despite it all, he suddenly felt like he was looking at a stranger. But he wasn't afraid of this stranger, just curious. He asked, "Was my father a clone?" The man nodded. Darman was. How did he die? The boy felt another sensation, a strong and deep sadness. It's a very long story. Why are you telling me now? Because it's time? Because you deserve to know. The boy sniffed back tears. He tried to look strong, even if he didn't feel it, even if the man could read all his thoughts. Do I have the Force? He asked. The man nodded. I feel things the others don't. It's like I can almost look into their minds, but not really, not most of the time. You got it from your mother. I wish I could tell you if it's a blessing or a curse. I can't decide myself, but you're going to have to live with it. My mother, you say she died saving clones. It was right after the Emperor declared that all Jedi were to be hunted down and killed after they tried to overthrow him. This Jedi Padawan, this child was cut in his way though a whole squad of clones that were just following their orders. Your mother tried to stop him, attained her muck and died a hero. And my father. The boy felt the sadness again. It was a deep well that seemed to go on forever. Then trails of tears started running down his cheeks. Mando boys weren't supposed to get weepy like that. He awkwardly wiped them away. Like I just told you, the man said, it's a long story. I want to hear it, the boy sniffed. All of it. It's going to hurt. I'm a Mandalorian. I can't handle pain. He tried to believe that. He had to. A bittersweet smile carved the man's face. You're right. We can. And we do. So let me tell you what happened. This is the story of all of us, Calbur, and all your uncles and aunts. It's about people we barely knew and some we never met. Because every war tangles up the destinies of people who never think they'd ever be connected. It all happened a long time ago, but sometimes, when I close my eyes and let myself touch the Force, it feels like it happened only yesterday. Part 1, Mandalore, Out of Mourning. Chapter 1. Kal Skirata has been many things in his life, Katika. Son, soldier, mercenary, thief, killer, teacher, fugitive. But more than anything, he's my father. I never knew my real father, and I think that bothered me for a long time without my even realizing it. But in the end, I found what I needed in Calbur. There were a lot of people like me, Jedi, clones, drifters, misfits, and we all found a father in Kal Skirata, and the home we'd always been looking for. After the horrors of Order 66 and the birth of the Empire, home became a place called Kiramort. Kal Skirata knew he had no place being in Kelday, but here he was anyway. He tried to tell himself that he'd made a lifestyle out of brash, stupid moves that would have gotten lesser beings killed, and there was no reason to stop something when you'd gotten so good at it. They walked through the city streets toward the ancient Audiobook tap cave side by side, Skirata in the center, dressed up in his full gold armor and helmet, Ordo on his left flank dressed in a nice new suit of blue and silver Bascargum not unlike what his genetic progenitor, Jango Fett, used to wear, and finally Wallon Vau on the right, dressed in his suitably sinister all-black gear. It had only been 2 weeks since their friend Midge Gillimer had killed Dread Priest, former Kyval DAR clone training sergeant, General Thug, and proponent of the recreation of Death Watch, the splinter group that had already brought Mandalore to the edge of self-destruction. Once, the plan had been to lay in hiding in Kiramoran and wait while the Death Watch decided who to blame for the killing. Finn Shissa had requested this meet-up personally, and he specifically wanted it in the Audiobook. Skirata could have requested to meet at another location outside Mandalore's capital city, but that might have raised flags for any Death Watch partisans keeping an eye on the planet's acting Mandalore, and he knew there would be some. So he resolved to drop into Keldabe long enough to talk to Shissa, then get out again. He just hoped it would be worth it. Skirata felt better having Ordo and Wallon Vau with him. The former made perfect sense. Ordo was the first adopted son he'd taken as he unwittingly fumbled his way to creating a sprawling clan of former clone troopers and their loved ones in the forests of Kiramorid. Vau made less sense. Another Kyval DAR, Vau had been training Sergeant to the Delta Squad clones the same way Skirata had trained the Omegas and the Null Arcs like Ordo, only his training had been much harsher, belying the bitter streak in Vol's personality. Skirata loved his boys and made no qualms about showing it. Vau was the disavowed scion of an aristocrat, and while he cared for Delta too, affection was not something he either flouted or trusted. He taught lessons with his fists. Vau always used to complain that Skirata babied his soldiers, in turn making them weak and vulnerable, but Vau had subtly changed since one of his own boys, Sev, went MIA during the Battle of Kashyyyk, right before Order 66 came down. He didn't harp on Skirata nearly as much, and was more open about his grief as desperation slowly gave way to resignation over the past year. Skirata wasn't ready to like Vau yet, but he was ready to trust him. It was a strange place to be in, but considering some of the other fugitives holed up in Kiramorid, it was a place he was slowly getting used to. Like a lot of things on Mandalore, the Audiobook hadn't changed much in centuries. Everything was made of stone, held in place by a grid of dark wood timbering. The windows, each a different size and shape, were still empty portholes through which the wind whistled on winter nights. The last time somebody had suggested putting glass or transparent steel in there, he'd gotten thrown out head first into the flagstone street and promptly run over by an EOP-driven cart. Outsiders, Eridus, always thought it strange that a bunch of mercenary warriors always up to date on the latest means of killing things should live on such a primitive homeworld, which betrayed their typical mental softness. Technology lulled you into a false sense of security far too easily. The way the Trade Federation and Techo Union crumpled at the war's end were proof of that. By living in stone buildings and wood huts, cutting their own trees for burning and growing their own food, Manda stayed self-reliant and adaptable, and never took anything for granted. Vau and Ordo fell slightly behind Skirata as they walked up the Tap Cave's broad entry staircase for the curving wooden bar counter. It was midday, but the Audiobook was already more than half full. Most of the men here were dressed in Mandalorian armor. Some were nicked, some shiny and new, some green, some red, some patterned in imaginative geometric design. As per custom, all of them kept their helmets off and on the table next to their amber pints of ale, which made it very clear that most of them were staring at the three helmeted newcomers making their way to the counter. When he got there, Skirata removed his helmet and called for the bartender. The dark-skinned man didn't have a suit of armor on, but with his broad shoulders, scarred face, and big callous hands, he didn't look like he needed it either. "What can I do for you?" he grunted. "We're here to meet Shaisa." "Where is he?" Skirata could hear the murmurs rippling behind him, but he didn't look back. Ordo and Vau kept on either shoulder, still faceless and intimidating. Odds were that some of the people in the crowd knew Vau for his black armor. They'd have harder time guessing Ordo. The bartender held Skirata's eye, like he was trying to stare him down. Not a fool, he realized quickly that Skirata wasn't going to be intimidated by a few extra cuts on the face. He said, "Private room in the back. He's been waiting for you." "Glad to hear it." Skirata waved 2 fingers forward, a move-out gesture. He marched down the narrow stone hallway to the back room, Ordo and Vau behind him. Finn Shaisa, acting leader of the entire Mandalorian civilization, was sitting alone, cross-legged before a squat table in a squat room whose stone walls were covered by patterned hand-woven carpets. Sitting low like that while wearing heavy armor was tricky, especially for old barbs like Skirata and Vau, but Ordo adjusted fairly easily. Skirata sat down across the table from Shaisa, Ordo on his left, Vau on his right. The two of them removed their helmets, leaving everyone bare-faced. Shaisa was a man who managed to cling to his youthful good looks as he approached middle age, and knew it. He gave Skirata a winning grin and pushed a big pitcher of ale across the table. "Thanks for coming, Kal. Feel free to drink up." Shissa wasn't the type to poison someone, so Skirata took the pitcher and poured himself a glass. He did once for VAU and Ordo as well. It's been a long time since I've seen you, Walon, Shissa said. Been keeping yourself busy. I always am, VAU said coolly. Tell me, I heard you lost one of your clones on Kashyyyk about a year back. Did you ever find him? Typical Shissa, showing he cared and showing off his intel resources at the same time. VAU shook his head. We've never found him. Imp authorities don't give an ossic about the lives of one clone. The rest of his squad's on Coruscant, still looking. You mean Imperial Center, don't you? Shissa smirked. That's what I have to say to my liaison at the garrison. He gets very touchy about it, actually. Shissa was playing a careful game, allowing a small Imperial garrison to be stationed outside Keldabe in the hopes that it kept a harder hammer from falling on Mandalore. It was probably the smartest way to play it, but Skirata didn't envy him having to manage that mess. Shissa turned and looked at Ordo. And which one are you? One of Kal's Knolls or one of his, newer sons? Call me Prudy Eye, said Ordo. Skirata fought a frown. It was a game the Knolls often played, pretending to be each other because the mongrels wouldn't know the difference. He just didn't know why Ordo was playing it here, when the stakes were so high. No then, Shissa showed off again. How many of them do you have now, Kal? I can't keep track anymore. Neither can I, Skirata smiled politely. He wasn't giving Shissa any more intel than he already had. Well, what did you call us down here for, if I may ask? Well, I only called you, Kal, but I understand you'd want to bring a few friends. There's a lot of talk about you in Keldabe recently. What kind of talk? Well, you may have heard, but a man named Dread Priest disappeared recently. His lady friend, Isabeth Rowe, went all out looking for him and eventually they found his body washed up a couple clicks downriver from Keldabe. Looked like someone had stabbed him in the neck. I heard Priest wanted to bring back the Death Watch. If you ask me, it couldn't have happened to a nicer Shabor. Always honest, Kal, that's you, Shissa chuckled. Of course, everybody already knows you're no fan of Death Watch. I don't see how anyone would be, VAU interjected. Tolerating those thugs is an insult to Jango and Yaster Muriel's memory. So far nothing's happened but talk, Shissa said evenly. At least, it was all talk until someone killed Priest. We'll keep an ear open if you want, Ordo said. He'd been right with Gillimer, too shocked to keep the good doctor from putting a knife into Priest. If things got ugly, he'd surely blame himself. He took after his boer that way. The thing is, well, have any of you lads ever met Rowe? No. Well, she is a mean boershabor in her own right. She and the rest of her Death Watch enthusiasts want someone to blame for Priest's death, and they know he had a bad history with the other Kyval DAR. Don't look at me, VAU said. I have bigger ossic to worry about than dressed-up posers like those two. Me too, Skirata said. They can try to pin whatever they want on us, but they'll have to find us first. Shissa shook his head. Kal, Lorcajetic, and Death Watch think allying with Palps can kickstart their plans for a new Mando empire, which proves how stupid they are. But that's beside the point. It's an open secret that you're running a home for clone deserters somewhere on this planet. The imps would love to get their hands on your clones almost as much as Rowe wants to get her hands on you, whether you're guilty or not. Skirata bit back a curse. They also had 3 Jedi back at the base, not counting Bardica, and it was a damned good thing Shissa didn't know about that. We appreciate the warning. We'll keep our eyes open, believe me. I wasn't just warning you. I also might be able to help. Skirata glanced at VAU, then Ordo. They all knew that he'd be asking something in return. Skirata just hoped it wasn't a repeat of his last request. What kind of help? Ordo asked. Well, there's a possibility I can get Rowe off your tail. Direct her to a more, preferable culprit. He was offering to frame another man for Priest's murder. If he kept his boy safe, Skirata wouldn't blink at it, but he knew there was more. What do you want in return? I'm amenable. Shissa spread his hands. Have you thought about our last conversation? He hadn't told VAU or Ordo about it, and he could feel the questions in their stares. He'd already ruled out putting Boudica out to stud. If Shissa wanted to create some crazy force-using Mando breeding program, he'd have to get his own ex-Jedi. I have, and I still think it wouldn't be in Mandalore's best interest. What else have you got? None of my vote are going to pretend to be Boba Fett for you, Ordo interjected. So you're stuck being Mandalore, sorry. Thought never crossed my mind, Shissa said, though they knew he'd propositioned several clones already. I know you Nulls are masters of intel gathering. You're not so bad yourself, the clone responded. Thank you, Shissa flashed one of his winning smiles. I was hoping we could do a little information sharing. I still have boys I need to get home, Skirata shook his head. I'm not doing anything to put any clones in danger. I don't need clones. I'm not asking for full access to your intel data. I'm only looking for one thing I can give to the imps to earn their trust. I think you know what it is, Kal. Jedi. Shissa nodded. You've got your ears to the ground on too many planets to count, Kal. You must have heard something about escape routes for Jedi fleeing the Empire. He damned well had, and before he'd been burdened with his trio of fleeing Force users, he'd have gladly handed it over to Shissa. Now he thought of them back at Kiramorit, Arlegan Z, stewing in remorse, Kina Ha, the wry-wise Kaminon utterly unlike any of her race he'd known before, and Scout, the hapless kid who reminded him so much of Etain and physically hurt. He thought, just briefly, of handing over Z somehow, but his buddy Maze would freak, and Kina Ha would refuse to go along with the research to extend the lifetimes of his clones. What's more, he found he didn't want to hurt any of them, not even Z. VAU said he'd gone soft, but it was always a lot harder to hate Jedi in the abstract. When things got personal, they always got messy. I don't think we have anything useful, Skirata said carefully. But if we stumble on anything, we'll let you know. Shissa scowled. You might want to do more than stumble, Kal. Ro wants revenge, and she's not going to wait. I'm offering to help you. For a price, of course. I appreciate what you're doing for those clones, Kal, I really do, but I'm not going to help you just out of the goodness of my heart. If I do, and the imps find out, you can expect Death Watch to pick your new Mandalore. You should stomp out those Huchun now before they start playing footsie with the imps, VAU said. What makes you think they aren't already? That's why I'm trying to warn you, Dickute. I have people I need to keep happy here. So you're throwing your lot in with Shabla Death Watch now. I'm not throwing my lot in with anything except Mandalore, Shissa snapped, betraying rare anger. All I'm asking for is a map to a few Jedi scalps. I thought this would be an easy deal. You Barvs are no Jedi lovers, even if you do have that deserter hiding out with you. VAU was able to keep his face straight. Like Kal said, we'll keep an eye open. If we get anything good, we'll let you know. You'd better let me know fast. We will. Skirata tipped back his glass and drained it. Thanks for the ale, Mandalore. We'll be in touch. The three of them rose and walked out of the room, leaving Shissa to stare at their backs. They went straight out of the Audiobook, putting their bice on as they walked. When they got out into the street, VAU said over their helmet comlink, "Is it just me, or did we walk out of the deal of a lifetime? We need the Jedi for now. Without Kina Ha, we can't retard the clones, agent, you know that. We could have at least shared our intel. You know, what he actually asked for. We need to offload those Jedi to Altis. We can't give them him either." Boor, Ordo said cautiously. We don't need to offload them to Altis. That had always been the unspoken option. Wait until they tested Euthan's cure. Then slot Z, slot the 1,000-year-old Kaminon, slot the cute teenage girl. If we do that, there's no telling what Boudica will do, Skirata said. He's gotten attached to Scout. I think he's even started going soft on Z again. He didn't say that the same things could apply to him as well. He didn't have to. He was getting Shabla soft and they all knew it. They didn't say it though, not even VAU. They kept walking through Keldave streets, taking a prearranged route that was as needlessly circuitous as it was hard to follow. There was a good chance Death Watch had watchers inside that tap cafe, and Skirata kept one eye on his HUD's rear-facing visual input as they worked their way through the crowd. After 3 abrupt turns, it was pretty easy to spot the guys tailing them. It was too far away to tell if they were sporting Death Watch icons on their armor, but Skirata didn't have to see it to know who they were. "What's the plan, Booer?" Ordo's voice was clear over his headset. "Split up at the next intersection. VAU, go right. Ordica, and I go left." "Thanks," VAU grumbled. "We loop back around and meet up at the intersection we just passed. If you can lure your tail into an alley, do it. Kill or no kill, Booer. Disable but do not kill. No reason to get them after us any more than they already are." "All right," VAU said. "Let's get this OSIC over with." At the intersection, they split up as planned. Sure enough, one tail turned to follow Skirata and Ordo. The other disappeared in the crowd behind VAU. "Will VAU be okay, Booer?" "He can't handle himself. Next split, you're going to hang another left and go back to the first intersection. I'll keep walking and see what he does. If he keeps after me, turn right around and start tailing him." "Agreed." "Okay, Booer. See you in a few." Skirata might have been overplaying the protective father hand, volunteering to watch Ordo's back, but Ordo didn't mind. They spread out before the turn came, and when Ordo made a left hook that looked totally natural. Their tail didn't even break stride. He smoothly curved around and started following Ordo. "Got you, Shaboor," Skirata muttered under his breath. He did a sharp U-turn, not caring who noticed, and followed both of them down the street. This one was less crowded than the ones they'd been on previously, which was just about perfect. "Ordica, hang right down that alley coming up." "Got it, Booer." To the tail's credit, he didn't blindly follow his target down a narrow abandoned lane. He stopped, smoothly unhooked his blast tech from his hip holster, and peeked his head around the corner. That was when Skirata popped up from behind and roughly grabbed him by the neck. The man made an audible yelp of surprise as Skirata shoved him forward into the shadows. Ordo was waiting, and he delivered a pair of strong punches to the man's unarmored sides. Skirata wrenched his helmet off and threw him face first into the wall. His gun fell to the ground, and Ordo quickly grabbed it. There was a cracking noise, and Skirata was afraid he'd killed the Dakota Hutuan on accident. Then he heard the man cursing and basic as he fell to the alley's dirt floor. "Semendo a patriot you are. You can't even swear right." Skirata growled and sunk onto his knees. He grabbed the man roughly by the hair and turned his bloody face around so he could see it better. He couldn't have been older than 20. "I don't even need to ask who sent you," Skirata growled. "Well, don't worry. I'm not going to kill you, though we should. We didn't have anything to do with killing Dread Priest. Why here? I wish we did. The man was scum, and I'm sure whoever offed him had good reason." He was tempted to take his bye off, just to spit in the sniveling scum's face, but instead, he satisfied himself with a few nice punches, enough to make sure the kid kept his helmet on tight for next few weeks. When he was done, he let the man collapse against the alley wall and tried to wipe the blood spilling from his broken nose. "If you're lucky, our friend left yours alive," Skirata said. "But tell Ro and Jeddick we're staying out of their chapel mess. Why here? Leave us alone." The man didn't nod, didn't respond. He kept pawing at his broken nose and moaning like a sick strill. "If this is what Death Watch has to offer, I'm not scared," Ordo said. "Me neither. Let's get out of here." They left their would-be assailant in the alley. When they got to the first intersection, VAU was already there. "Well," Ordo asked over their secure comlink, "did you kill him?" "I thought about it," VAU said cheerily. "Decided to break his hands instead." "You're a kind man, Wallow," Skirata said. "Yeah, I'm famous for my generosity. Now can we get out of here before we pick up more tails?" "With pleasure. Let's finish our route, just to be sure." They started back along the street at a faster pace. Beating up Death Watch thugs was always satisfying, but the fact that they'd picked up 2 tails that quickly was a bad sign. They weren't coming back to Keldabe for a long time, not even for Finn Shissa. To Elizabeth Enendon Esterhazy, known to most beings as simply Scout, had never really felt like she belonged anywhere. Certainly not in the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, where she'd been one of the weakest Padawans and a general embarrassment to Master Maruk. So it was especially strange, and a little scary, that she was starting to feel comfortable in the Skirata clan's isolated encampment in the forests of Kiramord. When she first arrived, dropped off by Nivalin's freighter Cornucopia with the ancient Kaminon Kinaha, she'd been straight up scared for her life. Mandalorians and Jedi did not exactly have a friendly history, and these clone deserters from the Grand Army of the Republic seemed to resent the Jedi all the more for making them fight their war against the Separatists. Gradually, she was starting to think that these clones, no matter how much they idolized the Mando culture they saw as their birthright, weren't really typical Mandalorians either. They lived far apart from all the other clans. They didn't seem interested in money, and they were even willing to adopt Jedi young and old into their domain, though Scout was under no illusions that their main goal was to use Kinaha's genes to halt the premature aging that had been implanted in the clone's DNA on Kamino. She'd been spending a lot of time with another stranger who'd wandered into Kiramord. Avlet Kale Yuthin was part refugee, part prisoner, but she didn't act like either. Her recent romance with Midge Gillimer, hard Mando warrior and caring doctor, seemed to have brought her deeper into Clan Skirata's fold, as did the tragic destruction of her homeworld by the Empire using a virus she herself had engineered when employed by the Separatists. The romance with Gillimer seemed to Scout to be an act of healing on both their parts. Just as Yuthin had lost her world, Gillimer had lost his wife, and both needed something to replace what was gone. That was how it seemed to Scout anyway. Romance and the complications of deep interpersonal attachment was not something they taught her at the Jedi Temple, though given her track record as a student, she wouldn't have learned much from those lessons anyway. After the first month or so at Kiramord, Scout had fallen into a pattern. She woke up, stretched, practiced lightsaber sparring with Barton Jusik, who didn't seem to have separated himself from his Jedi past as much as he thought he had. Then she ate one of the lovely group breakfasts Bethany, Lasima, and Joka cooked. She spent most of the day with Dr. Yuthin in her lab, helping her with sampling, and tests she didn't come close to understanding. Gillimer frequently came by to help them in their work, and to Scout's surprise, and apparently theirs too, they never felt awkward as a group of three. Yuthin was a scientist who designed bioweapons, and Gillimer was a Mandalorian mercenary, but when they were in the lab together, Scout didn't think of them like that. She started helping them with developing an antigen to the F-36 virus, once made by Yuthin, then used by Palpatine to slaughter her dissident homo Gibbetin. Watching Yuthin's initial desire for revenge fade away had been a relief. Scout had no mother she could remember, and no father, but she wondered if they might have been a little like Avlet and Midge. The day Skirata, Ordo, and Wallon Vau went to Keldabe, Scout spent her time like always. Yuthin and Gillimer were especially industrious that day. They talked as though they were on the verge of a breakthrough, and they only stopped when Bethany asked everyone to come to dinner, though in truth it was more like an order. As usual, Scout didn't understand a fraction of their medical jargon, and as usual she didn't really mind. Gatherings inside the compound's central carrier were always raucous. Everyone sat around the long wooden table, and conversation bounced back and forth from one end to another, and back again. It was nothing like meals in the Jedi Temple had been. Padawans had been expected to report to the cafeteria, file through the line, sit down, and the assigned tables, and eat quietly. In Kiramord, mealtime resembled a pack of AKK dogs scrambling for a carcass. Scout liked to sit in one corner, close to Yuthin and Gillimer, and watch it all. Ordo, Vau, and Skirata weren't back yet, and Nivalin was on an off-planet mission with Aiden, Commerk, and Skirata's blood daughter, Ruu, but the table was still crammed with people. Jane and Muriel were regaling Bethany with some story of how they lifted 50,000 credits from the Galactic Central Bank as she tried to spoon food into little Vinku's mouth. Lasima had one yellow Twi'lek head tail draped on her husband Aden's shoulder while they listened to Carl rattle off a series of jokes that had Joka stifling laughter. If I was talking to Prudy Eye in a lower voice, his wife Parja was off planet with her aunt, Rav Browler, on some mercenary mission Scout didn't want to know about, and Fi seemed a little lost without her. While on VAU's ugly six-legged drill, Lord Murderlin circled the dinner table, waiting for scraps to be tossed his way. At one point, Cor held out a full roasted nut breast on a wood stick, and Mur took it all in one bite, skewer and all. At first, she'd had difficulty telling the clones apart, but she quickly picked up differences in their body language and speech patterns, and slight differences in the way they styled their hair or clothes. There was no way she'd mistake Fi and his slight awkward limp with nimble Prudiae. Garrulous Jane was a far away from quiet, thoughtful Adin, and of course Muriel's long braided hair was a dead giveaway. She'd mostly seen clone troopers from afar during the war, and she had no idea how individual they really were. It seemed almost like one big happy family, but you could tell the outsiders. With her towering white neck, small head, and piercing all black eyes, Kinaha was impossible to miss. Scout couldn't read the expression on her face. Kamino's always looked so blank to her, but in the Force the ancient Jedi felt content. She'd always felt content, even when I was smuggling them out of one mess and into another, like her 1,000-year lifespan had brought her some deep inner peace that short-lived humans could never fathom. Well, Scout was less than 1/50th of her age, so she had a long way to wait. If Kinaha seemed pleasantly aloof, the two men next to her looked positively dejected. Arligan Z had been commanding officer to many of these clones during the war, and the old general seemed withdrawn into his own regret, both over the downfall of the Jedi Order and their using clones as cannon fodder. Scout had tried piercing the morbid shell he'd buried himself under many times, but the man seemed to almost enjoy his misery. Beside him was another clone, but not one of Skirata's. Maze had been Z's aide and spared him during Order 66. Dressed in a simple brown tunic instead of Mando armor, he stood out against all the other clones for his clothes and even more for his attitude. He'd never been trained by Mandalorian sergeants like them, never developed an admiration for their strange semi-nomadic warrior culture. If anything, he seemed to view Skirata's men with a mix of dull disdain and pity, and from what Scout could tell, they all viewed him the same way. And finally, there was Barden Jusik. He'd been formally adopted into Skirata's clan too, but the Jet-Eater Mando has seemed especially despondent of late. He sat to Scout's other side, picking at his meat, chewing, not talking, not engaging in conversation with anybody. Scout had a good idea what was bothering him. A few days ago, he'd used the Force to perform a selective memory wipe on Arla Fett, Jango Fett's sister, and genetically, at least, a sibling to half the people sitting at this table. The woman had been traumatized by decades as a brainwashed Death Watch assassin, and later as a Republic prisoner. Jusik had cleared out parts of her mind to ease her pain, even though they'd always been taught in the temple that memory wipe was a dark side tool for manipulation. Arla was off planet now, being dropped in a safe house by Nye, RUU, and the two Nulls. Scout hoped the woman got the peace she deserved. She hoped Jusik had made the right choice in giving it to her. Like a lot of beings nowadays, she hoped and lot but wasn't sure of anything anymore. She tried to think of something to distract him. She didn't want to talk about the Jedi Temple, and neither did he, each for separate reasons, so that ruled out one obvious point of shared experience. Jusik was only a few years older than her, barely into his 20s, but seemed so much older, so distant. She looked around the table at all the pairings, Lasima and Adin, Kor and Jilka, Jilamar and Utan, Fi and Bessany were both obviously missing their better halves as well, and the clones were all blatantly pushing Nye and Skirata together whenever they were in the same room. Finally, there was little Venku, Katika, bouncing on Bessany's knee, acting as the ultimate reminder of boundaries some Jedi were willing to cross in the name of love. So she leaned over to Jusik and asked, "Hey, got your eyes on anyone?" "Excuse me?" He blinked at her. "Well, all the females here are taken, but how about RUU? She's a little, aloof, but she's nice? Or is she too old for you?" Jusik looked over the table and said dryly, "Ancient Kaminoans are more my type." He was joking. Good. Well, what about Rav Browler's gang? Does Parja have a pretty sister? I'm not sure. To be honest, I haven't thought about it. Maybe celibacy is the only part of the Jedi training that's stuck. Or I'm just too busy with other things. Jusik placed his knife and fork on the table. What about you? They're all a little old for me. But the Jedi Order is gone now. So are their rules. And you've said you want to stay on Mandalore with us. Have you thought about it? I don't know. Not really. I guess I've been busy too. But in theory, you said you also want to stay a Jedi. Do you think you'd be open to attachment? I'm not sure. Attachment to Euthan and Gillimer was confusing enough. She'd just been trying to tease him and he'd turned the conversation around too fast for her liking. At the temple, were you ever tempted? A little. She closed her eyes, summoned Y's face with the thought. She opened her eyes to banish it. But it doesn't matter anymore. He's dead. Are you sure? Did you see it or feel it? He was in the temple during Order 66 went down. I'm sure. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. They stared into their empty plates. She felt something soft touch her mind, like a mother's caress. Jusik felt it too, his head snapped up. They saw Kina Ha, head canted, dark eyes settled on them from the far side of the table. I'm not sure I could stop being a Jedi, Scout said, even if I wanted to. Something rattled in Jusik's throat, but he didn't say a word. After the meal, Scout rose to help Basani, Jilka, and Lasima clean the dishes, but Gillimar laid a thick hand on her shoulder. Do you have time, Scout? He asked, all smiles and politeness above his gold warrior's armor. Are you going back to the lab? We are, said Euthan. There was an eager look on her face, a kind Scout couldn't recall seeing before. I think we're close. Very close. The simple sentence meant so many things. Long life for the clones, the departure of Kina Ha and Z, and Maze, her own open future if she stayed behind. But none of that was going to matter if they didn't accomplish what they needed to in the here and now. Scout took a deep breath and said, okay, let's get to work. Since coming to Kiramorit, Maze had been surprised by a lot of things. The raucous camaraderie of the Skirata clones, the shockingly low-tech nature of their home, the staggering amount of money the Knolls had secreted away but never used, not to mention the two Jedi, already somehow safe under Kal Skirata's protection. The ease at which so many of the deserters had slipped into romantic relations left him feeling confused and, yes, envious, though he had no idea what to do with a girl if he actually caught one. Mostly, though, he was surprised how bored he was. In the good old days before Order 66, he'd quickly come to drape a blanket of nostalgia over them. Another surprise, his life as Z's adjutant had been a paragon of order and precision. He woke up, showered, ate, worked, exercised, even drank the general's special caf at a certain, unmalleable time. When his shift was done, he'd go back to the barracks, exercise with the other clones, and then read. He'd read the latest news reports from as many sources as he could get. None of them were very reliable, and he'd read the commentary from as many points of view, and he tried very hard to understand the dimensions of the war beyond the strategy and tactic he got from briefing Z. He hadn't much company in those pursuits. Oh, there had been emergencies when their schedules had shifted, but by and large Z was a man who managed from his office on Coruscant. Maze knew he was lucky, having the clerical job while other clones were dying on lonely battlefields. But he'd assuaged his conscience with the knowledge that his datapad shuffling was ultimately saving the lives of countless more clones and civvies and protecting the Republic from the September menace. Nowadays, he wondered if his entire existence wasn't Palpatine's own bad joke. On Kiramorit, he had no job, no work, no purpose. He didn't even have reading material to pass the time. Skirata's boys weren't the intellectual sort. So he had to find other ways to fill his schedule and pass the time. After dinner, he waited until his stomach settled. Mando women could cook much better than the cafeteria staff on 000. He'd give them that. And then he went outside. Several flood lamps were placed at the entrance to the compound's central carrier and angled out toward the hangar, draped in camo netting, that housed the Skirata clan ships. Right now Cornucopia was off dropping Arla Fett someplace safer, and Skirata had taken the aggressor fighter with him to Keldabe, which left only the light freighter Ion. Normally they left the light out to keep their position hidden, and if they turned it on it probably meant Skirata was coming back soon. It didn't matter to Maze. He picked up a sturdy axe low-tech, no vibro power, no batteries, and began chopping away at his wood pile. Night after night he came out here and either chopped down trees from the surrounding forest or chopped those trunks into usable parts. The clones appreciated that, though it wasn't why he did it. It was a good way to make himself useful, to work up a sweat, to drain away an angry energy that he tried not to show in front of anyone. Z could probably sense it anyway, but being Z he was polite enough never to say anything about it. Maze chopped for a while, until he was sweating under his tunic and the palm of his hand stung against the axe's polished wood shaft. The moment he stopped working, though, he heard the sound of voices behind him. He turned to see 3 gnolls behind him, and at the entrance to the carrier. Some of the floodlight from over their heads spilled down onto them. Muriel, with those long stupid-looking braids, was sitting on the step next to Prudii, who sipped something from a long bottle. Jang leaned against the curved wooden wall with his arms crossed over his chest. "What do you want?" Maze asked. At the moment he was too exhausted to get angry at them, but that could change fast. "Nothing from you, Nervad," Jang called. "Calbor's on his way back. Should be any minute now." Maze let his axe fall to his side and looked up at the sky. Even with the harsh light to his back he could see so many stars. If you stared up at Kiramora's night sky long enough, you'd start to feel like you were drifting helpless and unanchored through the cosmos. It was a feeling Maze hated. Back on Coruscant, where you never saw the stars at all, you could forget the void was there. "Hey Maze," said Prudii, "want a kip? Quality Chandrilla wine." It sounded like a genuine offer, not some kind of teasing, but he shook his head. Knowing the gnolls, they'd probably stolen it from somewhere. "Not right now, I'm busy." "Looks like you chopped that one up pretty good," Mariel gestured to the log. "How about a break? Not that we don't appreciate the work, but you're cutting wood too fast for us to do anything with it." They were right about the log. If he started cutting into the pieces, they'd be too small to use, unless the Skirata clan took up selling wood sculptures. Stranger things had happened, but he stabbed the axe blade into the ground, a signal of surrender. "You sure you don't want any, Maze?" Prudii asked. "Could do you good." It was a genuine peace offering then. The gnolls were in a rarely generous mood. Perhaps they'd had most of the bottle already. "All right," Maze said. "I'll have just a bit." "Good man, Maze," Mariel said. Leaving his axe-sticking shaft first out of the ground, he took the bottle from Prudii and swallowed a mouthful. It was sweet but stung his mouth anyway. He coughed a little and the gnolls chuckled as he handed the bottle back to them. "You should have enjoyed the finer stuff back on 000, Maze," Mariel said. "I mean, you had the perfect chance. It's not like you were crawling through the muck all the time like Fire or Adden. You were licking these boots. You could have taken your kid off, wandered down to the low levels, found yourself some pretty young secretary who'd love a big, strong man to take her away from her boring professorial life." "I had a job to do," Maze said. "Some job?" Jan shook his head. "Scraping for GDI scum, sending your own brothers off to die. At least I was trying to work for something bigger than myself. I wasn't stealing and cheating left and right." "Hey, Vode, let's calm down," Prudii said. "Okay, we're marauders, liars, thieves, barbarians. Total scoundrels." Jang cracked his knuckles beneath his smooth gray gloves. He said they were Kaminoan skin and wore them even with Kinaha around. "You're the one who came crawling to us, begging us to save you and your Shebshubla GDI. Maze lurched forward, his fist rose in the air. "You DCI. Prudii jumped to his feet. Jan looked away. "Sorry, Nervad. I had a little too much." Jan didn't sound repentant, but that wasn't a surprise. He'd never been a real soldier. Maze had, and he couldn't believe he'd just been about to start a fight with a drunken clone. His discipline was all gone, Order 66 had changed him into a different person, and he hadn't even carried it out. He didn't even know what he was changing into, and that was the worst part. The sound of an approaching spacecraft filled the air. All four of them looked up to see a dark rectangular form, dotted with lights, lowering into the clearing. Muriel and Jane jogged over to the hangar and pulled down the camo netting so the roof could retract. Prudy-Eye, still standing, stayed where he was. He titled the wine bottle back and gulped the whole thing down, then tossed it in the grass. "We'll be out of here soon," May said, just loud enough to be heard over the whine of the aggressor's repulsor lifts and the rustle of wind. "You can't forget about us after that." "We can only hope." For some stupid reason, he felt he had to explain himself. "I didn't mean to be a burden, but we needed help." "Doesn't matter what you wanted, Maze. You are one, whether you like it or not." He hated being trapped here, hated having no reason to his days, hating being dependent on these men. He hated that he couldn't even apologize properly. "I wish there was a way I could be more useful here. Make a difference." "Well, cheer up then," Prudy-Eye clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Another week or two of chopping wood, and we'll be ready to build another Shapla compound." Prudy-Eye left Maze behind and jogged up to the hangar. The other nose had pulled open the forward gates, and the fighter's passengers were alighting. Skirata came out first, followed by VAU, and finally Ordo in his pretty new armor. "Good to see you boys," Skirata said. "Any word from Nye and RUU?" "They've delivered Arla, Boer, and they're on her way back," Jane said. All the surly, drunken anger was gone from his voice. It was incredible how quickly these rough, immoral men turned to loyal children at the sight of their father. Whatever Maze's relationship to Z was, at least it wasn't so pathetically fawning. "How did it go with Shaisa?" asked Muriel. VAU snorted and shook his head. Skirata said, "Long story, boys. Come on, inside. We have a lot to talk about." They walked straight toward the Carrier and through the doorway. Aside from Ordo, who spared one cool glance aside, none of them bothered to look at Maze. It was like he wasn't even there. The night the end of everything began, I talked to Arlig Z about ethics. I couldn't think of him by anything other than his full and real name anymore. He certainly wasn't General Z, and he was no longer my master. When I first saw him on board Cornucopia, when May surprised us at the rendezvous point, I was shocked and even angry to see him alive. When we brought him to Kiramord, I tried harder than anyone to avoid him, at least in the beginning. But he was a tether to my old life that wasn't going away, and I knew I had to find some way to deal with that. So sometimes, cautiously, I'd sit down with the man who used to be my teacher, and we would talk. That night, we had a lot to talk about, and I knew I could only talk about it with him. Ethics is not something Mandalorians concern themselves with. As a society of mercenaries, abstract principle simply isn't something we consider on a daily basis. The rules we use to govern our lives, the laws we lay down, are based on attachment to our family, our lovers, our fellow soldiers, even the places we've called home, however briefly. In that sense, Mandalorians are the exact opposite of the Jedi. Jedi constantly try to discern the place of their actions in the larger scheme of the universe. For a Mandalorian, it's all about how actions affect the people right in front of you. Our ends almost always justify our means, and when I escaped the Jedi Order, I found the directness of that refreshing. That night I'd found that I'd wandered onto unsolid ground again, and my old master was the only one I could talk to. We sat in the cramped closet he called his quarters, and I told him about what had happened when I erased Arla Fett's memories. I didn't enjoy it, I told him. He sat on his cot, I sat in a chair, staring at my hands. Even after we started talking again, I had a hard time looking him in the eye. When I reached into her mind, I found myself reliving bits and pieces of everything she'd gone through, like they were as vivid as my own memories. They were more vivid, if anything, because it felt like I was experiencing them for the first time. I remembered the agony of being tortured on Conquer Dawn. I remembered killing because Death Watch wanted me to kill. I remembered being locked in the prison on Coruscant where it seemed like there was no past, no present, no future, no time. When I erased those things from her memory, I tried to erase them from mine too, but the echo's still there. I've had nightmares where I'm Arla Fett, suffering like she suffered. I stopped speaking, but Z didn't say anything, not right away, and I was afraid to look up and see his face. So I continued, they say wiping the being's memory is of the dark side, but I can't see it. I don't see how anyone could draw strength or power from that. No one said the dark side feels good to use, Z told me. It's about intention, the need to control. Rearranging the thoughts of another sentient being is as deep and insidious a way to control as I can think of. I was just trying to take her pain away. Isn't that good intention? Z didn't respond. I didn't want to look up and see his expression, so I asked, do you think what I did was dark? I found myself waiting breathlessly for his reply. He said, no, I don't. Why wasn't it dark? Because you aren't dark, Barden. You don't savor holding others in your power. You hate it. It's why you left the Jedi Order, isn't it? I looked up at his face then, and I was surprised at what I saw. He didn't have any new expression. He was the same Z who's shown up on Nye's freighter, but that was surprising enough. I'd always known Z as a big man, strong, full of life, and that was how he remained in my head, even when the real man before me was thin and gray and wasted from self-inflicted hunger, a guilt-broken refugee dependent on people whom he'd finally realized had hated him all along. Sometimes I think that if I'd been trapped in his situation, I'd have eaten my own lightsaber, but I'll give Z credit. He was stronger than that, even when he was at his weakest. Is that why you trust me? I asked. Is it because I left the Order? Z shook his head. It's not that, Barden. I know you. You're a man who lives and dies by his principles. It's why I could never understand why you ended up with Skirata. I almost expected you to leave the Order, but this place, these are men of impulse, not principle. Kal loves his men. They love me. I can't think of a better principle than love. That's what he offered. And what we didn't. Z still referred to the Jedi as we always. He gave a deep sigh. Kal wants you to wipe my memory, doesn't he? And Mazes and Kinahas. Before we send you to Altus, yes. And you'll erase my knowledge of this place. Its location. Definitely. Maybe more. We haven't decided yet. But after Arla, I think I can do it safely. And I think it will be easier with you three. You never know what's rattling around in Kinahas' old head. She's an extraordinary being, I said honestly. She very much is. I wish, he closed his eyes, breathed out. I wish I'd met her sooner. Me too. Silence fell between us. Silence was never comfortable, not anymore. So I said, I've been trying to use the Force as little as possible. I know. The dark side, I'm not sure if it exists the same way we were taught in the temple, but with the life I'm going to lead, the Force offers a lot of temptation to use it against others. I want to avoid that. I don't want to be different from my brothers. Z had long stopped trying to talk me back into the Jedi Order, or whatever was left of it. He knew me too well to do that. He asked, will you give up your lightsaber? I'm already trying to. I use blasters, mostly. But you still carry it. It's a useful tool, I told him. It was also a memento of the life I'd left behind, and though I'd spun it around in my head over and over, I didn't know if it was one or the other, or both or neither. There was another unknown, one that I couldn't help but think about as I sat in front of Z. We were planning to send him to Master Altus, but Z and Altus were two very different kinds of Jedi, who'd lived very different lives. I had a hard time picturing the two of them cooperating on much of anything, and I figured that sooner rather than later, Z would start off on his own, maybe taking Maze with him. I'd been afraid to ask. If Z said he was going to try and find like-minded knights to rebuild the Jedi Order, I'd feel obliged to tell Kal, and if Kal knew, he'd almost certainly order Z killed. Whatever the man was to me then, I didn't want him to die. I think I might have mustered the strength, then and there, but we were interrupted by the clatter of feet. The door creaked open, and Scout pushed her brown hair and bright eyes through the gap. Oh, hey, I'm sorry. She bleated. It was one of those times when she seemed like a goofy kid, not a Jedi, and war survivor. Listen, we have big news. Can you come to the meeting room? I don't see why not. Z rose. Barden. I nodded. Scout had already scampered down the hall to tell the others, but we assumed she meant Gillimer and Uthan, and from her excitement, I assumed they made some breakthrough with their plan to slow the clones' aging. Under my breath, I muttered, "Here we go." Z simply nodded. We ended up being two of the last ones there. I hadn't heard Calbor return, but he was seated right up front with Ordo on one side and Prudii on the other. Uthan and Gillimer were standing in the middle of the circle, and Z and I squeezed between Phi and Bethany, who was resting you on her lap and hugging you to her torso. I couldn't help but think how perfect she looked as a mother. Thank you all for coming, Uthan said. We're glad most of you are here tonight, because Midge and I think we've made a critical discovery in our research to halt the clones' accelerated aging. We were studying the DNA samples provided by our, Kaminon friend here. Gillimer gestured to Kina Ha, whose head bobbed in acknowledgement atop his long, long neck. Now, we pinpointed an extra element in her DNA that slows down Kaminon aging processes. We compared that DNA sample with some, relics from Kosai. Jane laughed, and we've isolated the key segments that retard telomere degradation. Now, skipping all the medical jargon, we think we know how to transplant this to another being's DNA via insertions into the bone marrow to replace the coding that accelerates telomere loss. Each insertion has to be tailored to an individual's specific DNA and telomere structure. In fact, that's been the hardest part, Uthan added. I couldn't have made that breakthrough without Midge. He continued, since you Barbs are so alike in that regard, it makes it a hell of a lot easier to perform this procedure repeatedly. Will it bring their accelerating aging down to a normal level? VAU spoke up. If anything, they might age a little slower than normal, Gillimer smiled. So you might even live a little longer than us mongrels. Everyone started talking at once. I heard a squeal from Bethany, and when I looked at her, she had one hand over her face. She was trying to hold back tears of joy. Hold up, Gillimer was saying. This is a very, very, very novel procedure. We can't guarantee the results whatsoever until we test them. So you'll need a lab rat, Skirata said grimly. Uthan nodded. I'm sorry, but yes, we're going to need a volunteer test subject. I'll do it. Ordo raised a hand, and I heard Bethany draw a breath. Not you, Prudy, I spoke up. You've got a Sayerica of your own. I'll do it. The Null's DNA has been modified, Adam spoke up. He didn't do that often, so everyone listened. Are we certain the same process can be performed on them as on us? The telomere degradation is marked by the same strands for both regular and Null DNA, Uthan said. It shouldn't be an issue. Still, Phi said, if we are planning to give this stuff to Yaak's squadron and all the other deserters we can find, we should pick one of us normal clones, just to be sure. Don't, Joka said from his other side. You have Parja. Chill. I'll do it. I turned to the back of the room to see the one clone who wasn't dressed in Mandalorian armor, just the sweaty brown tunic of a working man. Oh, Maze, Z moaned. I'll do it, he repeated, and from his hard tone, his determined stare, we knew there would be no more argument. Chapter 2. Chapter text. The story I'm telling you isn't just about my brothers and me. It's a huge galaxy, and our struggle was only a tiny piece of something much, much bigger. We can never know exactly how all those pieces fit together, and we can never know what happened in the hearts and minds of the strangers whose fates connected with ours, but that doesn't make them any less real. Everyone struggles, Katika. Everyone hurts. When the first rays of sunlight spilled over the gentle curve of Zar's surface, the debris drifting in orbit gleamed like 1,000 jewels. A few explosions, sparks from a dying battle, burst sporadically against the gas giant's dark night side face. The broad gray wedge of the Star Destroyer Valediction sliced through the debris field with an air of triumph. Valediction had been the last Victory II-class Star Destroyer to roll off the Rendili shipyards before the galaxy said goodbye to the Republic and hello to the Empire, which explained its unusual name. Standing at the fore of his vessel's bridge, Captain Pellaeon had to marvel at the sparkling clean deck, the bright consoles and vivid holographic tactical displays. It even smelled like a freshly waxed boot. Some people were grumbling that the newly reformed Empire was producing brand new, top-of-the-line warships even after the Separatist threat had been defeated, but for Pellaeon, such a beautiful new vessel justified his own existence. He heard the sound of footsteps behind him, quick and crisp, and knew to whom they belonged without having to turn his head. He said, "Report, Lieutenant." "The Separatist carrier has been destroyed, sir," his first officer said. "I can't see that, Lieutenant. What about those two dreadnoughts that are slipping behind Zar's second moon? Looks to me like they're trying to make a break for it." "Salvation is moving to intercept. Should we assist?" With his naked eye, he could see the Venator-class destroyer moving toward the moon with the hopes of cutting off the two fleeing dreadnoughts before they cut behind the satellite. Once they did, they'd be able to use it as a shield until they escaped Zar's gravity well and made the jump to hyperspace. Captain Horner's got an old vessel, not fancy a pretty one like ours. Pellaeon turned around to look his first officer in the eye and smiled tightly. They both knew Salvation was only a few years older than Valediction, but technology grew by leaps and bounds in wartime. "Let's lend her a hand." "Right away, sir." Bernadette smiled back and quickly relayed the order. Valediction's engines fired and she moved forward smoothly, without the tiniest lurch. Pellaeon had expected his new vessel to have a lot of kinks to work out. Certainly his old Acclamator-class carrier, Leveler, had, but the Victory-class seemed to run smoothly fresh from the dock. He watched as his destroyer's diamond-shaped prow plunged deeper into the debris field. Valediction's forward gunners fired sporadic bursts of turbolaser fire, clipping or outright destroying any large chunk of debris that could have gotten in their way. It would still take them a few minutes to get within firing range of the dreadnoughts, which meant the only thing left to do was wait. Bernadette settled smoothly beside him. "Have you reported to Admiral Grant yet?" "Sir." "Not yet. Wait until the battle's done." He didn't want to think about Grant, not now. "Very good, sir. He should be pleased." Assuming we finish off those last seps, Pellaeon jabbed a finger at the dreadnoughts. Salvation was launching her remaining fighters with the hopes of catching the dreadnoughts, which were probably going to duck behind the moon before either Star Destroyer got a good shot with her turbolasers. "Still, we've cleared science people out of the Zahar system," Bernadette said. "The sooner we finish mop up, the sooner we can go back home." Pellaeon didn't have to glance at Bernadette to see the hopeful look on his face. The two of them had known each other since Naval Academy. They'd been two of the youngest and two of the most promising cadets there, and when the Clone Wars broke out they made a wager as to who would get command a battle cruiser first. The intervening years had been taxing for them both, and Bernadette didn't seem to hold it against Pellaeon for getting the captain's pips first. If anything, he seemed pleased that fate had placed them on the same starship. Especially if the starship was as new, sleek, pretty, and fine-smelling as Valediction. The past few years had been hell for Pellaeon's personal life, and he was glad to have a man like Bernadette at his side now. Friends like that didn't come often. In a lower voice, Bernadette asked, "Any word from Helena yet, Gil?" "Not for a while," Pellaeon admitted. It had been almost 4 years since he'd last heard from her. Helena Devis had been a prized agent for Republic intelligence, but during the war she'd become disillusioned with her government and left her position. She never outright said it in her goodbye letter, but he knew she'd gone off with the group of schismatic Jedi they'd worked with at Jan Fathel. What that meant after Order 66 was anyone's guess. They had been close ones, and it pained him to think that political divisions would tear apart of the only relationships he'd had worth the effort. He had no idea what she thought about Palpatine's new government. He kept one ear open for news of Master Gen Altus Jedi sect, but nothing had come up, which at least meant they hadn't been hunted down. Of course, didn't even know if Helena was with them anymore. He didn't know anything. "What about Eileen?" he asked at last. Anything to get his mind off Halana. Safe and sound on Coruscant, last I heard. You're lucky, falling for a civilian, Pellaeon said. A little hesitantly, he added, how are things on Imperial Center? No more seps raining hellfire from the sky. She says people are still tense and all, even though the war's over. I'm glad they can tell themselves that. Pellaeon muttered as he watched the Dreadnought's fighter screens collide with Salvation squadrons and light up the closing space between ships. So people just don't know when to quit, Vernita said. They'd be better off surrendering. Pellaeon wasn't entirely sure about that. He'd heard different reports from different people about how the new government was handling separatists and other combatants who surrendered to the Imperial fleet. Some said the prisoners were treated fairly, others said they were whisked away by unfamiliar intel agents and never again. He wondered how much of it had to do with the Jedi. As a naval officer instead of an Army one, he hadn't had much opportunity to work directly with the during ground battles, but the ones he had worked with had proven admirable and frustratingly hard to fathom. It still seemed hard to believe that the Jedi could have engineered the entire war as the setup for a coup against the elected Chancellor Palpatine, but the evidence he'd seen, including recordings from inside Palpatine's office during Mace Windu's attempt on his life, were hard to counter. He's mulled it over in his mind again and again, and the best conclusion he could think of was that the Jedi leadership had instigated the coup without the knowledge of their soldiers on the ground. Certainly Altus's sect wouldn't have been involved. In that light, Palpatine's whole-scale purge of the Jedi Order seemed more than a little excessive. At the same time, Jedi were superpowered beings beyond the understanding of mortals like Pellaeon or Vernadette, and there was no way to tell which could be trusted and which could not. The Order had always been a strange parallel system, a government within a government, secretive and accountable to noon. Palpatine's methods, ugly as they might have been, were probably the safest way to protect the galaxy from another Jedi coup attempt. Up ahead, the Dreadnoughts were already ducking behind the moon. Salvation was adjusting heading to pursue around the moon's planet-side rim while her fighters kept harassing the fleeing ships. Sir, Vernon had cleared his throat. What are your orders? Launch all remaining fighter squadrons. Plot a course that takes us around the moon's outer edge. We'll see if we can cut them off. Very good, sir. Vernadette gave a crisp, smart salute and walked back toward the crew pit to relay order. A moment later, a flight of ARC-170 starfighters shot out from beneath Valediction's pointed nose. On their tails rode a full squadron of V-wings. Pellaeon's mouth formed a tight, straight line as his vessel shifted course slightly. Salvation was rounding the moon as fast as she could. All that was left to do was wait. He rode his Z-95 Headhunter close behind a dancing ARC-170 starfighter and dropped his targeting reticule on his flaring red exhaust ports, but A'Sharad had hesitated before taking the easy kill. He wasn't sure if it was because he'd once flown beside ships like these for years, or because some part of his Jedi training still shirked at taking life. Whatever it was, it only bothered him for a second. He squeezed the trigger and a single proton torpedo lanced out. It impacted on the ARC fighters' aft shields and exploded. The force of detonation tore through the engines, ignited the fuel storage, and turned the entire ship into a tumbling fireball. Hett pulled up sharply and veered back toward the two dreadnoughts. There were plenty more enemy fighters left to kill. As he angled toward Defiance and Iconoclast, a transmission scratched over his helmet's comlink. All ships, we are preparing to withdraw. Repeat, we are preparing to jump to hyperspace. Return to your decks. Repeat, return to your decks. Hett glanced at his cockpit's tactical display. It was still another 3 minutes before either dreadnought cleared the gravity well, and it would take less than 2 for the Venator-class destroyer to round the moon and begin pounding Defiance's fragile aft section with her turbolasers. He flicked his comlink to a secure channel and called, "Command, this is Twin Sun's lead. Do you copy?" After a second, a man's voice responded. "We copy, Twin lead." "Go ahead." A Voltan, put sign on, Hett snapped. He didn't have time to go with intermediaries. The other fighters were already starting to return to the dreadnoughts, though his own squadron was holding back and awaiting his orders. 1 second. He could hear Volton's hesitation. Here she is. A cold female voice snapped. What is it? Twin Suns lead. Defiance is going to need her fighter screen. Let us stay in the air. Negative, lead. Once we clear the grav, well, we're gone, whether you're on board or not. If I get left, it's my choice. You can't handle it alone, A'Sharad. Get back to base now. Listen, just give us. Wait, and suddenly the line cut off. Hett banked his fighter gently toward Iconoclast. Science flagship was in better shape than Defiance, but enemy fighters were still buzzing around her dreadnought like gnats. Lead, I'm picking up bombers headed toward Defiance, Twin Suns 3 reported. Damn, Hett snarled. Come on, we'll pick them off. We've got less than 2 minutes to get back to the barn, Twin 5 reminded him. More time than Defiance has if we don't get those bombers. Twin Suns, follow me. He pointed his headhunter's nose toward the dreadnought and kicked his engines to full thrust. A few V-wing fighters danced to get out of his way as he charged forward. He squinted into the blackness of space as he approached Defiance, searching for whatever ships might be trying to take her down. He wasn't even sure what kind of bombers the Empire was using nowadays. They were rolling out new ships and soldiers at an astounding rate, even though the Clone Wars had technically been won for the better part of a year. He didn't see the ships, but he did see the flare of more than a dozen missiles as they arced toward Defiance's rear engine section. Profanities rippled over the Twin Suns group comm as Defiance's shield shuddered and collapsed. With impeccable timing, the Star Destroyer behind it began to rain down volleys of turbolaser fire. All fighters, retreat to Iconoclast, Yalton said over the broadcast channel. Repeat, all ships fall back to Iconoclast. We jump in 80 seconds. Boss, Twin Suns 5 said. The other destroyer just rounded the moon. This time it was Hett who swore. He checked his scanners and saw the new Victory-class Star Destroyer breaking past the moon's outer ecliptic. It began firing on Iconoclast, and washes of green energy rippled over her forward shields. Iconoclast could probably hold until she escaped the gravity well. Defiance didn't stand a chance. Even now, explosive ruptures were tearing through her engine section. Escape pods were shooting out of her hull, probably to be captured by Imperial cleanup crews. It was a fight he couldn't win. Those were lives he couldn't save. He wanted to scream and pound at the universe itself, but a voice called him off. Twin Suns, back to base, now. A Volton ordered. He pointed his nose toward Iconoclast and jammed the engines. The rest of his squad followed. They pulled into a tight arrowhead formation and whipped past ARC and V-wing fighters without even slowing down. There was a burst of static over his headset as a stray torpedo caught Twin Suns 5, and he felt yet another life wink out in the Force, a life that had been his to lead and protect. For a second, he wondered whether it was worth it to keep flying at all. In this brave new galaxy, there was only way a Jedi's life could end. Deep down, he'd known that since his father's death on Tatooine 20 years ago. Then a voice came over his headset. Signs herself. All ships, you have 30 seconds. Land now. Her voice was all Hett needed. Iconoclast was coming up fast, but he didn't know if they'd make it. The dreadnought still had the ventral shields down so fighters could slip into her landing bay, but her forward shields were still lit up by the Vic-Star's turbolaser fire. Hett dipped his fighter low and aimed for the bright open docking bay. It grew bigger, 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 until it swallowed his headhunter in his brightness. 10 seconds. Someone's voice of Volton's maybe buzzed in his headset as he killed his forward thrust engines, fired his repulsors, and tried to find a spot on the broad deck crowded with people and ships. He roared over the heads of the deck crew and a cluster of pilots alighting their Space Star 41 Star Chasers, then found a spot near the forward bulkhead and dropped his landing struts. His fighter scraped and shuddered as he touched down. Then everything seemed to lurch forward without moving, and Iconoclast fell into hyperspace. Hett sat in his cockpit without getting out. He took off his battered white helmet with shaking hands. Right before they jumped, he had felt it, the destruction of Defiance and the loss of tens of thousands of lives. 1 second they had been fires that had burned bravely beside his own. Then they winked out and been nothing at all. The loss shuddered through his body and brought a tear to one eye. Still clasping his helmet in his hands, he screamed inside the soundproof bubble of his cockpit. When his throat had gone raw, he opened the cockpit and wandered out among the survivors. Valediction's bridge was eerily quiet. Every crewman seemed to be watching the empty space where the last dreadnought had just been. Pellaeon cleared his throat and shouted, "All crew, get to work. Repeat, get to work. Come, ask Salvation what kind of assistance she needs. Tactical, send out rescue crew to pick up our EV pilots." A chorus of yes, sirs ricocheted around the bridge. When everyone was finally back in motion, Pellaeon sighed and turned to face the forward viewport. The first dreadnought's broken corpse still smoldered, and he wondered how long it would take for all the oxygen inside the ship to burn out. He wondered how long it would take for all the crew to die. Though a part of him felt sorry for them, another part cursed them for dragging on this war as long as they had. If the damned fools would just stop fighting, they could all lay down arms and go back to their families. They could all find the families they wanted to go back to. Bernadette appeared beside him. "Do you want to come, Admiral Grant, or should I, sir?" Pellaeon hadn't even thought of that. Reporting failure to your superior officers was one of the worst parts of command. He suddenly longed to be a grunt ensign who never had to take responsibility for anything. "I'll handle it," Minor Pellaeon clapped a hand on his friend's shoulder. "They're going to have us keep chasing them. You can bet on it." "It does sound likely. Then we'd best clean up as fast as we can and get ready to pursue." He turned and started across the bridge to the private command salon. He had a feeling he'd want to plead for Grant's mercy far from the prying eyes of his crew. As he walked across the clean metal deck, he decided that this shiny new warship had a lot of war left to fight. As did they all. The scene aboard Iconoclast after the battle was cramped and frantic. The hangar bay was full of fighters recovered from the other dreadnought, while the hallways were packed with officers moving about, coordinating post-battle damage assessment and trying to take stock of how many personnel had been saved from defiance. A'Sharad Hett was able to cut through the crowd. He was a large man, tall and broad-shouldered. The dark, jagged tattoos that lined his tanned face gave him a fierce appearance, and the twin lightsabers dangling from his belt instantly grabbed Bean's attention. Those things were enough to identify him to every crewman on board Iconoclast, and more than his appearance, it was what he was that made people shuffle aside in deference, fear, caution, and restrained loathing. Less than a year ago, he had been their enemy, and neither he nor they could ever forget that. For months he had served the Republic in battling the fiercely independent settlers scattered across the islands of beautiful, blue Bavinire. They had allied themselves with the Techno-Union, Banking Clan, and Trade Federation separatists less because they trusted Lord Dooku and his minions, and more because the rugged, stubborn people had fled Republic control and established their own colony world 100 years back and were loath to surrender an inch to Coruscant. Then Republic had become Empire in name as well as fact. The separatist leaders had been slaughtered, and the New Order suddenly had the resources to subdue Bavinire. Right now, Jervith Sign's Iconoclast was the last remaining capital ship of the Bavinire Defense Fleet, and though the planet was firmly under his heel, the Empire was determined to stamp out the final renegades. As for A'Sharad Hett, he might have been the last Jedi in the universe. It made for a strange alliance, but these were strange dark times. When he reached the bridge, he looked around for Sign. She was a small woman, but she had a unique capacity to make any room gravitate around her. He did not see her, but one man spotted him from across the bridge and hurried over. Avid Madrisk was a slim man with a trim brown beard that made him look only a little older than he was. He gave Hett a curt nod and said, "The madam isn't here now. She left the bridge immediately after the battle." "Is everything under control here, Captain?" Hett glanced around the bridge. The crew seemed stressed but no longer panicked. Cleanup from such an exhausting battle would take time, but at least they no longer had the threat of immediate death looming over them. "I can't handle it," Madrisk said. "I would suggest you go see to the madam." Hett nodded. Many of Sign's people were uncomfortable with Hett's relationship with their leader. Hett wasn't entirely comfortable with it himself. Iconoclast Captain, at least, seemed to have no such qualms, and for that Hett was grateful. Right now he needed any confidence he could get. He gave Madras curt thanks, then turned around and left the bridge. He could feel the muted relief his absence brought to the bridge, and he did not blame them. Hett made his way down into the habitation decks. These halls were shockingly quiet compared to the ones above, and he went down 3 corridors to Sign's cabin without encountering a soul. When he got to her door, he knocked 3 times and waited. Eventually, a voice said, "Enter." He stepped through the door. The captain's quarters were bare-walled and cramped, with room only for a bed half receded into the wall and table with 2 chairs. There were no windows. Only a single overhead light cast illumination on the woman standing in the middle of the room. Long black hair spilled over her shoulder and framed a pale, round face. The brown Bavinire Defense Force uniform she still wore was unbuttoned to the waist. Her face, pretty but stuck in a habitual scowl, seemed to sag, and her dark eyes were bloodshot. The door hissed shut behind Hett. He didn't step closer. He clenched hands into fists at his side and said, "I'm sorry, madam. There wasn't anything to be done for defiance." "Of course not," Sign sneered. "The imps had us outmanned and outgunned. Their warships are brand new, and ours are breaking down. Defiance was doomed. That's why I told you to fall back." "I did fall back. Not when I told you to." She crossed her arms beneath her breasts and stared at him. "I thought I might have been able to save Defiance." "You couldn't. I knew you couldn't." I thought he stopped, sighed, shook his head. "I wanted to save lives, damn it. I had to try." "Of course. Saving people is your purpose. You are a Jedi." She said the word like a curse. All the Bavinire did. To them, the Jedi had been symbols of the Republic they'd long sought to escape. In the beginning, Sign's cold pragmatism had been all that prevented the other Bavinire from lynching their Jedi prisoner or handing him over to the Empire. It wasn't the only reason anymore, but Hett still felt the need to be useful to the people who'd taken him on. "What happens now?" he asked. "I don't know." She turned her head down. Her hair spilled forward and shadows fell over her face. "We can meet up with the other ships." "Of course." She laughed bitterly. "A handful of frigates and corvettes will help us greatly the next time the Empire catches up to us." "You could surrender." He took a step forward. "Never." She looked up at him. "We are the last holdouts of Bavinire. When they have us, they will make an example of us." "Perhaps." He took another step, putting her in arm's reach. She tilted her head to look up at him but didn't flinch. She knew what he implied. She was no fool. She could offer the Empire a gift-trapped Jedi in exchange for amnesty. Any smart resistance leader in her position would be considering it. Half of Iconoclast's crew was probably wondering why she hadn't done it already. "No," she said, answering his unspoken question. "Why?" "You know why. If you want to save lives. Only a fool would trust the Emperor to honor his deals. He's broken too many promises to count already. That's what I've told Avid, and Andran, and Sajan, and all the others." "Have all of them asked?" "No," she exhaled. "They are too loyal to question my judgment. But I see it in their eyes." She saw her own doubts reflected in them. He didn't need the Force to know that. "It's still an option." Hett took another step closer. "Never. Surrender is death." It was, thought Hett, the only thing he and Sign's people really had in common, but it was enough for them to put aside old hatreds. He reached out and placed a hand on either shoulder. They felt small and bony under his large hands. She tilted her head back, spilling harsh pale light on a soft pale face. When he couldn't restrain himself any longer, he bent low and kissed her on thin, dry lips. They tumbled and wrestled their way over to the bunk. Pent-up energy and frustration from the battle finally found outlet. Hett tossed her onto the bunk and into shadow, then quickly dove down after her onto a brittle bed. Passion was one of the things he'd been taught to avoid as a Jedi. It had always been hard for him, just as it had been hard for his father, who had fled the Jedi Order to become a Tusken tribesman on Tatooine. A'Sharad had been a teenager when he saw his father and his whole Tusken family die. It was a grief he'd never truly conquered. The loss of his adopted Jedi family had been almost as hard. Now the Jedi were gone, and so were their rules. It was a strange thing, no longer having to hide from yourself. Sometimes he felt like a confused child, and other times he felt old with bitter wisdom. Right now he fell into the dark with sign, desperate and confused but without hesitation. A'Sharad Hett no longer knew if he was a Jedi. The Order seemed extinct, and rather than being the last of an old race, he more often felt he his own creature, unique and alone. Perhaps he always had been. He'd come to understand that in the long, awful months since the fall of the Republic and the birth of a horrible new order. He didn't know what he was now, and less what he would become in the future, but he knew he was going to find out. Chapter 3. When Order 66 came down, it was a moment of chaos when anything could have happened. My brothers Adin and Kor manages to escape to Mandalore in the confusion. Niner and your father got left behind. It could have easily been the other way around. But there's something you should remember about your father, not matter what happened later. Niner got trapped on Coruscant and Darman stayed behind with him. He could have run, but he wouldn't abandon his brother. Always remember that. Everything had changed forever, and everyone kept on pretending that it hadn't. When you walked around the streets of Coruscant, and that was what the civvies still called 000, not Imperial Center, not unless some imp functionary was breathing down their necks, everyone still went about their daily routines. Business beings walked around in crisp suits and attended meetings. Couples strolled arm in arm at night, giggled, and whispered things into each other's ear. News reporters on the HoloNet spoke with smiles about separatist holdouts getting smashed and hurried through the news about disasters on Jibadan and now comments like they had some place better to be. At first there had been some small protests, but the sit-ins and banners had been cleared out of the government district months ago. Almost everybody on the planet seemed intent on stubbornly repeating their life as it had been, as though that was enough to deny the staggering changes rippling through the galaxy. In his own way, Niner was guilty of that same denial. He knew that, but he also knew he needed that denial on some level, and so did all those happy couples. It was the only way to get through the day without going mad. When his squad wasn't on missions with the 501 Specialized Jedi Hunting Detachment, Niner followed the same strict routing he always had, even before Order 66. He woke up early, went to the gym, did his sets, showered, changed clothes, went down to the mess hall to eat. When that was done, he went to practice at the live fire shooting range. After that, he did another set of exercises, low intensity. Then he went to the mess hall and ate again. It would have been better if he had some reliable companionship to take to the gym or the mess, but there was no such luck. After poor Enon slotted himself for shooting a civvy play acting as a Jedi, Niner's squad was down to 3, himself, Darman, and a year-old Sparty-grown clone called Reed. Niner tried not to be prejudiced against Sparty clones, but sometimes he found himself falling into the same way of thinking about them that mongrels thought about regular clones. The young man, they were about the same age biologically, but he was still young, seemed strangely hollow sometimes, like he reacted to certain things in certain ways not because he actually felt anything but because he wanted to please his audience. Sometimes it felt like there was nothing behind his polite smile and his good aim, just a void waiting to receive instructions, like a droid. And then there was Darman. Dar was his brother, but that didn't make things easier. Sometimes the man seemed like a stranger. Our clones had to deal, deep down, with the knowledge that they'd been bred and lived and died for someone else's purpose, and that from their very inception they'd been denied the choices of normal beings. His brothers handled it in their own ways. Phi had clung to this sentimental yearning for a real life, while Kor buried his emotions beneath layers of snark and cynicism. Niner was good at compartmentalizing. Most days he simply didn't think about it. As for Dar, his wife Hatane's death had unlocked something inside of him that Niner had never seen. All that buried anger at the universe had come to the front end and had found his focus, the Jedi. Revenge was all Dar could think about now. Because neither Darman nor Reed made for good companionship, Niner had to seek out others. He'd taken to luncheon with Delta Squad, or at least the 3 surviving members of what had once been called such. In their own ways, Boss, Fixer, and Scorch were clearly hurting from loss too. Their sniper, Sev, had gone MIA at Kashyyyk. They didn't even know whether he was alive or dead, but it had been nearly a year since then, and by now even Wallon VAU had given up searching for him. Losing Sev had clearly changed the Deltas. They'd always been more gung-ho about serving the Republic than the Omegas, and less misty-eyed about their Mando heritage. But like all clone squads, they were a tight-knit group, and losing their brother they'd known all their lives had rattled Sorch, Fixer, and even Boss to core. They still talked about doing their duty to the Empire, exterminated the September, and Jedi Menace, and all the rest, but it was clear their hearts weren't in it. Their wisecracks and jokes had gone beyond typical soldier cynicism to betray a deeper mistrust of the people who had sent Sev off to die. In a perverse way, Niner enjoyed being with the old Deltas because their loss reminded him that, despite everything awful that had happened, all his brothers from Omega Squad were still alive, and half of them were free and safe with Kalbor on Mandalore. Sometimes their squad's 4th member, a longtime 501st soldier named Jock, ate with them, but that morning he was elsewhere. Niner was glad. Jock seemed like a good man, but he didn't understand the Mando bond that held Delta and Omega together. He certainly didn't know about their old sergeants and squadmates on Mandalore. The dining hall was noisy at midday, and Niner was seated with the Deltas at a corner table. They picked a different spot at random every day, and he surreptitiously felt the table's underside for bugs. He found nothing, and if there were other listening devices in the room, they'd never pick his voice out of the hall's clamor. "You are properly paranoid," Scorch commented as Niner gestured for them to lean close, but not close enough that they looked like a bunch of devious conspirators. "Comes with the life he leads," said Fixer. "Good thing our Sergeant VAU doesn't care about us like Skirata does for his boys." "VAU cares," Niner said in a low voice. He spent months trying to find Sev. Voss let a little frown crease his hard face. "Is he still on Mandalore?" Niner nodded. "When was the last you talked to them?" Voss knew Niner had a special comlink that patched him into Mandalore. Tucked inside his helmet, it was a special gift from Jang and Muriel. "A few weeks. They call me, but I can't call them. More secure that way." Darman had told him he was planning to go to Mandalore, ostensibly on a mission, and then desert. It had sounded good to Niner, but the way Dar was lately, it was hard to know what was real or delusion. Dar had said Captain Meluzer had okayed the mission, but nothing had happened since then. If Niner had known they'd be outbound to Mandalore, he would have told his brothers, but right now he knew nothing for sure. He didn't want to get hopes up, theirs or his. Clearly it showed on his face. Fixer said, "You still want to skip, don't you?" "My brothers are there," Niner grunted. "And so are yours." Boss shook his head. "We have a job to do here." "You know Kalbor would welcome you?" "So'd VAU." "Maybe they would. But who would clean up all those Jedi running around?" Scorch didn't budge. Neither did Fixer. A year ago they'd all been adamant about staying. The Deltas had only one foot into the Mando culture that had ensnared the Omegas and Nulls thanks to Skirata. Declarations of loyalty had since gone hollow. Niner had watched it happen, step by step, as they'd been forced to accept that Sev was never coming back, and that the government they served wasn't even pretending to care about their missing brother. Sev was war material, expendable, just like the rest of them. Still, desertion was never easy. Their Commando masters had alternately bred and beaten loyalty into them. Niner knew that as well as anyone, like Boss. He was the Sarge. He clung to loyalty hardest, and he'd been the last Omega to really accept the idea of running. Niner had one more lure to dangle in front of them. Lowering his voice even more, he said, "Kalbor might be close to restoring our normal aging process." That got attention. Even Boss's eyes went wide. Scorch slapped on his typical skepticism. "How does that work? I thought Kosai's research was a dead end." Niner was willing to tell Delta some things, but he wasn't going to say that Skirata had scrounged up 1,000-year-old Canon Jedi, or any other Jedi for that matter. Boudica busted a scientist out of jail. Dr. Euthan, you remember her. It wasn't even a lie. Yeah, the one who was cooking up a batch to kill all us clones, Fixer said. How can Skirata trust her, even with the gun to her head? She was from Jibbaden, Niner said simply. Everyone went quiet. Scorch looked down at his tray, stabbed his fork into a slice of nerf thigh, and said, well, good luck to her, then. I'll keep you informed, Niner muttered. Thanks for that, Fixer said. He suddenly shifted his gaze over Niner's head and called out, Jock, over here. Niner turned around to see the squad's new addition coming up behind them with the tray in both hands. Good to see you, Sarge, Jock said as he sat down beside Niner. Sorry I'm late. Had to see the doc this morning. Is something wrong? Niner asked. Nothing too bad. Just strained a muscle yesterday. You're pushing yourself too hard, Jessica, Fixer grinned. Niner was surprised to hear the Mando a diminutive for a man who had nothing to do with Mandos. Yeah, well, I have to catch up with you lot. Jock glanced at Niner. I took a stray September round on Utapau. Was out of commission for a while. Sorry to hear that. Don't be. I made out better than the rest of my squad. Jock shook his head. Wasn't a bad wound either. Just a flesh wound, right in the shebs as you boys would say. Niner liked Jock. He'd seen a lot more action than Reed and had a lot more personality. He just didn't trust Jock. By the way, Jock said, is Darman going to catch up? He didn't know Darman's whole story. The Deltas hadn't shared that much. Niner said, I think he's on his own schedule. Why? I don't know. I just heard Holy Roly called him in for a talk. Niner nearly dropped his fork. Today. Less than an hour ago. He might still be in there. Jock shrugged and started eating. Captain Melloser calling Darman meant one of two things. Either they were going to Mandalore very soon, or they weren't going at all. Niner didn't feel like eating anymore, but he shoveled stuff into his mouth, smiled, and laughed when Jock or Fixer cracked a joke. He listened to everything they said, but he didn't hear a word. Darman was seated in front of Roly Melloser, looking at the captain's thin pale face from across the black-topped expanse of his desk, but he wanted to leap up to his feet and punch the air and shout. He didn't know what. Instead, he sat there with his hands clasping the sides of the chair, trying to dam up the anxiety and anticipation that was ready to burst. I'm sincerely sorry for the delay, Melloser was saying. There are certain other ops on the horizon that the 501st may be put to use for. The timetable is still somewhat vague, which is why I took it upon myself to make the call regarding your proposed mission to Mandalore. There was a slight pause, an opening for response. All Darman could say was, yes, sir. His voice seemed to rattle inside his helmet. Melloser gave the tiniest nod. Tell me, do you have the specific location of where the alleged Jedi hiding on the planet can be found? No, sir. I've never even been to Mandalore, but I know they're there. And tell me, are they in the company of a former guard training sergeant named Kal Skirata? Darman's body stiffened. It wouldn't have taken much for Melloser to find out that Dar and Niner's training sergeant had been Skirata. He already knew that Adin and Kor were listed as deserters, and that Skirata himself had a reputation as a wild card even when he was working for the guard. Skirata is no friend of the Jedi. He'd almost said Calbor. He hates them actually. Really? Melloser leaned forward. Why is that? Well, Mandalorians and Jedi have bad blood, sir. Beyond that, he thinks all Force users are no good. He says they drag other beings into their wars and power struggles and never care about little people like us clones who have to suffer and die cause of them. He sounds a little like you, sir. It was true, and despite it all, Skirata was still sheltering 3 Jedi under his roof, including Z himself. It was still unreal to Darman, and he was half convinced that they were playing some crazy Force-powered mind tricks on Calbor. Whatever the reason, he knew he had to get into Mandalore and save his son from the Jedi, and anyone they compromised. Meluzer drummed thin fingers on the desktop. You believe Skirata can help you locate the Jedi? That's right. Darman, you should know that Kal Skirata is a wanted man, both by the Empire and by other Mandalorians. According to our garrison, there he's run afoul of some local faction called the Death Watch. Darman knew the name. Skirata and VAU alike had considered them slimy Huchuun who betrayed Yoster Mariel and nearly destroyed all of Mandalorian society. The fact that Skirata and VAU agreed on something meant it must have been true. I don't know much about Mandalore, sir, like I've said. I've never even been there. I understand that. Nonetheless, I'm sure you have some emotional attachment to your old sergeant, don't you? There was no use in trying to lie. He countered with the truth. I do, sir. But there are more important things on Mandalore than Skirata. My job is to get you those Jedi, and I will. Meluzer could have prodded him a dozen different ways. He could have asked how Darman knew about the hidden Jedi in the first place. He could have asked about Kor and Adin and the Nulls. Instead, he just stared with those cold, pale eyes, and Darman had no idea how to read him. Finally, Meluzer said, when you arrive in Mandalore's orbit, I assume you will try to contact Skirata's people. Again, there was no point in holding on to a lie. He nodded. Get the location of the Jedi immediately, before you do anything else, Meluzer said. Darman felt a bit of breath seep out of him. After that, contact the garrison and give them the coordinates. Whoever gets to the site first gets the Jedi. His throat was suddenly dry. Alive or dead, sir? Kill them, Meluzer said with finality. Some officers wanted to take Jedi prisoners, but not holy roly. He was on a mission of pious genocide. Darman had killed a Jedi before. He was pretty sure he could kill Z, assuming he got the drop on his old general. After what he'd put Attain through, the Jedi Master certainly deserved it, but despite what Darman had told Meluzer, killing the Jedi wasn't his top priority. Getting Kadak out was. He figured he could drop onto Kiramorad, wherever that was, grab his son, warn Skirata, and get his Shebs out of there before the garrison or Death Watch showed up. He was a commando, one of the best. He could do that. He had to. It was the only way to save his son. He couldn't rely on anyone else, not even his boor. I'll do exactly as you say, sir. And what do you want in return? Darman's breath caught. Meluzer knew a lot, but he couldn't know about Cad. He couldn't. There was no way. The captain shook his head. I'm sorry, Darman, but I can't call off the warrant on Skirata. I don't have the authority. And frankly, he's a dangerous man and a threat to the Empire. Darman could barely hide his relief. I know, sir. Still, I was hoping that, just this once, you might look the other way. I won't break the law to protect your old Sergeant Darman. However, if we do, in fact, bag all 3 Jedi, I might be able to justify his slipping away. Jedi are a bigger prize than Skirata, but I'll only do it once. Thank you so much, sir, he exhaled. Meluzer gave Darman an appraising look. I know this is going to be a very personal mission for you, Darman. That's why I'm insisting Niner and Reed go along. I know, sir. He tried to smile. Always want backup when hunting Jedi anyway. Quite. Meluzer clacked his fingers on more time. We're preparing a hyperspace-capable blast bolt that will get you to Mandalore. The 3 of you ship out at 0800 tomorrow morning. Understood. Darman shot to his feet and snapped a salute. Sir. Yes, sir. Meluzer waved toward the door. Dismissed. Darman felt like sprinting down the hall, but he restrained himself to fast, long, straight strides. He got to the locker room, hoping to find Niner there, but instead he found Reed. The young man was sitting on the bench in front of his open locker, sorting through a case of partially used power packs for his DC-17 blaster rifle. Darman's boots squeaked on the polished floor as he slid to a halt. Reed's head snapped up. Is there a problem? No, Darman exhaled. Not at all. I just talked to Captain Meluzer. No holy roly, no nicknames, no jokes, not with Reed. Do we have a mission? That's right. Darman stared at the open space on the bench next to Reed for a second before taking it. The other man shifted slightly to one side. Niner didn't like Reed. He'd never said as much, but Darman could tell. He thought Sparty clones were strange, aloof, a little closer to droids than men. But that was how mongrels threw of clones, and Darman had resolved not to treat Reed the way he'd been treated. He'd also resolved not to treat Reed like Bry and Enon, two good men who'd been brought into the squad to replace Kor and Adden. Dar and Niner had kept them at arm's length because they weren't Kor and Adden, and now both of them were dead, and there was no way to make up for that neglect. Darman wasn't going to make that mistake, not again, so he prodded Reed. Do you want to know where we're going? Of course. We're going to Mandalore, he said. We're going to bag ourselves some Jedi. Mandalore. Reed blinked. Strange place for Jedi to hide. That's probably why they went there. Who else is coming? Boss's squad. No. Just you and me and Niner. Captain Meluzar's fixed us up with a blast boat. We leave early tomorrow, so you'd better get good rack time tonight. Reed nodded. Do we know how many Jedi? 3. And do we know where they are? Not yet. We've got local contacts who will fill us in when we get to Mandalore. There's a new garrison there, right? And their allies? Yes. He didn't know why he was trying to be honest with Reed when he was about to stab him in the back. He'd probably be furious when he learned why Darman was really going to Mandalore, though it was hard to picture Reed as hopping mad. Your training sergeant was from Mandalore, wasn't he? Asked Reed. Darman nodded. He had a careful line to walk now. Do you know much about the planet? Reed asked. No, I've never been. But you've been curious. Darman blinked. Why would you think that? Well, I know that Niner and you had a close bond with your training sergeant, like Boss's squad had with theirs. Close might not have been the term for Walloon VAU's relationship with his boys, but Darman let that pass. We picked up some things from him, sure. The swears, mostly, but you knew that. Exactly. I thought it might be strange for you, finally seeing this place you've heard about for years. Reed tried to smile, but it came out a frown. I'm not much more than a year old, so it is hard for me to wrap my head around. Darman stared at that face, so like his own, but smoother and somehow simpler. Niner was wrong. Reed and the other Sparty clones weren't hollow. They were babies. After less than 12 standard months of life, they had blaster rifles shoved into their hands and were sent off to murder and die. What had happened to Darman and his brothers was awful and inhuman. What had happened to Reed was even worse. He put a hand on the man's shoulder and gave it a squeeze. Try not to think about it too much. I won't. This is just one mission. We're going in, bagging us some dirty Jedi, and getting out. Should be a piece of rice cake. Rice cake. Reed frowned. It's a cake. Kind of like chocolate. Really, really dark. Darman blew a sigh. It's something I'll treat you to when all this is done. I'll look forward to it. Look forward to what? A voice said behind them. Dar jumped to his feet. He couldn't help it. His nerves were still on edge, and he had a ton of pent-up energy. Niner stood in the locker room's doorway, a question on his lips but knowledge in his eyes. We're going to Mandalore. Darman held that gaze. All 3 of us. We ship out tomorrow morning. 0800. Well, Niner said evenly, we'd better get ready. Right? Reed. Of course, Sarge. The child nodded. Darman didn't look away from his brother. Niner thought they were going to betray the Empire, and you could tell from the look in his eyes that it would be hard for him. Even after all the abuse they'd taken, Niner was still full of duty and responsibility and loyalty. He was the good sergeant, even if most of his squad was gone. It hurt Darman to know that he was going to betray Niner, just like he was going to betray Reed, who never get to try that slice of rice cake. Worst of all, he was going to betray Calbor, and that knowledge was more painful than anything except Tane's death. He'd try and make it up to them later somehow, when all the Jedi were dead and his family was safe from their influence. He didn't know when that day would come, and he didn't know if his family would take him back after what he was about to do to them. But it didn't matter. Brothers, fathers, comrades in arms, none of them counted more than this son. Chapter 4. Chapter Text. The Empire is a strange beast. It was created by the ruthless machinations and incredible vision of one man. At the same time, it functions only through the participation of billions of beings. Some are wicked, some try to be good, and most are just trying to get through the day with their skins intact. In that sense, it's a lot like the Old Republic or any other government. If somehow Palpatine does get what he deserves one day, the government that replaces him is going to have the same combination. What matters is the proportion of ingredients in the mix. Vice Admiral Octavian Grant was reduced to a shrunken, blurred, and flickering hologram, but he still intimidated Gilad Pellaeon. Somehow the holo actually made it worse. In person, Grant was a pale, thin man half a head shorter than Pellaeon himself, with mannerisms some called foppish and others effeminate. The dislocation of light years stole any sense of physical superiority the captain might have felt and instead left him to face Grant's sharp tongue and quick mind unaided by any minor ego booster. "You're to be commended for your efforts, Captain," Grant said in that lilting aristocratic accent of his that made everything sound like mocking condescension. "Thank you very much, sir." Pellaeon dipped his head into a bow. His hands were clasped behind his ramrod straight back. He'd locked himself away in his personal office for this call, and had left explicit orders not to be disturbed. These Bavinir Avengers, as they call themselves, have been removed as a formidable threat in this sector, Grant continued. Nonetheless, one ship escaped, and that is disturbing. "Yes, sir. It's an old ship, sir. It came off the same production line as the old Katana fleet dreadnoughts. The slave circuits that allowed those ships to be remote-controlled had malfunctioned, turning the whole Katana force into a ghost fleet. Remaining ships from that line had been sold off cheaply to minor planets like Bavinyar." Grant said, "What disturbs me more is that this ship is commanded by Jervath Sign herself. You are familiar with the Sign family, aren't you?" "They were one of the ruling families of the Bavinir colonists, sir." "Where is the proper word?" "Yes. Her father fought hard to defend the planet, but we got him in the end. The daughter slipped through our grasp when we took the planet, though not for lack of trying. The young lady was raised to fight wars, Captain Pellaeon, and I have no doubt she'll fight this one until the end." "What kind of damage do you think she could do with one dreadnought and a few support ships, sir?" "She'll most likely limit herself to hit-and-run attacks. I can say from experience that Gregor Sign fought with the methods he had available, no matter how uncivil." Civility was a big word with Grant, along with duty and especially nobility. Grant was Tapani sector nobility himself, and he had a reputation of looking down on anyone without blue blood. Gregor Sign had been the closest to nobility the notoriously libertarian Baviniri had, a descendant of the original lead settler from a century back, and Pellaeon wondered if that was responsible for the tone of grudging respect in the Admiral's voice. "Do you think she'll go after civilian targets, Admiral?" "I think that's very possible, Captain. Unfortunately, that also makes her very difficult to defend against. We should be thankful she doesn't have any interdictors in her ragtag fleet." "We could increase defense on our supply convoys." "We could, but that would require taking ships away from our command post at Farsteen." Grant talked like he was instructing a small child. "I know, sir," Pellaeon swallowed. "Nonetheless, it may be the difference between saving or losing a convoy. My current plan, Captain, is to have select combat vessels deployed at key points between hyperspace lanes. They will be able to jump and help if and when they receive distress signals from convoys under attack. Instead of wasting ships on every supply line, we'll be able to respond to danger when it arises." His tone brooked no argument, and in truth Pellaeon had none to give. They wouldn't be able to react to attacks right away, but it was a good way to conserve resources and manpower and still react to the threat Sign presented. "Is there a position you want Valediction to hold, Admiral? Or would you prefer we fall back to Farsteen?" "The plan is still being finalized. However, expect a transmission within 6 hours on my personal encryption frequency. You'll have your instructions. Very good, Admiral. Quite. Hold your position until then. Sector Command out. His hologram abruptly flickered off. Pellaeon stood in front of the console, half afraid the holo was going to jump to life again, but it didn't. Grant was done with him, as best he could tell, and that meant he could relax his spine and breath again. It took a little effort, but he did just that. He decided he needed to talk to Lieutenant Bernadette. They met in Pellaeon's personal quarters. Like the captain's office, the captain's living space aboard these new Victory-class ships had almost twice as much floor space as their equivalents on an acclimator class like his first command. Pellaeon didn't generally care for the amenities of rank and title, and had refused a personal chef here just as he had on Leveler. He tried to eat meals in the mess hall with the other soldiers as often as possible, but times like this made him glad to have a fully functioning private kitchen. Bernadette was actually a better cook than Pellaeon was, and that evening the lieutenant prepared an excellent Corellian beef stew. Back at the Judicial Academy, Bernadette gained some renown in the barracks for his culinary talents. His ability to provide escape from daily bland cafeteria food had made him popular. Buddy and Pellaeon had bonded more through their shared homeworld. Having a fellow cadet who could cook was one thing. It was another to have one who could cook a meatloaf just like the one his parents had made on Corellia. Pellaeon was glad to have good food to take his mind off things, and even gladder to split the bottle of red Raltierian wine he picked up right before transferring to Valediction to take command. Once the beef stew was digesting slowly in his stomach, and the wine bottle 2/3 empty, Pellaeon told his first officer, "We should be getting new orders from Admiral Grant in an hour or two." "I was wondering when you were going to bring that up," Bernadette said. The man had surely been wondering about it the entire dinner, but he'd known his captain long enough to tell when not to intrude. Pellaeon took a gulp of wine and emptied his glass. Instead of pouring more, he placed the glass on the tabletop and folded his hands over his full stomach. "It's about Sign, of course. She's almost certainly going to move to hit-and-run tactics. She knows she can't free her homeworld with just one ship, and she won't surrender either. So she'll pound vulnerable targets and harass us for as long as she can. It doesn't seem like much of an end game." "No, it isn't. But it's all she can do? You don't think she can be induced to surrender? She won't give in to the people who killed her father. I don't think she'd hesitate to start targeting civilian supply vessels." Bernadette frowned. Those kind of attacks can be very difficult to counter. What does the Admiral have planned? He thinks it will strain our resources too much to babysit every convoy moving through the sector, and he's probably right. He's going to assign us locations to wait that are close to multiple transit corridors. When Sign attacks, we'll be able to respond quickly. But not as quickly as if we were guarding the convoys personally. As I said, it's all we can do. Of course. Bernadette took another drink. I was really hoping the last battle would be the end of it. We all were. Pellaeon sighed. Of course, even if we had taken out Sign, they might have just shuffled us someplace else. It's amazing how many Seps haven't been told the war's over. Oh, they've been told. It's just mad them fight harder. The Separatist leaders, who use droids for their fighting, they all surrendered quickly. It's the little people like Sign, the petty planetary rebels, that latched onto the Confederacy. They're the problem. They're not like the Trade Federation or the Techno Union. They're much worse. They actually believe in something. Pellaeon frowned. Maybe. But so do we. Thank the heavens for that. Bernadette raised his glass in a little toast. I just wish that something let me get back to 000. I just got a message from Eileen. How is she? Pellaeon asked. Bernadette was a family man, the kind they put on posters, along with his pretty, respectable wife and cute child. He tried not to envy his friend for it. She's doing well. She says things are pretty calm in Galactic, Imperial City. And your son? Soul's still crawling around. A wistful smile settled on Bernadette's face. She sends me holos, but it's not the same as being there. I can't imagine. Bernadette gave a long sigh. I wouldn't admit this to anyone else, Gil, but sometimes I think about resigning. Just quitting and going back home. They might not let you. Truth be told, he felt near certain that Vice Admiral Grant wouldn't allow it. The man was ambitious. Once the Bavinire situation finally settled, he'd probably find more holdouts somewhere to beat into submission. I know. Vernita took a gulp of wine. But maybe it's for the best. If I quit, who'd take care of you, Captain? I can't take care of myself, Lieutenant, thank you very much. I'll have to take your words for it. Vernita reached forward and grabbed the wine bottle by its neck. Want any more? We'll split it. Pellaeon held up his glass, and Vernita smoothly poured out even half cups. Settling back in his chair, the lieutenant said, I am grateful for one thing. I'm glad we haven't had to deal with any of those Jedi. Pellaeon took a sip of wine and didn't say a thing, but Vernita could read his expression. You can't be honest with me, Gil. I know you have a little, let's say, soft spot. It's not that. Pellaeon shook his head. The Jedi Order tried to overthrow the legitimate government. It needs to be disbanded and its leaders need to be punished. I won't argue that. It's just... It's harder for you, Vernita said. You've actually fought with them. I've heard other officers who serve with Jedi have been conflicted. I know my duty. I won't hesitate to do it. It's just that the Jedi I fought with had nothing to do with Yoda. They were a splinter group and didn't even like that little green dwarf. I'm certain they had no part in the coup attempt. They shouldn't have to be punished for it. He didn't tell Vernita that he thought Helena might still be with them. That was a secret he didn't dare speak aloud, even to his best friend. Well, like I said, we've been lucky. We haven't run into any Jedi, and hopefully we never will. He took another sip of wine. I spent the whole war hearing stories, from you and other people, about what amazing warriors the Jedi are, how they can clear an entire ship of Seps without even breaking a sweat. When I heard they turned traitor, do you know what my first thought was? What? I thought, oh Kark, I don't want to have to fight those guys. Vernita laughed. There was more wine than warmth in it. So I'll count my blessings. Pellaeon had another mouthful. All that was left in his glass was a rosy sheen curving at the bottom. He pondered getting a bottle of something else from his small but well-stocked liquor cabinet. With all that food settling in his stomach, the wine wasn't having quite the effect he'd hoped for. His personal comlink buzzed in his pocket. He put the glass down, fumbled for the link, and brought it to his mouth. This is the captain. Report. Captain Pellaeon, we have an encrypted message from Admiral Grant. Should I patch it through to your quarters? Negative. I'll be on the bridge in 5 minutes. Pellaeon pushed out of his chair and tugged his uniform tied over his swollen stomach. Thanks for the meal, Miner. I hope you don't mind cleaning up. Not at all. Do what you have to, Captain. Pellaeon nodded and looked down at the wine glass. He scooped it up and downed a disappointing half-mouthful. Then he hurried out of his room and up to the bridge, thankful for that one little piece of calm. The nebula had no name aside from some alphanumeric garble Republic astronomers had given it centuries ago. It lay close to no major transit routes. It had no asteroids with valuable minerals, and its gases had no interesting magnetic properties aside from a tendency to play havoc with ships' electronic and thermal sensors. It was, in short, a good place to hide one dreadnought and a motley assortment of frigates, pickets, and gunships that were all that remained of the Bavinire defense fleet. Also to his credit, its swirl of silver, white, and blue stardust made for quite a view. A'Sharad Hett didn't like hiding, pretty view or not, and he knew Jared's sign didn't either. As they stood in the tactical room aft of Iconoclast's main bridge and studied the holographic star chart, she had her arms crossed over her chest and her hands clawing into her biceps through the brown fabric of her shirt. Her black hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail, but a few thin strands fell across the pale curves of her face. Hett was captivated by those tiny lines, dark against light. They were fighting for their lives against the Empire, and the situation was more dire than ever before, but he was staggered again and again by the little things, the way her hair fell, the way her full lips pressed flat in concentration, the way dwarf. I'm certain they had no part in the coup attempt. They shouldn't have to be punished for it. He didn't tell Bernadette that he thought Helena might still be with them. That was a secret he didn't dare speak aloud, even to his best friend. Well, like I said, we've been lucky. We haven't run into any Jedi, and hopefully we never will. He took another sip of wine. I spent the whole war hearing stories, from you and other people, about what amazing warriors the Jedi are, how they can clear an entire ship of seps without even breaking a sweat. When I heard they turned traitor, do you know what my first thought was? What? I thought, oh Kark, I don't want to have to fight those guys. Bernadette laughed. There was more wine than warmth in it. So I'll count my blessings. Pellaeon had another mouthful. All that was left in his glass was a rosy sheen curving at the bottom. He pondered getting a bottle of something else from his small but well-stocked liquor cabinet. With all that food settling in his stomach, the wine wasn't having quite the effect he'd hoped for. His personal comlink buzzed in his pocket. He put the glass down, fumbled for the link, and brought it to his mouth. This is the captain. Report. Captain Pellaeon, we have an encrypted message from Admiral Grant. Should I patch it through to your quarters? Negative. I'll be on the bridge in 5 minutes. Pellaeon pushed out of his chair and tugged his uniform tied over his swollen stomach. Thanks for the meal, Miner. I hope you don't mind cleaning up. Not at all. Do what you have to, Captain. Pellaeon nodded and looked down at the wine glass. He scooped it up and downed a disappointing half-mouthful. Then he hurried out of his room and up to the bridge, thankful for that one little piece of calm. The nebula had no name aside from some alphanumeric garble Republic astronomers had given it centuries ago. It lay close to no major transit routes. It had no asteroids with valuable minerals, and its gases had no interesting magnetic properties aside from a tendency to play havoc with ships' electronic and thermal sensors. It was, in short, a good place to hide one dreadnought and a motley assortment of frigates, pickets, and gunships that were all that remained of the Bavanire defense fleet. Also to his credit, its swirl of silver, white, and blue stardust made for quite a view. A'Sharad Hett didn't like hiding, pretty view or not, and he knew Jared's sign didn't either. As they stood in the tactical room aft of Iconoclast's main bridge and studied the holographic star chart, she had her arms crossed over her chest and her hands clawing into her biceps through the brown fabric of her shirt. Her black hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail, but a few thin strands fell across the pale curves of her face. Hett was captivated by those tiny lines, dark against light. They were fighting for their lives against the Empire, and the situation was more dire than ever before, but he was staggered again and again by the little things, the way her hair fell, the way her full lips pressed flat in concentration, the way she tilted her head slightly, and thought. He was a man nearing middle age, maybe the last Jedi in the galaxy, but sometimes he felt as overwhelmed as a teenage boy. As he watched science study the tactical readout, he wondered, as he did increasingly lately, whether Master Yoda and the Jedi Council hadn't made a fatal error in forbidding the Jedi to take lovers. The desire for companionship, for warm touches, and a warm bed and eventually for progeny were pre-programmed into most beings, and no amount of Jedi training could overcome that entirely. They said attachment was the gateway to the dark side, but Hett had never believed that. His own father was proof against it. He knew sign brought out feelings in him that could be considered strong and even dangerous. Certainly they disrupted the Jedi calm he'd been taught to foster, but without those feelings he doubted he'd have the strength to go on fighting a war he knew could not be won. He wondered sometimes if his father hadn't felt the same for his mother on Tatooine. Madam Sign, Avid Madras cleared his throat. Your thoughts? The captain jarred Sign and Hett both from their reveries. Hett looked around the table. Madras stood between him and Sign. On Sign's other flank was her aide, Sajid Neveline, a young woman with blue eyes and curly blonde hair. To Hett she looked perpetually out of place on a military vessel, but Sign trusted her implicitly. Finally, there was Sign's tactical advisor, Adrana Voltan, a tall grain man with a good 20 years on Hett. Voltan had been a chief advisor to Sign's father Gregor, and had passed his allegiance onto the daughter after the parent was killed during Admiral Grant's last attack on Bavanire. Sign's eyes passed around the room. They didn't linger on Hett, and like a stupid schoolboy he felt hurt. She said, "They'll be on their guard. They'll probably be expecting us to launch hit-and-run attacks on supply convoys coming in and out of Farstein, Yanter, and nearby systems. Naturally, we'll do the unexpected." "And what unexpected thing may that be, madam?" A Voltan asked. Sign reached out and tapped a brown dot in the center of the map. "We'll launch an attack at Farstein." Sajin paled but didn't say anything. Madrisk was more forthright. "Madam, with all due respect, that's madness." Sign gave him a dryly amused look. "Do go on, Avid." He counted off on his fingers. 1. They'll have most of the ships in this sector based on Farstein. 2. It's at a central nav point, so they'll be able to bring him back up fast. 3. They've got at least one interdictor cruiser at Farstein, which means they'll be able to trap every ship we bring and smash us to pieces. Sign raised an eyebrow. "Anything else?" "I think that about covers it, madam." "Well, at least you understand why Grant won't expect us to hit there." Madrisk looked to a Voltan. "Sir, tell her this is crazy. Please." A Voltan considered the tactical holo. "I presume the madam had a method to her madness. Will we feign to draw off forces to another locale?" Hett suggested. They all gave him looks except for Sign. He knew none of them were comfortable with Sign's inviting him into their inner circle, and for what it was worth, he wasn't comfortable being there either. But if he was going to be there, he might as well make suggestions. "Grant's no fool," Sign said. "He'd pull off a few ships from Farstein if we attack a nearby system, say, Yanter, but he'd keep most of the defense fleet there, including his interdictor. Then no feint." "We'll feint at Yanter," she said. "Send a few gunships and to rile them up. If we get lucky, we'll draw off a few capital ships." "Then what about Farstein?" Hett frowned. They didn't have enough ships to effectively split their forces. "Grant only has one interdictor in this sector, and we'll need to take it out. We'll confirm it's at Farstein, feint at Yanter to drive off a few ships, then jump on top of it and destroy it. It will make Grant's job of catching us much, much harder." "There'll be a protecting that ship hard," a Voltan said. "How do you plan on knocking it out?" "It may require a sacrifice," Sign said seriously. "Madam, we don't have any ships we can give up. If we can take out that interdictor, it will be worth it. That alone would cripple their operations in this sector." "You have a plan, then?" Madrisk asked. "Always, Captain," Sign said without smiling. "And would the madam explain it to us?" A Voltan sounded tense. Sajin shifted a little and looked downward, clearly avoiding others' eyes. Hett wasn't the only one who noticed. Old Voltan frowned at her, then looked back at Sign. "What's been going on?" "Sajin has been helping me conduct certain secure communications," Sign said smoothly. "What kind of communications?" Hett asked. He knew Sign had been hiding some things from him. She was always been hiding things from everyone, but until now he'd never suspected anything significant in the private talks she'd been having with her aide. "You know as well as anyone that war makes strange bedfellows, A'Sharad." She said it without a hint of innuendo, but Hett blushed anyway, like a stupid boy again. Facing a Voltan's stern gaze, she said, "We're not going to be going this alone, and dream. Grant knows our fleet. He knows our capabilities. And that means we have to surprise him?" The old man still scowled, but he nodded in acceptance. Madrisk did too. They followed Sign's father, and now they followed her, no matter where she led them. As for Hett, he followed too, for reasons all his own. The conquest of the Rendelian sector had been a difficult campaign. It was often claimed that the Nemoidians who ran the Trade Federation were inherently venal and cowardly, even compared to other non-humans. In his experience, Vice Admiral Octavian Grant had largely found that to be the case, though Merritt Veru, commander of the Federation fleet based at Farstein, had been a surprising exception. Not only had he fought a stalwart defense of the planet even after Newt Gunray and the other CS leaders had been killed, he'd refused to surrender after the planet was taken and led Grant and his men on a wild bantha chase through the Five Veils Nebula, costing far too much time and ships until he was finally captured. In the process, he'd drawn precious resources away from the subjugation of Bavanire and his so-called Avengers. Veru had been shipped back to Coruscant to face the justice of the New Order. For what it was worth, Grant hoped his execution was quick. He didn't deign to respect other commanders easily, especially non-humans who fought wars with mechanized drones instead of real soldiers, but Veru had earned a grudging respect. It was partially because of that respect that Grant hadn't completely dismantled the primary orbital defense station that hung over Farsteen. It had been Veru's primary droid control platform and the Federation's command center during Grant's initial attacks on the planet. The space station was formed of 3 broad loops arranged in a triangular pattern and bridged via connecting pylons. The edges of each loop brimmed with turbolasers and projectile launchers, and the tall conning tower that arose from the largest loop recalled that of the Lucra Hull-class Trade Federation droid control ships that had inspired the station's design. Grant could have ordered the station taken apart for scrap, or salvaged for parts to repair his own sector fleet after a grueling campaign, but he hadn't. He'd moved his own command post there instead. He liked to walk down the clean hallways of the station, and he'd enjoyed watching technicians clear out the racks of droid starfighters from the hangars and refit them for the ARC-170s and V-Wings. He'd also had them install the hand-carved wooden desk passed down his family through generations. Moving into his old enemy's house, sitting in his room and redoing the furniture, made his conquest feel more complete, more satisfying. As always, however, there was work to be done, and Grant was professional enough not to bask in satisfaction for too long. A new arrival was scheduled to show up at Farsteen that day. He didn't know what it was going to be, other than that it was some kind of top-secret project that had been in development since before the declaration of the New Order. He found himself uncharacteristically anxious. He paced the station's operations deck all morning, just in case it showed up early. When it did, it still took him by surprise. Its arrival was not in itself thunderous. One of the tactical officers, an ugly dog-faced Bothan, called out, "Admiral, we have an unidentified object at the edge of the system." "That will be our promised contact." Grant stalked over to the tactical consoles and turned on the main holo. An Imagine flicked to life in front of him, showing Farsteen's northern ecliptic and the 24 ships and station in its orbit. At the far edge of the holo, marking the outer limits of the Farsteen system, was a large yellow sphere labeled simply as unidentified. The tactical holo was not to perfect scale, but the markers were designed to give an indication of relative size. The yellow marker was bigger than anything, even the green loop marking the primary defense station. Grant drew his brows together and asked the Bothan, "Do we have dimensions on the object, Ensign?" "They're coming in now, Admiral. It looks like, goodness." "Give me more than that," Grant scowled. "It's the size of a small asteroid, sir. About 19 kilos long, 8 wide." Another tactical ensign, human, reported, "She's approaching Farsteen fast, sir. Should be in outer orbit in just a few minutes." More and more curious, Grant frowned. If Palpatine was playing some stupid joke, he should have thought again. Grant called, "Gunnery stations, go to yellow alert. Warm up your batteries." "Sir," the human ensign said, "we're getting better readings now. According to the sensors, it is an asteroid." "Asteroids don't drop out of hyperspace, Ensign." "I'm getting traces of ion thrust from the tail of the asteroid," the Bothan said. "It's a ship of some kind, sir." "Guns." Grant barked, "Status." "Turbos warming up, sir," the gunnery lieutenant called. "Concussion missiles are primed and ready." "Good. Communications, prepare an open broadcast, all frequencies." "Ready now, sir." He stalked over to the comm console. The lieutenant backed away and let Grant speak directly into the audio grill. "This is Admiral Octavian Grant of the Imperial Navy," he said sternly. "Approaching vessel, state your purpose or we will open fire." He waited 1 second, 2, 3. He was about to open his mouth when a deep voice replied, "Ah, Octavian, good to see you again." The voice was marred by static, but there was something familiar in his brusque, harsh tone. Grant said, "Identify yourself or we will open fire." The Emperor won't look too fondly on that, the voice said. We're bringing his most special new creation for a most special mission. For the last time, identify yourself. Stop trying to sound imperious and listen, Octavian, the voice said. The static seemed to clear away. He knew it now. Commodore Demetrius Zarin, he pronounced every syllable with bitter precision. Just what have you brought to my doorstep? We call it the Eye of Palpatine. We're going to end the war with it, so cool your guns, Octavian, and prepare a shuttle. We have a lot to talk about. Having a lover was still very strange for A'Sharad Hett. One look from Sign could leave him despondent. One touch could make his spirit swell and banish all the loss he'd seen. When he lay with her in the dark, he'd hold her as tight as he could without crushing her, like she was some talisman against the Empire and the evil constantly hunting them. Since joining the Jedi Order, he'd done his best to hew to Master Yoda's rules about attachment, but for so many years he'd been curious. He'd wanted to know what his father had known and feel what his father had felt. Now that he was with Sign, he'd come to understand the poverty of imagination, especially the monastic one of a Jedi, compared to the wealth of emotions, good and bad, a man felt when he was attached. Right now, though, he was simply angry. I don't understand why you didn't tell me, he said as he paced back and forth in the narrow confines of Sign's cabin. I thought I had your confidence. You still do, A'Sharad, Sign said. She sat on the bed, watching him pace. Her posture was uninviting, stiff, defensive. Then why didn't you tell me about these new friends you've made? They're not friends, Sign said. They're allies. I don't know how useful they're going to be, but now is as good a time as any to find out. They can be useful picking at convoys, but for an attack on Grant's base. He wanted to tell Sign it was too reckless, but he knew she'd shake it off. She'd say they had to be reckless, because it was the only way to keep alive when surrounded by enemies, and she'd be right. I didn't tell you for the same reason I didn't tell Andrayan or Avid. This needed to stay as secret as possible. This could all be a ploy by the Empire. You should have sent me to meet with them. I could have used the Force, found out if they were trustworthy. Our new friends are on the run just like us. They're alone and fighting to survive. I'm trusting them and they're trusting us, because when the whole galaxy is against you, A'Sharad, trust is all any of us have. Her voice cracked with emotion, the kind she rarely showed, even to Hett. She spoke of the same trust that had put Hett and Sign together suddenly after fighting for a year on opposite sides. He stopped pacing and faced her, hands balled into fists. He couldn't quite look her in the eye. You know I'm only trying to protect you. Are you? She asked, voice still soft. Of course. You know how I feel about you. It was still so strange, so hard to put into words. A'Sharad, I don't doubt that. She smiled sadly. But you're not just fighting for me. We both know that. We're fighting to survive. If we just wanted to survive, we'd take this ship and fly off to the edge of space, where no one could ever find us. You're fighting to free your world from the Empire. I'm fighting to help you. She shook her head. We're not going to free Bavanire, even with our new allies. He stared in shock. All the time he spent with Sign and her people, they're always talked about when they retook their homeworld, when they drive the Empire out, when they get retribution for their dead. Sometimes they dare say if. It was a stubbornness he'd found admirable in the face of their loss, one that had comforted him when his own despair threatened to overwhelm. He crouched onto his knees in front of Sign, reached out, and placed one of his hands on hers. She said, we all know it, A'Sharad. Deep down. You've known it since the day you joined our shabby little fleet. And you've humored us all this time. You've let us keep hope. It's been very kind of you. He squeezed her hand. For months he'd thought they were the ones giving him strength. His world suddenly felt hollow, robbed of the illusions that had given it some semblance of purpose. Then why? He asked. What makes you keep going? You know that too, even if you won't say it. She lifted her head, met his eyes. Revenge, A'Sharad. Revenge for that they've done to us. Revenge for my father. He shirked from the word. He'd spent many years trying to banish the desire to avenge his parents' death. The loss of a father, recent for her but distant for him, was a shared pain that had drawn them together, though they never spoke of it aloud. Gregorsine and A'Sharad Hett were always a silent presence, around them and between them, especially when they were alone. "Revenge is not the Jedi way," he said. She reached out with her other hand and cupped his cheek in her small palm. "Neither is passion, A'Sharad, and you have so much of that. Neither is, what do your kind call it, attachment." Some part of him, buried but still alive, flinched at her touch. He drew back slightly, so her fingertips lightly brushed his face and tickled his black tattoo markings, but didn't let go of her other hand. "What is it?" She frowned. "I'm sorry. For a moment I remembered what I used to believe." She didn't ask him if he considered himself a Jedi. Maybe it didn't matter to her, or maybe she knew an answer he did not. That was a long time ago. It was still less than a year, but it felt like the dream of another life. "Is that all you want?" he asked. "Just revenge?" "It's what they've left us, A'Sharad." He leaned forward again and let her hand cup his face. "And this?" "This." She stroked his tattoos with her thumb. "This is what we make ourselves." He gathered his thoughts and formed a question. "If all you want is to hurt the Empire, why not just ram this ship into Grant's base tomorrow and be done with it? Another day of life is another chance to hurt the Empire. And there will always be more Empire to hurt." Her sad smile twisted into something cruel. "It's the only good thing about it. Living for revenge is a sad way to exist." "I know, but it's what we have, A'Sharad. It's what all of us have." She leaned forward, and so did he. She planted one kiss on his forehead, then leaned back on the bed. "Stay with me, A'Sharad, until the end." She didn't have to ask. He didn't have to answer. Chapter 5. Hope is a funny thing, Katika. Everyone needs it to survive. It can lift you up when you're staring down the abyss of despair, and it can keep you going when you feel like the whole universe is chasing you down and you're all out of breath. Sometimes, though, hope can blind you. It's a beautiful thing, but you should never, ever trust it. It seemed unspeakably bizarre, yet wholly appropriate, that a medical operation that could change the galaxy was being performed in a manure shed. They'd made sure to clean everything out of it, of course. Uthan and Gillimer had given themselves a good night's sleep before beginning the operation, while the clones had pitched in to clear out the shed and install the equipment and portable power generator the scientists had requested. When the sun came up, Uthan and Gillimer emerged from their rooms, ate a hearty breakfast Joka and Lasima had prepared, and went out to the shed to meet Maze. The clone, still dressed in his plain brown tunic, gave them only the slightest nod before they led him into the shed and locked the door behind them. Kal Skirata spent the rest of the day sitting on a log outside the shed, watching and waiting. Everyone else wandered on and off the scene throughout the morning, so that there was always a circle of people quietly holding vigil in the tall grass field. No one tried to start conversation or break the tense mood, not even Muriel or Jang. A little before noon, Gillimer stepped out and declared that the operation was complete. Maze was still out cold from the sedative and Uthan would stay with him to observe. They hoped that, by the next morning, they'd be able to tell whether they sufficiently slowed the degradation of his telomeres. The first part of the watch was done. The harder part remained. Still, the good news was enough for most of the crowd to retreat back to the Carrier and have something to eat. Gillimer went with him, and Muriel swung an arm over his shoulder and said, "You deserve a big mug of Netragal, Nervad. My treat." "Thanks, but not yet." Gillimer waved a hand. "I need to keep my wits about me, just in case." "Fine, we'll save it for later then." On his other side, Kor said, "Once this is over, we're going to get you to Cutler drunk, Mijika." Gillimer chuckled, vowed, "That sounds like a fantastic idea." Skirata smirked as he watched them go. He remained seated on the same log. He didn't feel like going after them. Even if the first part was done, it was still going to be many tense hours before they found out if the operation worked. He didn't begrudge Gillimer the chance to catch his breath, or his boys the chance to celebrate. They were in a strange limbo where their deepest hopes were about to either be crushed or fulfilled, and they deserved to enjoy that hope while they had it. Skirata, though, stayed where he was. He wasn't keeping vigil for Maze, not really. He was doing it for his boys. He'd never been able to make sense of Z's adjutant. He hadn't had the good fortune to be trained by Mandalorian sergeants, so Skirata tried not to hold his aversion to Mando culture against him. He'd just never been able to understand how the man had spent years being a good little soldier for Z, studying Republic politics and military theory, without ever realizing what a gigantic load of Osik it all was. Even if Palps hadn't turned out to be a crazy Sith monster, it would have still been Osik and Maze still a fool for believing in politics and theories and anything besides his own brothers. But fool or no, Maze had put himself on the line for Skirata's sons. He didn't understand why Buddy didn't have to. He cared about action, not intention, and Maze's actions were going to save his sons. He was so lost in his thoughts that he didn't notice Fi and Aden until they sat down, one on his left, the other on his right. "You boys should go celebrate," he told them. "Not sure if we've won yet, Boer," Fi said. Once Omega Squad's resident Mershebs, he'd gone gloomy after a near-fatal injury, had landed him on Mandalore, free of the guard but physically debilitated. Getting Parja Brawler had picked up his spirit a lot, but now that she was off-planet with her Aunt Raph, Fi had gone sour again. "Even if it doesn't, they should be able to learn something," Aden said, soft like always. Of all the clones, he'd always been the most thoughtful and least boisterous, and Skirata had been both pleased and amused when he'd been the first to pick up a steady girl. "It has to work," Fi said. "We need this. If it doesn't work, we'll find something else. Yuthan and Midge are smart. If anyone can do it, it's them. I'd rather we had Kosai, but at least this time we know to keep him away from any rope." Skirata fought a scowl. It had been his stupid idea to let Mariel and Jan interrogate the captured Kaminon geneticist alone. He'd let them drive her to suicide despite being their best chance at reducing the clone's fast aging. It was yet another thing he'd never forgive himself for. "It's all right, Boer," Aden said. "They'll do it. It'll work out." Skirata raised an eyebrow. "Lasima turning you into an optimist, Attica." He said nothing and only smiled a little. "We need this," Fi repeated, "not just for us." "You have a galaxy full of Vode who deserve better than they got," Skirata said. "I'm not sure how we'll mass-produce the procedure. We can't afford to have hundreds of clones coming to Kiramori for a special op. It'll draw too much attention. I'm hoping Midge and Yuthan can just do a detailed write-up of the DNA modification so clones can have it done anywhere. It'll be easier to disseminate." "I don't care about those clones," Fi said brusquely. "I just want Niner and Dar back." That was it, of course. Skirata kicked himself for being too big picture. The damn Jedi must have been rubbing off on him. "Darman needs to be with his son," said Aden. "We'll get the Omegas back together again, I promise. Jan got a call from Niner. Says he and Dar are on their way here." Both their eyes went wide. Fi asked, "When did this happen?" "Right before Maze went under. Haven't spread the word yet. I figure people have enough on their minds." Shab, Aden grinned. "They're really coming home. Both of them." So they said. Niner says Dar convinced their boss to send them on a mission to Mandalore, them and one more clone. I figure it won't be hard to straighten him out once he gets here. Not that we'll give him a choice." Shab, Aden repeated. "Looks like security's gone lax since this time. Or something. Never look a give bantha in the mouth, Adika." "When's their ETA?" Fi asked. "It's a long ride out from 000. Over a day. But they'll get here, and we'll have a special present waiting for them." "I hope so, Boer." "Hope's got nothing to do with it." He threw old martial harshness into his voice. "We're getting the squad back together, and you're all gonna live long, happy lives and make lots of tough Mando babies. Then you're gonna to keep living till you've got great-grandkids, understood?" "Yes, sir," they snapped in unison, then started laughing. He patted Fi on the knee. Good. Now go get some lunch before Murd scarfs it all down. All right, Booer. The man rose, more slowly and awkwardly than adding. Do you want us to bring you something? If Murd leaves any scraps, we'll see what we can do. Skirata kept his place into the afternoon. Their meal over, the clones started to come back and wait with him. As promised, Fi brought back half of a spiced nut breast, no longer warm but still delicious. In the late afternoon, when the sun was starting to turn shades of gold, the nose went out to the hangar to pull back the camo netting. Skirata knew what that meant and tried to keep himself from getting the Cutla nervous. Right on cue, the battered disc of Noreen Valen's cornucopia fell out of the sky and settled easily into the hangar next to Ahin and the aggressor fighter. He didn't get up to greet her, though he could tell most everyone else in the circle was eyeing him and silently urging him on. It wasn't that he didn't want to see her, he just didn't want to make a fool of himself like an idiot teenager. So he waited for her to come to him. Nye sauntered out of the hangar to the shed and his circle and waiting clones. Art Yu was behind her, but instead of walking over to her Booer, she joined Aden and Kamrik and headed for the Karai. Jane walked beside Nye, apparently explaining what was happening, but her eyes were locked on Skirata. Gillimer and Scout had been sitting next to Skirata, but they smoothly and quietly relocated, leaving an open space on the log. Nye walked up to it and said, very casually with a hint of playfulness, "You look beat, Shorty." "I've been here all day," he said. "Haven't done a thing to wear myself out." "You've been waiting this whole time?" "It's what I've always wanted." She smiled, just a little, and sat down beside him. The others were all pretending to have their own conversations, but neither he nor Nye were fooled. The worst part of it was, he did like her, and it had sneaked up on him without him really noticing. She wasn't a Mando, but she had the independence and resourcefulness of one. Like him, she'd already had more love and loss and general stress than any being deserved in a lifetime, but she didn't dwell on it and didn't let it slow her down. She was durable, which may not have sounded like the greatest compliment for a woman, but Skirata was old and didn't kid himself about it. Aden and Ordo were welcome to their pretty young wives, but if any sort of woman was right for him, now was it. He spent his life dealing with things he could touch, things that he could physically hurt and that could hurt him back, so he still had a hard time placing these feelings she gave him. Now had been making him feel adolescent and gooey inside, and he didn't know how to deal with that. He certainly couldn't put it into words for her. Mandos weren't generally renowned for their lyrical verve, aside from colorful cursing, and he was no exception. But Nye understood that without having to hear him say it, and that might have been the best thing about her. So, he asked, finally, "How's Arla?" "I think she'll be okay. She's with other Concordian exiles now. Some of them even knew her from way back, though I don't think she remembers. They'll take good care of her." Skirata wondered if Arla's memories would start coming back in time. If some did, he hoped they were good ones from Conquer Dawn, because she'd had very few after that. He didn't know how Bardica's memory wipe force magic really worked, and Jusik himself seemed a little unsure too. Given that he'd be doing something similar to Z, Maze, and Kina Ha soon, he hoped Jusik figured it all out, though at the moment he was just glad to have Arla out of his hair. It wasn't that he didn't want to do good by Django's sister, but his boys were more important. They were more important than anything, even the woman next to him. It was brave of Maze to volunteer, and I sounded surprised, the same as everyone. "Why do you think he did it?" "I have no idea," he said honestly. He didn't care either. And if it works on him, it will work on everyone, including the Knolls. That's what Euthan says. And you trust her. He did, and he was surprised to realize it. She'd been his prisoner at first, but her homeworld's destruction and her romance with Gillimer had officially and unquestionably made her part of Kiramor's clan of misfits. Trust had never been easy to him before, given or received, but since Order 66 he'd acquired a strange knack for it. "I'm getting soft," he said at last. She rapped a knuckle against his gold armor. "Not so soft, Shorty, but that's okay. I like a man who can take some knocks." He turned his head just a little, so she wouldn't see his smile. He might have to keep watch through the night, but if Nye stayed with him for a while, it wouldn't be so bad. Maze wasn't sure when he woke up exactly. Sometimes he thought he saw shafts of daylight slanting between the gaps in the shed's wooden boards. Other times he thought he saw people around him, Uthan, Jillimer, Skirata, Z. Once he thought Attain Termukin was leaning over him and he knew for sure he was dreaming. She'd been trying to say something but he couldn't make out what. Even in dreams his senses were addled with Jillimer's sedative. Yet when he saw Barton Jusik standing on one side and Arligan Z on the other, their faces sharply underlit by the glow from a primitive oil lamp, he instinctively knew he was awake. You finally came out of it, Jusik smiled a little. Lamplight and shadows made his face look twisted. I knew I only had to give you a little nudge. He'd used the Force to wake him up, then? Maze wasn't sure how he felt about that. His eyes shifted to Z. The light made sharp cheekbones stand out more against a face gone narrow from weight loss, and it deepened his wrinkles and the grizzle of his beard. Beyond Z there was nothing, not even the hint of daylight through the shed's wooden boards. He opened his mouth to speak, his throat cracked. Z wordlessly took a small tube of water and placed it in his mouth. Maze sucked on it like a child, and when he opened his mouth again Z took it away. I was out all day, he asked. Mijika overdid the sedative a little, Jusik said. But you've come out okay. With effort, he propped himself up on his elbows. His body was covered in sheets. He flexed his toes, shoulders, calves, abdomen. He felt everything move. The operation. He looked at Z. Was it a success? The man seemed to take forever to respond. Maze waited breathlessly until he nodded. Then he felt his strength leave him. He tumbled back onto the cot and stared up at the shed's dark ceiling. A smile, strange and unfamiliar, came to his face. They did it, he asked. He had to be sure. He might have been dreaming still. The tests check out. Jusik squeezed his shoulder warmly. You've got a long and healthy life ahead of you, Maze. The prospect was dizzying. A shortened lifespan was one of so many things he'd accepted as a basic fact of life. But then Order 66 had thrown that and so many other certainties into question. He still couldn't picture it, not really. He had 50, 60, even 70 years ahead of him, plenty of time to find a new job, find a girl, start a family, create a new place for himself in the universe. His wonder must have shown on his face because Z started laughing. It wasn't a big laugh, but it was enough to shake his body and add incongruous mirth to his unshaven, wasted face. He'd never seen Z laugh before. Even Jusik's jaw dropped. I'm sorry, Z waved a hand. Barton, please, can you give us a moment in private? Of course, Jusik glanced at Maze. They've set up a cot in another shed and put Ordo through the procedure. They want to make double sure that the operation works for the nulls before doing the others. Maze noticed for the first time that all of Jillimer's medical equipment was gone. I'll be fine, he said, and with a nod, Jusik stepped outside. A silence fell over the shed. Maze propped himself up again and looked forward at the sheet stretched over his abdomen, his legs, the two tented poles of his feet. His whole body still felt woozy from the sedative, and perhaps slightly aching, like he'd just started a new set of exercises. He didn't feel like he'd been given a new lease on life, but somehow he was sure he had. Congratulations, Maze. Z's voice was husky. Everything changes for you after today. Maze looked up at that face, smiling but still withered, and waited. It brought him back to Earth. The Empire is still looking for us both, Maze said, and I don't trust Skirata to keep us safe if a crunch comes. We should plan to move soon. Z canted his head slightly. If you don't trust Skirata, why did you volunteer for this operation? Because I wanted a real life, same as anyone else, he said, but that was only half of it. He could have let any of the other clones act as lab rats. It certainly would have been safer. Why did you really do it, Maze? He exhaled and looked at his feet. I didn't do it for Skirata's men. I'm glad they're being helped, but I didn't do it for them. Then why? He couldn't bring himself to look at Z, and instead kept his eyes on those two peaks in the blanket. I don't like being useless. I don't like being in someone's debt. I can't make a difference in the galaxy anymore, but I wanted to make a difference to someone, even Skirata's brainwashed Mandas. What would the Jedi say? Is that selfish? Z didn't respond at first. He waited, still looking at his toes, until the Jedi said, "You've done a good thing for a lot of men today, Maze. That's all that matters." He exhaled. "Thank you." Another silence settled over them. Z broke it again. "Do you know what you want to do with the rest of your life?" "Survive," Maze said simply. He didn't know the where or the how yet, but he could figure that out. Z placed a hand on his shoulder. It was comforting, almost fatherly, and he knew they would figure it out together. Scout was no doctor like Gillimer, nor an expert scientist like Uthan, but she could still make herself useful. Once they confirmed that the procedure was effective on Maze, it took them a full night and a full day to repeat it on the other clones at Kiramort. In addition to the repurposed manure shed, they also laid out beds in Uthan's laboratory and in Gillimer's personal quarters. Uthan and the doctor split up in order to administer to two clones simultaneously, and when each procedure had been completed, the clones were moved into the central room of the Carrier to recover under the care of the women and Jedi. For her part, Scout embraced her role as an all-purpose runner. She was constantly on the go, fetching supplies and running verbal reports to Kal Skirata, who paced in anxious circles in the center of the Carrier as one clone after another was carried on biers and laid on the ground around him. The less Uthan and Gillimer needed her, the more she helped the clones recover. Once the clones started waking up, they needed water. She joined Bethany, Lysima, and Jilka in making sure everyone was hydrated. To Scout's slight surprise, the women worked as a smooth team. Everyone knew there had been a lot of tension between Bethany and Jilka, and for good reason. When Bethany had come under suspicion for her helping Skirata's less-than-legal activities, the Nulls had shifted suspicion onto Jilka, her co-worker at the Treasury office. That had gotten Jilka arrested for something she hadn't done, and after that she'd been broken out of jail and whisked off to Mandalore. Understandably, she'd been less than happy to be there. Kor had softened her up a little bit, and that in turn had thawed her relationship with Bethany. At one point, when Maze and Ordo were ready for something besides water, Scout ducked into the kitchen to help the other women brew up a pot of soup. Despite the long day, all of them were energetic, smiling. When Bethany spotted her, her smile got bigger. She said, "You're tireless, Scout. I'm impressed." "I'm just trying to help," Scout shrugged, and realized for the first time that she was getting exhausted. "You're doing a bit of everything," said Jilka. Midge and Uthan really appreciate it. Scout knew that already, but it felt good hearing it aloud. "I'll just be glad when it's over and everyone's healed." "Not half as glad as us," Bethany said, and the other women laughed and nodded, even Jilka. Scout realized for the first time that they were about to get real, full lives with the men they loved. That was probably motivation to keep them going all night. She felt surprise and envy toward them, but also a little hope. If these women could find unlikely love with men created solely to kill, well, maybe she could experience it one day too. The one upside to this dark new galaxy was that a lot of things were possible that hadn't been before. Eventually, Scout helped ladle out soup to the recovering clones. As the room filled up, she watched the anxiety slowly fade from Skirata's face. The tightness in his body went gradually slack, giving way to something that, if not happiness, was at least cautious relief. Skirata stayed on his feet even though he hadn't slept in over 24 hours. Aside from the clones themselves, none of them had. Despite that, everyone stayed alert as Bethany, Lysima, and Jilka insisted on plying them with water, soup, and calf. Chemical energy shot through Scout's blood, and she found herself jogging from place to place just to drain the excess jolt from her body. The last one they did was fine. By the time they took him out to Uthan's lab and put him under the sedative, half the clones had started waking up. With her work finally done, Scout wandered into the now full Carrier and sat cross-legged on the floor in the midst of them. Mace sat on the edge of the room next to Z, watching with quiet satisfaction as they pushed back their sheets and stretched and examined their bodies, as if there was something new and different to find. On the other side of the room, Ordo, now fully awake and recovered, sat with a mirrored expression. Bethany, taking a break from being chief morale officer, leaned against his shoulder with her eyes closed. She was smiling as she slept. It was late afternoon when Gillimer came into the carrier. He stood in the doorway, still wearing white gloves and a white doctor's apron that made him look like a resident at some core world hospital instead of a Mandalorian. Most of the clones had awakened and sat upright on their biers. They turned in unison to look at the doctor. Gillimer looked surprised and slightly embarrassed by the attention. He took off his gloves, wiped the sweat on his apron, and said, "Avalet is finishing things up. It's done." Jane, Muriel, and Prudy started clapping. Scout did too, and then everyone else seemed to join. The carrier was filled with chaotic applause as Skirata lurched forward and grappled Gillimer in a bear hug. The doctor stumbled 2 steps back under the smaller man's attack before, laughing, he returned the grip. Gently shoving Bethany off his shoulder, Ordo rose to his feet and said something in Mandoa. Scout had no idea what it meant, but the clones, even the ones still woozy from the sedative, threw their fists in the air and cheered. A hand slapped hard on her shoulder, and suddenly Prudy leaned close. "We're going to celebrate, Adika," the man grinned. "Oh," Scout blinked. "Well, you deserve it. You're Shabla right, we do. You have no idea what we've done to make this day happen. Thanks for everything you've done, kid. You're not so bad for a GDI. Well, you're not so bad for a Mando thug." She'd meant it as a joke, but his face went stern. Her breath caught and his big, rough, killer's hand was suddenly very heavy on her shoulder. Then he bore his teeth and laughed. He gave her 2 hard slaps on the back, rose, and made his way to the kitchen. Scout rose on wobbly feet. Another hand came down on her shoulder and a voice said, "Steady now, Adika." She knew Gillimer's voice in an instant and turned to grin at him. "Congratulations. I know you worked hard for this." "We worked hard. Every Shabla one of us, and we all wanted it bad." He glanced over his shoulder. Skirata was leaning in close, saying something private to Walloon Vau that only the Strill slinking between their legs might hear. "Nobody wanted this more than Kal," Gillimer told her. "Not even the clones. You know that, don't you?" She nodded once. "I do. And it's not over either. Death Watch is still gunning for us, and so are the imps. We still might have to bustle on Shevla, but even if we do, we have to find a way to get this procedure done on as many clones as we can. There's plenty on Mandalore alone who deserve its soul, Leve, all the rest. Hell, even Spar. Our work's not over, and we're still not safe." Despite all the happy noise spinning around her, Scout felt very sober. "You're not usually this much of a mood killer, are you?" "Nope," Gillimer put on a smile. It seemed very sincere. "Adika, after all the medical jobs I've done in my career, I have never been prouder. Tomorrow we worry about impending doom. Tonight we celebrate." Scout looked toward the kitchen. Commerk, Lasima, Kor, and Joka were crowding the bright doorway. "Looks like the party's already getting started. How's that L going to mix with all the stuff we gave them?" "They'll just get drunk all the quicker," Gillimer shrugged. "And that might be for the best. More for the rest of us." "I'll, hold off if you don't mind." "Not at all. Like I said, more for the rest of us." A big Strill suddenly knocked Scout in the legs, and Walloon Vau gave Gillimer a knock on the side of the head that was probably meant to be playful. "Nice going, Mijika. Are you finally going to take that drink?" Scout had never seen an upbeat Walloon Vau before. It didn't seem real. "I think it's about time." "Yes," Gillimer rubbed his head. "Good. You deserve it. Go fetch that Sierra of yours so we can toast you both. You too, little one." "Thanks." Scout folded her hands behind her back. "I appreciate that. Do you think this will help us get your Delta Squad home?" The normal hardness settled back on Vau's face. If this doesn't convince them to desert, nothing will. We've just got to figure out how. But that's tomorrow's problem, Gillimar said. Tomorrow, VAU nodded. Tonight we drink. Damn right. VAU and Gillimer staggered off toward the kitchen, arms on each other's shoulders. Lord Myrtilon stayed behind and brushed his sight against Scout's legs. She crouched down to scratch the flaps of wrinkled skin on his neck and look it in the eyes. We did it, Myrd, she whispered. We really did it. She never guzzled ale like a Mando, or guzzled ale at all, but she figured the warm glow she felt in her chest right then was better than anything a bottle could provide. I thought that night was the happiest of my life. It was the culmination of all we'd fought and dreamed for. I could barely wrap my mind around the sudden reality that I was going to grow old with my brothers instead of watching them slip away while I was still young. For that one night, even Calbor laid down all his anxieties and enjoyed our victory. After all, what was the point of fighting if you couldn't enjoy a victory? That's what we thought then. Maybe if we had kept our guard up, things would have been different. When you live a life like the kind we have, you accumulate layers of regrets. Each new regret overlays the previous one like clots of dirt on a grave, and while the old regrets don't go away, you don't forget about them either. With enough time, they become the ground you walk on. The terrain of your world would be fundamentally different without them. Still, a regret is a regret. This is one of the lower layers. The newer ones will hurt more. We cleared out the center of the carré. We pulled Euthan and Gillimer into the middle of the circle, gave them a big round of applause, and forced them to guzzle a bottle of Keldabe wine between them. Ordo was the self-appointed toastmaster, and he goaded Euthan into doing it. Once she was on board, Gillimer's resolve crumbled. Jane gave Scout a push and shoved her into the circle too. She didn't drink, but she took a bow, blushing fiercely the whole time. Then, to everyone's surprise, Ordo turned to the back of the room and tipped his imaginary hat to Kinaha. To my even greater surprise, everyone clapped. The Caminon just stood there, tall and stoic, but I could feel the satisfaction coming off her in the Force. After that, Muriel put on some traditional Mandalorian dances, all jaunty percussion and woodwinds and strings, and people danced. The clones stomped their feet even though their brilliant new bodies were muddled by alcohol and leftover anesthetics. Fi stumbled along, but he did his best. Naturally, many happy couples clasped hands and spun each other round until they were dizzy. Ordo and Bethany, Euthan and Gillimar, Adin and Lysima, Kor and Jilka, the newest pairing. The other Knolls took turns spinning RUU around in a way that was affectionate but not romantic. They'd accepted her as their sister then, heart and soul. Prudy Eye was the most nimble. Comric tripped over his own feet. I was learning new things about my brothers all the time. Even Calbor danced, after I dragged him into the center of the ring. Not even the Knolls had seen him dance before. They said it was the highlight of the night, but to me, the most incredible moment was when a room full of clones turned to applaud a Caminon with honest stupid grins on their faces. When I saw that, I thought it was the greatest miracle in the galaxy. No, I didn't dance then. I've never been the dancing type. They certainly didn't teach us how to do it in Jedi school, though Scout tried her best. I was one of the handful who lingered on the outside, along with Kinaha, Z, Maze, and VAU with Lord Myrtilon. You stayed on the sides too, and from time to time different people would drop off the dance floor to hold you tight. Bethany, Lysima, Nai, sometimes Calbor, or Fi, or Adin. They tried to drag me into the circle a few times, but I didn't feel like dancing. I was happy just to stand at the edge, stare into the happy circle, and take in the moment. Like I said, I thought then it was the happiest night of my life. And sometimes, if I can separate it from all the awful things that would happen right afterward, it still is. It went on for hours, of course. Even the most stuck-up erudites admit that Mandas know how to party. But the clones were messed up by a combination of ale and sedatives, so people started retiring well before dawn. At one point, after I helped Lysima get Adin to his quarters, I came back into the quiet in Carrier to see a slower dance going on, with couples stepping in light circles. Bethany had already taken you away and put you down to sleep, and as I recall, you were as worn out as anybody else. All the single Knolls had gathered on the opposite side of the room to talk quietly. I was surprised to see Maze in the middle of them. He wasn't acting particularly chatty, but he looked comfortable nonetheless. Closer to me, I saw Z, Scout, and Kina Ha. I felt at that moment that I belonged with the Jedi instead of my brothers. It wasn't that I was doubting my allegiances. I realized I was going to be saying some goodbyes soon. When I walked into the circle, all eyes went to me. As I'd expected, they'd been having Jedi talk, and none of them could figure out if I was an intruder or not. I couldn't either, which at least put us on equal footing. After an awkward pause, Scout said, "Master Z doesn't want me to stay on Mandalore." I glanced at him. He didn't look apologetic. The day's victory had given him some of his old spirit back. He said, "I'm thinking of her best interests. The men here have won the day, but they have a lot of enemies. And we don't." Scout asked. "They have Death Watch, and the Empire coming after them," Z said. "I think we'd all be safer just running from the Empire." "I'm staying with my vote." I crossed my arms. Z gave a little sigh. "I know. I'm giving up trying to argue you with Barden, but I think Scout can still be saved." He added a slight smile at the end, but he was trying to append levity where it didn't belong. I wanted to tell him that just because Scout was young didn't mean she was a fool, that I'd only been a few years older than her when I left the Order. Then I realized that might not have gone well with him, or for that matter with Kina Ha, who I'd gradually come to realize saw all of us as young and foolish. "I still want to be a Jedi," Scout said firmly. "That won't change, Master Z. But I want to stay with Yuthan and Midge." Z looked at her without speaking. He knew what she saw in those two, parents she'd never had, family she needed no matter how much the Order had decried attachment. And I knew he was afraid she was gradually going to fall onto the dirty path of the Mandalorians, probably giving in to her fear, hate, and anger along the way. He still thought attachment was a dangerous thing, though he seemed reluctant to say it. He was underestimating her, just like he'd underestimated me. Kina Ha spoke up, finally. "What will you do if you remain here on Mandalore, child?" "There are people I can help," Scout said. "There are a lot more clones that deserve full lives. I can help Yuthan and Midge give it to them." "There's nothing more Jedi than helping people," I told Z. "Will you stay with the Skiratas?" he asked her. "That depends what Yuthan and Midge do. For a time, probably." I tried to picture Scout living and fighting alongside the Knolls, laughing and drinking across the room. She was an unlikely candidate, all skinny and awkward with the uncertainty of adolescence, but at the same time she was so like Attain, as I'd first known her, that it seemed natural. Z still looked like he was trying to figure out the way to unlock a hard puzzle. It was interesting to see that look secondhand instead of being on the receiving end. Kina Ha suddenly turned the conversation in a new direction. "Master Z, what will you do after you've left Mandalore?" Z blinked, jarred from his puzzle, and set to study another. "My main priority now is to find more Jedi. There are plenty of clones who deserve saving, but there are more of our people out there too." "And what will you do when you find them?" I asked. "What will you do when you save more clones?" I realized, to my surprise, that I didn't have an answer. So instead I turned the conversation again. "Master Kina Ha, what will you do when you escape?" She stared down at us with those black emotionless eyes, and for a moment I felt echoes of that abject hatred of her race Skirata and the Knolls had drilled into me. Ashamed, I looked away. "The Force is life," she said, "and the Jedi exists to serve the Force." It was the kind of maddeningly vague answer that used to frustrate me, but coming from Kina Ha, somehow it was acceptable. I knew she meant what she said and would act as she meant, no matter what came her way. I glanced at the slow dancing couples, the laughing drunks. It seemed like the wrong time to bring this up, but I did it anyway. I looked up at Kina Ha and said, "Cowboy doesn't want you to be able to tell anyone about Kiramort. I'm suggesting using the Force to erase your memories of this place, as you did on poor Arla Fett." "That's right, but I'd like your permission." She closed her black eyes. "Open them? I suppose the alternative is to terminate me." She might have been using that clinical, soldierly term to mock me, I wasn't sure. But I nodded. "Then you may," she said. Her flat mouth seemed to curve a little. "But not tonight." "No," I exhaled in relief. "Not tonight." Suddenly the music started playing fast behind us. The gnolls hopped into the circle, leaving Maze to watch by himself. As the dancers already on the floor picked up speed to match the tempo, Muriel waved one hand at me. "Come on, Boudica. Don't just sit on your shablashebs all night. Get in here and dance." I looked at the Jedi behind me. Kinaha stared down blankly. Z looked tired again. Scout had a mischievous grin on her face. "I've had my turn," she said. "Get in there, Boudica." And she gave Much a strong force-aided push onto the dance floor. And yes, I danced, or I tried to. Fi took me by the shoulders and tried to swing me around like Ordo did Bessany. We both staggered like idiots and were the laughing stocks of the party. Not that either of us minded. I laughed with them until tears started coming down my cheeks. I thought it was the happiest moment of my life. Sometimes it still is. Chapter 6. Chapter text. Sometimes you think you've got everything figured out. You think you've seen every potential trap and mapped out every contingency. But you have to remember that on the other side of the galaxy, some other being is thinking the exact same thing, and neither of you realize that someday your paths will cross and both of you will be surprised. As the Eye of Palpatine loomed in the viewport of his shuttle, it took a lot of effort for Octavian Grant not to show his curiosity and confusion in front of his subordinates. The thing he couldn't call it a ship or a space station seemed to have been built into a massive asteroid some 19 kilometers long and 8 kilometers wide. He squinted to see the glowing mouths of hangar bays scattered across its rocky surface. He saw conning towers and weapon emplacements and communications arrays jutting out of the rock seemingly at random. And though their shuttle was approaching the thing head-on, he could also see the corona of what must have been a massive collection of ion engines glowing beyond the rocky surface. The thing had an overall cobbled-together look to it that kept it from being visually impressive. And untrained, I would think all those hangars and gun ports had just been tacked onto the surface of the asteroid, but Grant could see the logic behind their placement. To provide power to those emplacements, the entire asteroid must have been hollowed out, though what could be inside, he had no idea. Grant felt simultaneously ashamed and insulted that he hadn't heard of this creation earlier. He prided himself on knowing what everyone else was doing, and his information network had uncovered hints of other secret projects, including the massive weapons platform being researched in the mall. No doubt Zarin was going to taunt him for his ignorance too, adding proverbial insult to the injury of his own ignorance. Before the war, Grant and most of the Army and Navy's non-clone officers had served in the Republic judicial forces. Compared to the GAR and the new Imperial military, the Judicials had been a small and cozy organization where every high-ranking officer had shared a mission or at least a cup of caf with every one of his peers at some point. Grant knew most of the Navy's top brass personally from his time there. He served under Terranald Screed at Rothana and had helped Hurst remotely clean up a local pirate infestation near Thyfera. Demetrius Zarin had been a different case. Instead of entering the judicial forces through the academy, like most officers, he trained in starship engineering on Coruscant and been brought into the organization after his local senator pulled several important strings after receiving a hefty campaign donation. That alone had made Grant dislike him. A proper soldier earned his rank because of proper breeding, proper training, and proper performance. The two of them had shared a single mission together, subduing a group of Rhodian marauders harassing shipments between Ondo and Mongaza. Zarin had been more interested in testing his hardware modifications than completing the mission, and Grant had nearly lost a ship and, more importantly, his career because of it. Contrition, of course, was not in Zarin's repertoire, and he continued to insist that the entire debacle had been Grant's fault alone. Grant's shuttle veered into one of the hangars and was swallowed by it. The hangar itself could have been on any ship in the Empire. It had the same straight lines, the same steel gray walls as one found on any Star Destroyer. As the shuttle landed on the broad open deck in front of some 24 white armored clone troopers, Grant noticed the line of strange vessels along the port side wall. There were 24 of them, and they hung from a grid of durasteel trusses jutting out from the bulkhead. They vaguely resembled V-wings or ETA-2 interceptors, but their cockpits were totally spherical save for the octagonal forward viewports, while the 2 parallel solar panels flanking either side of the sphere were flat instead of canted inward, and so large that the fighters needed specialized docking apparatus, lest all their weight press down on the twin panels. It was a strange design for a fighter craft, and he knew instantly it must have been Zaren's doing. The man had been instrumental in work on the EDA-2 with Kuat drive yards. Despite being part of the Republic military, he'd become very active in working with the Kuat manufacturers, which reflected the bond between government and private military contractors that had tightened during the war. When he disembarked the shuttle, he took 2 troopers with him. They were recruited men, not clones grown in a vat, which was what he always preferred to surround himself with. He never trusted the clones. They'd always struck him as glorified war droids rather than genuine fighting men, pulled from Kaminoan clone VATs and brainwashed into doing whatever their mysterious masters made them to do. When the clones had turned on their Jedi superiors, he felt vindicated in his mistrust. Commodore Demetrius Zaren clearly had no qualms about dealing with clones. He had 2 full squads of them at his back. Zaren was a broad-shouldered man half a head taller than Grant, and he stood at the column with 2 other beings beside him whom the Admiral didn't recognize. 1 young man and 1 young woman, both in civilian clothes. The man had a thin, ascetic build, dark hair and eyes, pale skin, and an awkward beak of a nose. There was something greedy in his pointed in his face, and Grant distrusted him instinctively. The woman had darkly tanned skin and black hair pulled in a series of braids behind her back. Grant saw the silver cylinder dangling from the belt of her black tunic and nearly lost his step. He'd heard that the Emperor had recruited some Jedi Padawans and errand force users as so-called Inquisitor special agents that worked as a smaller, more streamlined, more loyal version of the exterminated Jedi Order. Apparently Palpatine thought he could tame them, but Grant had never trusted any Force user, and he knew Zaren had a distaste for them as well. Nonetheless, there was a smile on the Commodore's broad face. He'd always been a good actor. Zaren said, "Welcome to the Eye of Palpatine, Vice Admiral." "Thank you for having me, Commodore." Grant put extra inflection on Zaren's rank. "I'm quite eager to see this creation of yours." "Of course." Zaren held out hands to either side. "Let me make introductions. The young man here is Oren Kelder. He was the chief designer of the Eye of Palpatine, so if anything you may call it his creation." Grant had to hide his shock. The boy couldn't have been older than 25. He looked supremely proud of his accomplishment as he said, "Welcome to the Eye, Admiral. You're seeing the first of a new generation of technology that is going to transform the New Order and revolutionize warfare as we know it." It sounded like a bad marketing pitch. Since he wore no uniform, he must have been some private contractor. Grant glanced at the Zaren, the Commodore, blank-faced, but seemingly unimpressed, gestured to the woman. "This is Amisa Darius. She is an advisor on this mission." The woman nodded politely and said nothing. Suddenly Grant felt something he'd never expected, pity for Demetrius Zaren. The man hated overeager civilians and Force users even more than Grant, and now he was stuck between 2 of them. It was sad, pathetic, and, on further reflection, quite satisfying to see. "I'm sure there's much to talk about." Grant fixed his attention on Zaren. "Shall we? First, I believe Mr. Kelder would like to give you a brief tour of the facilities," Zaren said. Grant deigned a look at the civilian. "All right. Lead on, Mr. Kelder." With pleasure, the young man smiled. Kelder's tour took somewhere close to an hour. They spent most of it walking down long and empty corridors, through big empty rooms made to house supplies and personnel. The emptiness was gaping and impossible to ignore. It felt different from the emptiness aboard other new ships. On a new Victory-class destroyer, you could imagine the decks with a full crew, but desolation felt built into this strange machine. Kelder explained the idea with obvious pride. Eye of Palpatine was unlike anything else in the galaxy. It was heavily automated, with most of its systems coordinated by a supremely complicated artificial intelligence Kelder called the Will. The title was pompous, but Kelder's creation was clearly something unique and beyond the capabilities of typical shipboard droid minds. Kelder's specialty was artificial intelligence, and the will had, apparently, been the primary selling point when he pitched the idea to then Chancellor Palpatine in the middle stages of the war. The Eye was a floating battle station, gunnery platform, and troop carrier. The need for command crew was minimal thanks to the will, something Grant found rather offensive. The ship had no troops yet, but it was programmed to pick up reserve units of Sparty-grown clones on a variety of worlds. Keldar rattled off the systems casually: Zab, Tatooine, Gamor, and other backwaters in the same quadrant of the galaxy as Farsteen. The clones were sleeper units, flash-trained not to fight like most quick-grown Sparty clones but to lie in wait and live like normal beings until the Eye called on them and brought them aboard for a second round of flash learning that would turn them into the killing machines they were meant to be. Unlike the Sparty clones that had been funneled into the Grand Army during the late stages of the war, these clones had been bred from a variety of different human templates instead of just Jango Fett, making it easier to insert groups of them as sleepers. To Grant, it all sounded needlessly convoluted. The Empire was full of soldiers, including Commando clones. The new Spartans, the Guardians, had seemed even more unreliable and droid-like than the originals, and a growing number of enlisted men from all around the galaxy who either wanted to serve the New Order or saw it as a way to climb power's ladder. Grant knew Palpatine had been building up reserve forces during the late stages of the war, cleverly paving the way for his ascension to Emperor, so there was some logic to the Eye's creation. He just didn't see what this was good for now that Palpatine had already seized most of the galaxy with truly impressive ruthlessness. He wanted to ask Zarin about this one-on-one, and he finally got his chance once the tour ended. Zarin dismissed Kelder as well as Darius, who hadn't said a word since Grant had come aboard. Kelder had come off as pompous and overconfident. Darius was intimidating for her silence. The Commodore led the Admiral into a small briefing room. Zarin dropped into a chair and invited Grant to do the same. Now that the civilian and the Force user were gone, he allowed some of his fatigue to show. Grant didn't know whether to enjoy the sight or be worried by it. He sat down opposite Zarin and asked, "So, do you have an actual role on this ship, Demetrius, or are you just here to babysit?" It was the right and wrong thing to say. Zarin's wide face creased into a scowl. "I'm the ranking Imperial officer aboard this battle moon." "Are you now?" Grant crossed his arms over his chest, under his rank insignia. "You know what I mean. So you are a babysitter. The Eye is Keldor and Palpatine's project. The fighters you saw in the hangar are prototypes of mine. We're calling them TIE Fighters twin ion engines. No matter what happens with I guarantee you've already seen some of the future of interstellar warfare. Those fighters didn't look especially durable. They don't have to be. They're easier to mass-produce than EDA-2 or ARC fighters, and easier to fly. The solar panels draw power that would otherwise require large fuel storage. We also stripped away hyperdrive, projectile weapons, and energy shields to maximize speed and maneuverability. It sounds like you're shoving pilots into tin cans and wishing them good luck. I discussed this with Palpatine himself. He wants fast disposal units. I worked over the design with Wraith Senior. If these prototypes perform well, he'll put them into mass production. Those were impressive names, dropped casually. Equally casual, Grant said, "I thought you were working with KDY. You helped with the EDA-2, didn't you?" "I work with whomever the Emperor awards research contracts to. You know that. I'm sure Kuat is so pleased with you for stealing parts of their design." "I don't know what you mean," Zarin smirked. Grant gave a little sigh. "So, are you here to oversee their first field operation? And the Eyes? And why is that woman here? Is she your babysitter? Does Palpatine know you well enough not trust you?" Amisa Darius is a former Jedi apprentice. She switched sides along with her master, a Miraluka named Jarek. I suppose some Jedi must have had the good sense to save their own hides. How much do you trust her?" "I trust her to fulfill her mission to the best of her abilities." "And what is her mission?" "She has the same mission as the Eye." Zarin drummed thick fingers on the tabletop. The Emperor believes he has found the largest hidden Jedi base left in the galaxy. Grant was unimpressed. He didn't like serving with Force users, and he didn't like fighting them either. They brought too many surprises either way. Where? He asked. We're still trying to pin down the system, but we believe it is just outside the Senex and Juvex sectors. The Senex and Juvex houses value their privacy. Is Palpatine willing to risk upsetting them in order to get his Jedi? He needed to know how badly his own assets were going to get mixed up in this. She'll be picking up the Sparty sleeper cell soon. By then we hope to locate the planet and attack. Why the sleeper cells? It seems overly complicated, even for Palpatine. The weapon was built in secret while the war was still going on. He couldn't afford to attract the attention of watchdogs and the Republic intel agencies. He didn't reveal it after the Empire was declared because there was no point. If you have a secret weapon in your pocket, it's smart to keep it there until you absolutely need it. Zarin had the tone of a lecturer, and Grant hated it. Why does he bring it out here now? I would think he'd want to use something more reliable if he's going after so great a prize. That is where your people come in. You're to provide a unit of capital ships to escort and defend. My resources are limited, Commodore. We still haven't settled all the holdouts, and I don't want to pull my units away from Farstein and other main bases. These orders come right from Palpatine, Admiral, Zarin said pointedly. Grant ran over options in his head. If the Jedi hunting mission failed, blame would fall in a lot of different directions, including his own. He also knew the ferocity of the Emperor's personal hatred for the Jedi. The destruction of their base would be worth more than the defense of Farstein, or Bavanire, or the prickly feelings of the Senex and Juvex aristocrats. That made little sense from a strategic view, but as he'd gradually realized over the past year, Palpatine's priorities were as irrational and his plots were elaborate. It was a strange and potentially dangerous cocktail, and he had to handle it carefully. I will select a task force to protect the Eye, Grant said, using my best officers. I told the Emperor he could depend on you. Zarin gave a smug, satisfied smile. Did you now? Oh yes, Zarin nodded. We'd like to send the Eye on her pickup missions in approximately. The comlink in Grant's breast pocket started buzzing. The sound was alarming in the quiet, sealed space of the briefing room. Grant had told his crew to contact him only in extreme emergencies. He plucked out the comlink and, careful not to show Zarin his stress, said, Admiral Grant speaking. Report. Admiral, we have an emergency report from Yantar. They are under attack. By whom? It had to have been signed. She wasn't just picking off convoys. She was going after planetary bases. She was far braver than he'd expected. They're reporting to gunships and some starfighters. Sir, should we send backup? The time to balance priorities had jumped up sooner than expected. He said, negative. Unless Signs Dreadnought shows up, it's a feint. Put all ships and system on red alert. Stand by for further instructions. Yes, sir. Grant clicked off his comlink and looked at Zarin. Does this contraption have a bridge? Something like it, the Commodore allowed. Shall I put us on red alert too? Please? Grant pocketed the comlink and stood up. This is probably the diehards I was talking about. They might just be fainting at Yantar, but they might be coming here too. Are you certain you weren't compromised? You didn't know about the Eye, Zarin said. It was true enough. He wondered if he shouldn't tell Zarin to jump the Eye away in case Sign did show up. She'd clearly be interested in the giant battle station. Eye's raw firepower should take down Sign's Dreadnought in minutes, assuming the so-called will worked as promised. Tell me, is this contraption ready for a test run? I'll have to check with Mr. Keldor, but I believe the will has synchronized with the armament systems. It should be combat ready. His comment buzzed again, too quickly. He knew what they'd say before he answered. Grant here. Report. Sign's Dreadnought has just entered the system. Who's the nearest convoy guard? A tiny pause. That would be Captain Pellaeon, sir. Tell him to get over here now. We won't let her escape. Tell the interdictor to fire up his gravity well. We're going to end it here. Yes, sir. Grant turned off the comlink and looked at Zarin. Take me to your bridge. Let's see if this monstrosity is worth the credits we've dumped on it. The moment Iconoclast dropped out of hyperspace, A'Sharad Hett knew something was wrong. So did Sign. He felt her shock ripple in the Force even as he sat in the cockpit of his headhunter, waiting to launch. The portal of the Dreadnought's hangar bay was suddenly filled with the brown sphere of the planet, the discs of the main orbital defense station, the steel-gray capital ships of Admiral Grant's fleet, and a massive asteroid hanging in outer orbit. Hett immediately dialed the bridge on his comlink. This is Twin Sun's lead. What is that thing? He had to wait 4 long seconds for a response. The original battle plan was to launch Twin Sun's squadron 2 seconds after reversion to real space. Whatever it was, it had caught everyone by surprise. Twin lead, hold in the hangar, a Voltan said finally. What do scanners show? That's no asteroid. Not anymore, anyway. We're getting some signs of artificial emplacements on the object. It seems to be some kind of base, possibly a mobile weapons platform. Did the attack at Yantar draw any ships away? There was a short pause. He heard Sign and Madrisk arguing in the background. Negative, Twin lead. What about the drag ship? It's powering gravity wells. We need to get out. Now. I completely agree, Twin lead. However, we go as planned. Sign suddenly sounded in his headset, loud and clear. Jaravith. He snapped, we can't. Andreen, give the signal. Vortex and Twin Sun squads, launch now. The comm shut off abruptly. Hett swore in the privacy of his cockpit and fired up his headhunter's engines. The hangar mouth filled with the blazing thrust trails of Vortex squad's Y-Wing and R-41 attack craft. 24 red lights flared and 12 starfighters shot out into space toward the looming asteroid. Flight control said in his ear, Twin Suns, go? Copy. Hett switched his frequency. Twin Suns, launch in 3, 2, 1, go. A full dozen ships rose as one. Twin Suns' losses from the last battle had been patched up with surviving fighters from Defiance's wings, turning the squadron into an even messier patchwork than before. Hett's C-95 Headhunter took the lead and was followed by a trail of Y-Wings, A-6s, captured Eta-2S, even a dagger-shaped Delta-7B like the kind Hett himself had flown for much of the war. Would you look at the size of that thing? Twin 11 marveled as the asteroid the thing filled their forward viewports. What are we doing here? Snap Twin 3, one of the newcomers from Defiance. We can't take on that. Shut the chatter. Hett snapped and checked his scanners. The thing sat between Iconoclast flotilla and the massive 3-ring space station that Grant had refitted as his sector command center. A new immobilizer-class cruiser, wedge-shaped and fat with twin gravity well projector spheres, sat in Farstein's outer orbit. Meanwhile, one Venator-class destroyer was cutting toward the Dreadnought's port flank while 3 more were curving around from the far side of the planet. Not long ago he found confidence in the presence of those dagger-hulled, twin-towered vessels. Now the very sight of them was a death sentence. Before Hett could call Iconoclast for orders, something flashed into being behind the asteroid's bulk. He immediately registered a CR-90 Corellian corvette, hull painted the regal deep red of an old judicial craft, a handful of pickets, a broad flat Sorrel-Suub Quasar Fire-class fleet carrier disgorging fighters, and most amazingly of all, long and lean recusant, as destroyer. The sight of the Commerce Guild behemoth would have meant doom 2 years ago. Now it meant salvation. He'd never get used to it. A transmission, loud and scratchy, came over his helmet. Attention scum-sucking Imperial maggots in general, and Octavian Grant in particular. A man shouted, "We are the sons and daughters of freedom, and we are here to help the bold and beautiful Lady Sign kick your sorry butts back to Coruscant." Who the cark is that? Twin Suns 3 spat. A friend had explained. His name's Zosrider Slake. I want to shake that man's hand, Twin Suns 9 said. Then shut up and stay alive. 1 flight on me. We're going to buzz that asteroid. 2 and 3 flights, stick with Vortex. Leave the drag ship to Slake. We need to handle those fighter screens. Lead, I'm getting fighters coming out of that thing, Twin Suns 5 said. Nothing I've seen before. Hett checked his scanners. Some 36 small spacecraft were spilling out of a cavernous hangar on the asteroid's port side, and his computer couldn't identify them. Keep them off sign, whatever they are, Hett said. Twin Suns, break. He snapped his headhunter into a starboard roll. The gentle pull of Farstein's gravity accelerated his fall and quickly pulled him and his 3 wingmen out of the spray of green laser blasts the incoming fighters were spitting out. They're fast. Twin Suns 6 said over the comlink. Karkin hard to shoot too, said 11. Flight 1, narrow comfrex, Hett ordered, and shut off non-priority communications from everyone except his wingmen. All 3 pilots clicked agreement. Hett pointed the nose of his fighter toward the asteroid and kicked it into motion. Space lit up with lasers and explosions between the giant chunk of rock and Science flotilla, while beyond them, in outer orbit, the drag ship was getting pounded by the motley newcomers. Hett checked his scanners. At least now those Venators were going after Slake's fleet, not Science. He focused his attention on the asteroid. Turbolaser emplacements scattered across the rocky exterior opened fire on the approaching fighters. Hett's flight began juking back and forth, and at that distance they had no problem evading the heavy blast from turbolaser emplacements designed for long-range bombardments, not anti-starfighter defense. Forward shields on max, he warned them. Arm your heavy weapons. We're going to go in close. He did a fast mental tally of his flight. He was in a headhunter, Twin Suns 2 in an A6, 3 in a Y-wing, and 4 in an EDA-2. 3 had the best odds of punching a hole through their defenses, but Y-wings were also sluggish, and that meant the others would have to stay tight around him to absorb anti-starcraft fire. It would have helped if Hett knew what kind of defenses the asteroid had, or anti-fighter weapons, but the universe, as he'd already learned, wasn't that gracious. Close formation, he warned them as they drew within a kilometer of the asteroid's belly. The turbolasers were getting more accurate at this range. Lead, what are we aiming for? Asked 2. It was a damned good question. We're going to hug the surface and climb to the top. Look for a command or communications tower. Stay low. The rocky surface rushed to meet them quickly. Hett pulled his fighter's nose back to execute a belly flop that nearly threw his guts out of his throat. The other's fighters, even 3's Y-wing, executed the same maneuver so that all 4 were hugging the asteroid just above its particle shields, well out of range of its turbolaser towers, while Farstein's bright glow filled the space over their heads. Hett made sure his sensors were recording everything as they raced across the surface. They followed the rugged curve of the asteroid's body, around its starboard side, so that Farstein still filled their upper viewports. That placed the rest of the battle sign, Slake, the brawl between old snub fighters, and new ones temporarily out of sight in sensor range. Don't see any arrays. No comm towers, Twin Suns to report it. Must all be up top. We'll be there in a moment, Hett said. Arm your torps and get ready. They curved onto the roof of the asteroid. In the distance they could see explosions and lancing laser blasts flare in upper orbit. Hett tore his attention away from Slake's slugfest and spotted a series of tall, thick towers jutting up near the fore of the asteroid. Adjust course, 50 degrees port, he ordered. The starfighters, still skimming just above the shields, angle for the towers. Lead, identify targets, 2 requested. There was no outer way of telling which tower held simple communications equipment and which held the ship's command staff, or even Admiral Grant. Hett took a moment to reach beyond himself and the Force. He felt the anxiety and concentration of his pilots, then the distant but greater agonies of all the beings fighting and dying in Farstein's orbit. He tried to reach into the asteroid itself and feel the thousands of lives that must have been huddled inside. But he found nothing. It was empty inside, not full of stone, but hollow with halls and cabins and bulkheads that echoed only faintly with the residue of sentient life. He didn't understand, but he didn't have time to understand. The command towers were coming up fast and nearby defensive gunnery stations, smaller and more precise than the turbolasers, were starting to fire. He reached out to the towers and groped for any sign of living beings. He found them in the center tower. He felt confidence, confusion, consternation, just like you'd find in any beings watching any battle over any planet. Middle tower, he shouted. Arm your torps. Get. Then something touched him back. The towers raced to meet him, but he couldn't budge his stick, couldn't fix his aim, couldn't even breath. Some mind cool, concentrated, but surprised, found his and held it. Who are you? He tried to send his thoughts across the fast-shrinking void. What is this thing? Lead, do we have weapons free? Two were shouting. Lead, respond. Weapons go. He snapped, jerking his mind free. Fire! Fire! He dropped his reticule on the bar of lights atop the tower and fired. 3 loud a double payload of concussion missiles while 2 shot off another set of torps. They pulled up as one, and defensive fire arced to either side of them, and for a second Hett thought they dodged the blast completely. Then Twin Suns 4 exploded. 2 swore. 3 started shouting that his port engine was hit. Hett gunned his thrusters, taking them away from the asteroid and toward Sign's flotilla, but his eyes were glued to the scanners as the projectiles raced to their target. The first set of torps impacted harmlessly against the command tower's reinforced shielding. He held his breath, hoping 4's ones would go through, or at least tear a hole for 3's missiles, but they just impacted, one after another. He shifted in his seat and tried to look back, and he could just barely see the last glow of fiery flower, dying fast against the tower's defensive shields. Then that mind, cool and concentrated but no longer surprised, brushed his. It said without words, "We're coming for you, Jedi. We're coming for all of you." As quickly as it had come to him, it was gone. Then he was lancing away from the asteroid toward Sign's fleet. Twin Suns 2 was clinging to his exhaust, while behind them 3's Y-wing tumbled into the asteroid shields and exploded, harmless again. The fire from 4 double sets of explosions took a moment to burn out, but when it finally did, the view from Eye of Palpatine's operations tower was the same as it had been before. A few sparks of energy still danced across the shields like luminous flicknets, but those, too, died quickly, revealing the curve of Farstein's surface and the starfield above it. I have to admit, Grant said, arms crossed as he stood between Kelder and Zarn, your targeting software for the defensive cannons is most effective. We've run numerous simulations with drones. I'm pleased to see they're holding their own against live targets. Keldor said, clearly satisfied. How does the computer identify enemy ships? We have IF beacons places aboard each TIE fighter, Zarn said. The gunnery system knows when to hold its fire. It's all part of the will. Kelder held out one arm to encompass the command deck, if something with so sparse a staff could be called that. Most of the humans on board were technicians rather than actual crewmen, observing and measuring the ship's elaborate computer systems rather than commanding it. The giant battle moon had less than 50 beings on it, all told, and every one of them could be considered non-essential. It still seemed like a potential weak spot to Grant. Despite its impressive performance thus far, the eye still struck him as a colossal accident waiting to happen. Trusting to mindless automatons hadn't done the Separatists much good in the end, nor had Jedi trusting clones, but for some reason Palpatine seemed interested in following the path laid down by his defeated enemies. The man's motives were hard to fathom as always, and once again he wondered whether his new emperor was a genius or just a madman. And of course, he also didn't like to be thought of as non-essential. He was about to ask another question when Amisa Dari spoke up. She said, "I'm not alone." Grant frowned in confusion. She'd spoken only a handful of sentences since he'd come aboard, and even now she lingered on the edge of the command deck, staring out at the stars, not even turning to face them. Grant hadn't worked with many Jedi in the war, thankfully, and Darius' air of aloof mysticism was getting on his nerves. Zarin, to his credit, seemed a little better at handling Palpatine's pet force user. Are more enemy fighters approaching? Darius shook her head and pressed a fingertip against the cool, transparent steel, like she was pointing out something only she could see. They have a Jedi among them. A Jedi. Grant stiffened. Where? In one of the ships that attacked us. Darius turned, finally. He survived. He's fleeing back to Sign's ship. He didn't expect to find me here. Did you expect him? Zarin asked. Darius shook her head and turned back to stare at the stars. Grant didn't know what to think. Having a Jedi in her pocket might have been why Jareth Sign still eluded him, but he couldn't very well use that as an excuse for the Emperor, at least, not while the Jedi was still alive. Admiral. A technician standing at ICECOM station said, "We're getting an emergency signal from Immobilizer. She's under heavy fire and requests permission to withdraw." Unlike a proper warship, I had no tactical stations to monitor the surrounding battle. He'd done his best to relay orders to Farstein's defense fleet from the command deck, even when Zosrider Slake had shown up with his entire fleet, including the Separatist destroyer he'd captured at the end of the war. The last Grant had heard, Slake's rogue fleet, pro-Republic but anti-Empire, had been fighting with Aqualish rebels in the Nulian sector. How he'd hooked up with Sign he didn't know, but he had some intel agents to punish when this was all over. Worst of all, he was now on the verge of losing his only interdictor because he was trapped and half-blind inside Keldor and Zarin's mad contraption. Even the viewport was facing Farstein, and therefore utterly useless. Tell her negative. I want her to keep her grav wells up and drop into lower orbit. We'll use ice guns to protect her. The station hasn't been tested against capital ships. Keldor sounded anxious. Grant wanted to snap at the preening child who dragged them into this mess, but he knew if he did it would get back to the Emperor, probably 3 times over. So instead he smiled a little and said, "You wanted a proper field test, didn't you? I'm sure I will hold out." "We'll need to recall the ties to protect Immobilizer," Zarin said. "Then by all means, do it." Grant turned back to the communication station. "Where's Captain Pellaeon? He should have showed up by now." "I'm not sure, Admiral. I can, try to." Suddenly the entire deck shuddered. Farstein's bright brown face seemed to lurch closer, and Grant's stomach threatened to leap through his chest. Then they were still again. Keldor looked confused, but Zarin outright swore. He knew what it felt like when a gravity well suddenly disappeared and a ship's artificial grav system struggled to compensate. "What happened to Immobilizer?" Grant stalked over to the comm station. "Can she get her wells online?" "I don't know, sir." The comm officer looked flustered and he fumbled with Eye's strange consoles. I think she's gone, Admiral." Grant had just enough self-control to keep from cursing. "What about Slake's people?" "It's hard to tell, Admiral. It seems they're inbound." "Are they coming after I?" Keldor was on the verge of panic. "It very much seems so." Grant sneered at the young man. "It seems you'll get all the field tests you wanted." This battle moon was designed for orbital bombardments, not prolonged space-based. "Ties are on their way back," Zarin interjected. "Should we have the other destroyers form on us?" Grant wanted to say no, send all 3 to preserve the command station, and let the battle moon battle for itself, but that, too, would get back to Palpatine and wreck his career. He opened his mouth for a reluctant yes when Darius turned from the viewport, gave a frankly disturbing smile, and said, "Don't worry, Admiral. You're not alone either." Gilad Pellaeon had no idea what to expect when Valediction jumped to hyperspace on a vector for Farstein, and had prepared himself for unhappy surprises. When the starlines fell away, and the battle swelled in the forward viewport, he was still shocked beyond words. The fiery remains of Grand Soul Interdictor were falling slowly through Farstein's orbit and into his atmosphere. Sign's dreadnought and her support vessels were sitting on one side of the battle zone while a larger, equally motley fleet was racing to join them. In the center seemed to be an asteroid kept in stationary orbit by the blaze of massive thrust engines attached to its stony bulk. Surprise rippled audibly through the crew behind him. Pellaeon spun on his heel and mustered all the authority he could. "Eyes on your consoles, people. Tactical, give me a Citra. Come, I need a line to Admiral Grant. Guns, stand by for orders." "Captain, we've got IF on the asteroid." "It's a friendly," Bernadette called from the tactical station. "Come, can you buzz it?" "Trying, sir." "We, sir." Incoming from Admiral Grant. He's on that asteroid, sir. Then maybe this will all make sense. Pellaeon stalked over to the comm station, picked up a headset, and slapped it on. Lieutenant, patch me a private line. Yes, sir. Pellaeon pressed the speaker into his ear as he strode back toward the viewport. There was a series of sharp clicks as the connection ran through the proper encryption sequence, and then Grant's clipped voice came in clear. Captain Pellaeon, what is your status? Valediction and Salvation are standing by with full fighter wings, waiting for orders. Pellaeon desperately wanted to know what in the 9 Corellian hells was going on, but he could find out later. Right now he had to act. Concentrate all fire on the largest rebel fleet, Grant's voice betrayed rare tension. The Commerce Guild ship is top priority. Pellaeon squinted at the distant capital ships. The lights from their engines were flaring up, indicating a change in direction. Admiral, it looks like they're adjusting course. They may be making a run for it. I'm glad someone knows what's going on, Grant said bitterly. Try to head them off. Again, that recusant class is top priority. Understood, sir, Pellaeon lied. Valediction out. The moment he took off the headset, he noticed Bernadette hanging over his shoulder. The man snapped a quick salute, then said, Captain, Iconoclast is recalling her fighter. They're making a run for it. Our orders are to stop the larger fleet. Who are they? And what is? Pellaeon silenced him with a gesture, and Bernadette, being the good officer that he was, didn't even try to ask more questions. Like his captain, he did as he was told. The rest of the battle went quickly. Valediction and Salvation soared ahead and began to fire on the larger fleet. The smaller vessels crowded around the big Techo Union ship, and all of them cut a straight line out of Farstein's gravity well. Valediction adjusted course to intercept them at a right angle, but they jumped away just as Pellaeon was bringing his guns to bear. He'd been unable to destroy a single enemy ship. Sign's smaller fleet took a few losses. Starfighters of a make Pellaeon had never seen before destroyed one of her corvettes and a number of her snub fighters before Iconoclast, too, jumped to hyperspace. The strange ship swarmed back into the massive hangar bays built into the sides of the asteroid. Meanwhile, the Interdictor's remains, forgotten in the battle's frantic closing stage, fell into the planet's atmosphere. It was a massive vessel, and it blazed like a comet as it broke and scattered into 1,000 arcs of soaring debris. Pellaeon watched all of it from Valediction's bridge. A strange silence fell over the crew as the Interdictor's embers burned out, partly mournful but mostly just confused. There were times when a captain had to pretend like he knew what he was doing, and this was one of them. Standing at the head of the bridge, Pellaeon said, "Good job, gentlemen. The Farstein system is secure once again. Recall all fighters. Engines and guns, stand by. We might be going after them. Communications, request a line to Admiral Grant." A little kick was enough to get people moving. He walked over the communication station and studiously avoided eye contact with anyone. He picked up the headset again and put it against his ear. "I'm ready when you are, comm." "Yes, sir. The Admiral is standing by." He waited a moment for the secure connection to come through. "Admiral Grant, this is Captain Pellaeon. Do you want us to pursue?" Something crackled over his headset. It might have been a sigh. Then Grant said, "Negative, Captain Pellaeon. Let them go." "I understand," he said, though once more he didn't. From what he could tell, Sign had found an even meaner friend, and together they destroyed one of the sector fleet's most valuable ships and got away with minimal losses of their own. It was the kind of insult Grant would normally have been eager to avenge. "Captain, prepare a shuttle to the command station. You're to come alone in 2 hours." "Yes, sir." "Is that all?" "For now, yes." Grant closed the connection without a farewell, leaving Pellaeon more confused than ever. Bernadette met his eyes from across the bridge, and his face was full of questions. Pellaeon shook his head. He had no answers to give. Chapter 7. Kira Morit was a haven, a refuge, and a home. All of us knew deep down we'd have to leave it one day, but none of us were prepared when the time came. If we hadn't been so happy there, things might have ended differently. Darman was in the blast boat's pilot's seat when it reverted to real space, and Niner stood beside him, one hand on the back of his chair, watching as Mandalore suddenly resolved before them. It was a planet Niner had heard spoken of with a nigh religious reverence both by his father and his errant brothers, as though there was something in this world's soil that contained the essential Mandalorian spirit that was encoded in their genes. From outer orbit, though, it looked like just another planet. Some browns, some greens, some blues, some wisps of cloud white. Niner's initial disappointment lasted only a minute. Somewhere on this planet was their family, and wherever family was, they had a home. The idea of desertion had never been easy for Niner. He was a little closer to the Deltas than the other Omegas in that respect. He never yearned for a normal life like Phi, and never known a woman like Dar or Aden, and he honestly didn't even know what he'd do once he got to Mandalore. But it didn't matter. As he stood behind Darman and stared at the plain brown planet in front of them, he knew he could never go back to 000 again. "Well," Niner said, "do you want to do the honors, Dar?" "Sure, why not?" His brother took a second to respond. He must have been transfixed by Mandalore too. Darman had taken the special transceiver in his helmet and patched it into the blast boat's comm system. He'd done it in such a way that the blast boat's onboard computer wouldn't be able to record the frequency, and if someone got the vessel and somehow checked the comm logs, they'd only see unknown calls to an unknown destination. It was a way to keep their secure line to nulls intact without alerting Reed, who currently sat at the rear of the cabin near the auxiliary controls. He wasn't staring at Mandalore like they were. He was doing checks of the ship's backup systems, like the planet wasn't there at all. It was going to be tougher to deprogram, or reprogram, the younger clone than Dar thought, but right now Niner was ready to just shoot him with a stun blast and save the tricky stuff for later. First, though, Darman had to call home, just to make sure someone was waiting for them before they turned traitor. "Base, is anyone there?" "Repeat, Base, this is Blast Boat Omega-1, are you there?" Dull static crackled over the comm. Niner glanced over his shoulder at Reed, still doing checks. He looked back at the planet and saw a handful of ships in her orbit. They were too far away to make out specific classes, but he didn't see anything larger than a freighter or light cruiser, and that was a good sign. Suddenly there was an increase in static. A voice said, "We have you, Omega-1. State your position." It was either Jan or Mariel. Niner couldn't tell which. Whoever it was, he was keeping his speech pattern crisp and formal, devoid of the typical wisecracks. He'd explained the situation in his last talk with Mandalore, including the need to feign formality, at least until they could be sure they weren't being tracked. "We've just entered outer orbit," said Darman. "Ready to move forward on your mark." "Copy. Sending coordinates now." Darman glanced at his screen. "Base there in the system. Omega-1 out." Darman clicked off the comm link and blew out a long breath, hands dangling at his sides. Niner clapped him on the shoulder and whispered, "Almost home, Nervad." Niner felt joy surge in his heart, but Darman just nodded grimly. Then Reed asked, "Do we have the coordinates for the Jedi?" "That's right," Niner said. Carefully, he unclipped the latch on his hip holster, but he didn't go for his pistol, not yet. "Understood." Reed's fingers danced over his console's keyboard. Something flashed on Dar's screen, and he jerked upright. "What was what? What did you say?" "I just relayed the coordinates to the local garrison," Reed said. "Captain Pellaeon made sure they had a ship in orbit ready to go. They should get to the target first." "What?" Darman nearly shouted. Reed frowned in honest confusion. "I'm sorry, but these orders came last minute from the captain. He said to keep them to myself." Darman stared. Niner felt the pistol's grip press against his palm but had no idea if he should pull it out and fire. He had no idea what to do at all. "Is there a problem?" Reed blinked. "Don't we want backup when we go against the Jedi?" Something beeped on the blast boat's proximity sensors. Niner looked out the viewport and saw the gray disk of an IPV-0 patrol craft quickly growing larger ahead. A new voice crackled over the cabin speakers. "Attention, Unidentified vessel, transmit identification, or you will be fired upon. Darman clasped the throttle, but he didn't punch it forward. His hands were shaking. Behind them, Reed said, transmitting our code now. When he was done, he put his hands in his lap and swiveled his chair to face Niner and Darman. Don't worry, once this is cleared, we should be free to approach our destination. I believe the garrison troops are almost at the location now, but hopefully there will be some targets left for us to kill. He smiled politely, as though oblivious to the anger and shock on Niner's face. As for Darman, he looked like he wanted to scream. They came for us right before dawn. After that long night, barely anyone was awake, and those who were totally unprepared. The only thing that saved us was the thing that doomed us, Darman's call from his ship in orbit. The call came in via the communication system Jang and Muriel had installed on Cornucopia, which in turn was connected to their personal comics via short-range wireless relay. Their call ended up rousing Muriel out of bed, but as soon as he got off the line, he hurried over to Calbor's quarters to get him up. Jane hurried over and woke me. When the first shuttle approached, we knew it wasn't Darman. It came too soon. The pre-dawn sky over Kiramura ran an east to west spectrum of violets and rosy reds down to blackness and starlight, and we heard something coming from the east without seeing it, which meant that somebody was staying low to the tree line to avoid being spotted. Calbor didn't hesitate. He ordered Jang and Mario to bring up the particle shields over the hangar compound and told me to sound the alarm. None of us hesitated either. If we'd allowed ourselves to think maybe that's Darman after all, we'll be okay, then even more would have died, maybe all of us. The compound looked like a disconnected tangle of small sheds strewn around the Carrier central hut, but as always, there was more to Calbor's creation than met the eye. Underground tunnels connected a lot of the buildings, and all of them were networked into a short-range wireless comnet. That was what I triggered. Alarms starting wailing like banshees in the pre-dawn gloom. They even drowned out the roar of the Imperial shuttle as it soared over the clearing and past it, toward a landing zone by the lake. We'd gone through emergency drills, but the real thing is always different. People react in different ways to sudden stress. All 6 Knolls appeared within a minute of the first alarm, every one of them in full armor. VAU showed up right after, Lord Murd on his heels, and both of them looked ready to kill. Maze and Key popped into the Carrier next. They looked ready for battle too, even if they didn't have any Bascargon to wear. Others reacted slower. Some slept in sheds without tunnels and had to risk crossing the field. As I sprinted out of the Carrier with the Knolls to start laying mines around the clearing's perimeter, Euthan and Scout were racing toward it. The girl's blue lightsaber bobbed in the dark, and I wanted to shout at her, tell her she was making herself a target, but she was too far away. We didn't have time to do anything fancy with the mines. We just shoved them into the soil cap up, hidden by shrubbery when we could, then ran back to the Carrier before remote activating them. We got back into the compound just before the first one got triggered. The boom of the explosion echoed through the clearing, and a gout of black smoke poured up into the sky. Then they started shooting from the tree line. In the darkness, they were hard to see, but the Knolls had IR sensors in their Bice and Verpine sniper rifles to go along with them, so they were the ones who crawled on their armored bellies into the high grass and began picking off the enemy where they could. Of course, they had the same gear as us. The inside of the Carrier was pandemonium. People were crowding in, and Skirata was trying to get a head count before he led the exodus through the tunnel to the hangar. Kinaha's head bobbed on his long stalk above the rest. Scout and Euthan were there. Bethany held you tight against her chest. You were a brave boy, Katika. You weren't even crying. Where's Joka? Kor was shouting. Where's she? We're missing Lasima and Aden, Fi reported. I need to get to my lab. Euthan repeated over and over. I zeroed in on her. Grabbing her with both hands, shaking some sense into her, I said, what do we need to save more clones? What do we absolutely need? I know what we need. Gillimer appeared behind him. The friendly country doctor was gone. He was all gold armor and determination. I'll come with you, I said. Me too. Scout piped, though her hands were shaking and her knuckles were white as she clasped her turned-off lightsaber in front of her. There was the boom of another mine going off, and she flinched. Even without the fear pouring off her in the Force, I knew she'd be no good in the fight. I said, "Protect Kinaha and Uthin. Follow Kalbor and get to the hangar. Mijika, you're with me." "I'm coming too," someone said, and to my surprise it was VAU. I stared at the black mask of his helmet, tried to touch him in the Force, but I could read nothing of his intentions. "Okay," I breathed, "all three of us." "Four of us," VAU patted Murd's shoulders. I wanted to tell him this was going to be no fight for Strill, then I figured that ugly beast had been through his share and would probably outlive us all. "Okay," I said, "let's go." "Oh yeah?" "We're still missing Joka," Kor shouted as we moved for the door. "Lasima and Attica too," Fi said. "We'll try to get the stragglers," Z said as he affixed one of the spare comm headsets around his right ear. Maze was right behind him. Somehow, both of them had found black plasteel vests, which wasn't Beskar, but it was better than nothing. "That ain't a lot of armor, Pops," Kor told him as he pushed his own battered clone commando helmet over his face. "I have the Force." Z took out his lightsaber and ignited it, silencing all argument with his snap, hiss, and hum. "Okay, enough of this," I said. "Let's go." "Oh yeah? Oh yeah?" Gillimer and VAU bellowed, and we plunged out into the firefight. Dawn was coming fast. Violet and Rose had spread to the west, canceling out starlight, while the east was turning a deep blue. No sun had crested the forest yet, and the trees around the clearing were shapeless and black. We ran in a straight line, me, Gillimer, VAU, Murd. I heard the hum of Z's lightsaber behind me but didn't look back as he, Kor, and Maze went running for Joka's shed. There was another boom as a mine went off behind us, but in front of us they were still pumping lasers, so we sprinted with our heads low and targets small. There was another explosion in the middle of the field. Someone was lobbing grenades too. We ducked behind the smoking ruin of what I realized was the manure shed we'd cured Maze in. Gillimer ducked low, plucked a grenade from his belt, and lobbed it toward the tree line. The explosion rocked the earth and triggered a mine for a second explosion. We used the smoke and heat for cover and raced for Uthin's shed. Lasers from the direction of the Carrier whipped past us toward the tree line, suppression fire from one of the nulls. When we got to the shed, Gillimer rammed into his shoulder first and smashed the wooden door off his hinges. VAU stayed outside and dropped to his knees, popping out covering fire while Gillimer and I scoured the shed. Gillimer moved fast. He grabbed equipment I didn't even recognize: vials of liquid, cell sample dishes, surgical tools, data cards, and shoved them into carrying cases, one after another. I didn't even notice he was bleeding from beneath his left ribcage until he let out a cry of pain and slumped against Uthin's workbench. "Mijika, you're hurt." Took a strength. Slipped between the armor, Gillimer grunted and tried to straighten himself. The fabric between his Beskar plates were darkened with blood. "I'll be okay, Wallow. Get your Shebs in here. Need you to carry stuff." Before VAU could appear, there was the boom of an explosion and a massive concussive blast. The far wall of the shed exploded and knocked both of us to our feet. My comm turned to static and slabs of smoking timber pounded my Biscargam. My buick canceled out the deafening effect of the grenade blast, but it also played merry hell with my sensors. My IR viewer went crazy, and I fumbled to switch it back to visual. I saw a Mandalorian in dark gray armor standing over me, dim against the red of the sky. He was bringing his rifle to bear when another shadow blurred across my vision. Then both were gone. I rolled to one side and pushed myself up. I had a couple dozen kilos of wreckage on me, but with the Force I was able to get upright. I looked down to see Lord Miradalin straddling the gray armored Mando. His teeth tore through the soft padding around the man's neck, and blood spouted into the air. I recognized the death watch crest on the dying man's shoulder and wasn't surprised. I smacked my helmet, like that would clear my comm, and shouted, "VAU. Mijika. Respond." Laser blasts whipped around me. Old instincts kicked in, and I pulled my lightsaber from my belt to deflect them. A half-dozen black forms were running toward me from the tree line, and all were firing. VAU's voice came over my headset. I got the gear. I got the gear. I glanced to one side and saw VAU's black armored form on his knees, shifting through the wreckage of the shed. I reached out with the force and tossed some of the smoking wood planks into the air. Well, Shab, VAU muttered, that works too. Mijika. I called. The Death Watch thugs were getting closer. Where are you? Mijika. A voice groaned over my headset. Get your shebs out of here, both of you. Where are you? I spotted gold armor peeking through more debris. Gillimer was trying to rise. I lowered my saber and ducked close to him. As I pulled his leg out from beneath the wreckage, I could immediately tell it was mangled. No way I'm running with this, Gillimer groaned. Oh, Shab. Tell Kal I'm sorry. Sorry for calling the whole Shabla Death Watch down. I tried to shove my shoulder beneath his armpit and lift him up. Come on, Mijika, we can do it. We can get you home. Do you have it? I've got some, VAU said. Bardika, I'm gonna need your hands. We're not leaving you. I shouted to Gillimer, but the man shook his head. Do it. Save Youthen. Save your vote. We're not. Do it, Barden. VAU snapped. Lasers whipped over my head. I barely ducked in time. Some explosion went off. A mine or grenade, I couldn't tell. Fall back, VAU shouted. Now. He gathered up his equipment in both his arms and ran. Myrtilon bounded after him. I grabbed the remaining equipment with one hand, cradled it against my chest, and kept my lightsaber blazing in the other. Then I ran too. I dared look back when we were halfway to the Carrier. A half-dozen Death Watch were approaching the wreckage of the shed. I didn't see Gillimer, but I knew he was there. I turned and ran. The blast from his last grenade lit up the sky and shook the field behind me, but I didn't see that either. Maze found Joka in the tall grass 5 meters from her shed. She was lying face down with smoke still rising from the scorch mark between her shoulder blades. When he prodded her shoulder, her head rolled to one side, and the pale profile of her face reflected the rosy light in the sky. He remembered sideways glances of her mouth, twisted in a sour frown at having found herself stranded among strangers, or relaxed into a reluctant smile after Kor or Jan cracked a joke. Then he heard the thunder of a nearby explosion and pushed Joka from his mind. He called into his comlink, Joka is down, repeat, Joka is terminated. He heard Kor swore. Are you sure? No pulse. I'm sorry. C's voice cut in over Kor's continued swearing. We're with Adin and Lasima. She took a stray round to the thigh. Can you move her? I'm trying. Someone said, probably Adin. Stand by. I'll help cover. Look for us. I see you, May said. The blazing green light of Z's lightsaber was at once a shield against laser blasts and a beacon to them. They seemed to be pinned down behind the wreckage of Adin and Lasima's burnt-down shed. May switched his comlink to his secondary frequency. Knowles, this is Maze. You copy? We copy, Maze. Citrip. One of them said. He didn't know which. Joka's dead. Lasima's wounded. Trying to extract. She's with Z? Hard to miss, someone said. We'll lay down covering fire. Get ready to run. I'm 40 meters east, in the grass. We'll keep that in mind. Go in 10. Affirmative. In 10. He didn't think the Knolls would shoot him, not intentionally, but even if the sky was gaining light, the clearing was still deep in shadow, and the strobing flashes of explosions and laser blasts turned the battlefield into a surreal blur of color and darkness. May switched back to Z's frequency. Get ready to run, 8 seconds. Understood, Maze. We're ready. He heard something cutting through the field to his right. He spun around and saw the dark form of a Mandalorian charging right at him. He fired a spray of blast before he could raise his DC properly, stupid, amateurish, and his shots cut through the grass at knee height. One of them caught the charging Mando across the thigh, scoring Beskar and fabric and flesh. The man fumbled with his rifle and plunged headfirst into the grass only a few meters from Maze. Someone shouted, "Shab it, Maze. Shab, shab, shab." And Z, "Go now. Go now?" What happened? Maze pressed her headset to his ear. Laser fire filled the clearing to the east of him, and Z's luminous blade cut arcs through the dark air. "You shabla shot, Ordo," one of the gnolls shouted. "Oh, fear feck," Maze swore. "Stand by. I'll get him. I'll get him." Maze slung his rifle over his shoulder and crawled on all fours through the grass. He found Ordo lying not far ahead, struggling to sit upright. Maze pinned his shoulders to the ground and said, "Hold on, I'll get you out of here." "Hold on." Ordo's head flopped back and forth, but he didn't make a sound. Maze wrestled his helmet off with both hands and got a face of Mandalore profanity, some directed at him and some at the busted leg. "I've got this, Ordo, I've got this. You shot me, you chacker. I thought you were Death Watch." Maze snapped and flicked his comlink back on. "Are you there? Jang. Mariel. Comric here? Do you have Ordo?" "I've got him, it's just a leg wound. I'm sorry, I..." "Save it, Shabur. Can you move him? I'll need cover fire." "You've got it. Once you're in, we're making an exit." "What about Z and Koran?" "We've got M. Move it, soldier." Maze turned off the comlink and looked back at Ordo. "Are you okay to be carried? Do I look like I have a shabla choice?" Maze didn't bother to answer. He rode Ordo onto his butt, then folded him over his shoulder and struggled to stand. Either he'd gotten out of shape or Beskar was too damn heavy. Probably both. Laser blasts whizzed by. He lurched forward, Ordo's legs dangling in front of his chest. The Carrier seemed infinitely close and infinitely far. Lights flashed in the grass, covering fire from hidden gnolls. Maze charged forward through the grass even as he felt his chest would burst from the pressure of the heavy body hanging off of him. He literally fell through the doorway, Ordo with him. They clattered to the floor of the Carrier as a mess of tangled limbs. Lasima and the Jedi were still there, circled around the uncovered pit in the middle of the room that gave access to the tunnels, and they turned as one to gawk at the arrivals. As Maze and Ordo struggled to pull apart from each other, the gnolls charged in behind them. "No time for rough love, Vode," Mariel said. "We're getting out of here." The tunnels beneath the Kiramoric compound were cramped and dark, and every time a mine or grenade shook the earth, clumps dirt tumbled from the walls, and the basic timbered frame that held up the ceiling creaked and groaned. Scout tried to remind herself that most of the group had already gotten safely to the hangar. Even Kina had somehow managed to fit her long body through. Ordo went first, helped on either shoulder by Mariel and Maze. Next went Lasima, their other walking wounded, with Kor and Adden supporting her. Scout and Z, lightsabers blazing, brought up the rear along with Aiden. The gnoll had his Verpine rifle unslung and somehow walked backwards across the tunnel's uneven surface. A pair of grenades dangled from his belt, and Scout knew that if the tunnel was breached, and it probably would be soon now that they'd abandoned the Carrier, Aiden wouldn't hesitate to bring the whole thing down, no matter who was still inside. Joka was already dead. So was Jillimer. It didn't seem real, she knew, but she couldn't believe. It was like her flight from the temple during Order 66 all over again. People she knew and cared about were dying, and there was nothing she could do except keep her head down and run for her life. The pain of loss would come later. Losing Jillimer, especially, was going to hurt. She knew that, but she didn't feel the pain, not yet. The tunnel shook around them. The panels of timbering shifted and chunks of heavy dirt fell on Scout's head and tangled in her hair. "Are they in?" she rasped. Aiden shook his head. He was still walking backward. "When they come in, we'll know." "Are we almost there?" Z asked. "Should be close now." Scout jumped at the sound of blaster fire. It was coming from somewhere in the distance, somewhere up ahead. "Oh, fear feck," Aiden groaned. "What is it?" "Are they up ahead?" Z said. "They're in the hangar," one of the gnolls shouted from up ahead. Can't stay here? Nervad, Aiden called. Gotta get out. Another sound joined the whine of lasers, the whir and hum of a lightsaber. Bardica's holding him off. Someone called. Go, go, go. They carried Lacima and Ordo as fast as possible out of the tunnel mouth. Z charged in behind them, and Scout followed the flapping tail of his black robe. They jumped out into the middle of a firefight. Laser fire bounced between the hangar's gray walls, and the air smelled of smoke and ozone. One corner of the hangar had crumbled. Its wall spilled open, and enemy soldiers were trying to advance inside. She thought she saw dark gray Mandalorian T-visor masks, but she also saw the white helmets of clone commandos peeking through the smoking gap, illuminated by muzzle flashes. Two big freighters, Nivalin's Cornucopia and the Null's Ihen, were parked beneath the still-closed roof, their landing ramps down. Lacima was being hauled into Cornucopia, Ordo into Ihen. In the opposite corner, the hangar's third occupant, a sleek aggressor-class starfighter, was pushing off the ground with his repulsor lifts and sending gusts of hot wind through the confined space. Scout tried to remember the old instructions, the rules laid out by Master Maruk, an iron hand in another life. Angle your back to the closest wall, keep your saber up, watch everything, hear everything, feel everything through the Force. Right now the only thing Scout felt was scared out of her mind. She tried to stand facing the opening, positioning herself between the enemy and ramp to Ihen. Laser blasts whipped her direction, and she brought up her lightsaber to deflect them. She batted back 1, 2, 3. Z stood further ahead and spun his saber with elegant ease, batting bolt after bolt into the threshold. One clone trooper's armor sparked and flashed, and he fell back, killed by his own shot. Then someone shouted, "Watch out." Scout spun to her right. Call it luck, the Force, instinct. She knew danger was racing toward her. Two Mandalorians in gray Death Watch armor charged out from behind a pile of storage crates where they must have been hiding. Scout froze where she was. Her feet wouldn't move. The Mandos began shooting. 2 shots buzzed by her head, singing her hair. Then a hard body slammed into her. Aiden wrapped one arm around her waist and tossed her roughly to the ground, then spun around and cracked an elbow in the neck of the Death Watch thug who suddenly appeared in front of him. The soldier stumbled. Aiden locked his leg around the man's thigh, kicked back, and knocked him off balance. The Mandalorian tumbled to the floor in front of Scout. Aiden turned on the other Death Watchman just in time for a rifle shot to scheme his Beskar. He grunted, stumbled back, and raised his own gun to fire. The downed man had jumped up to his feet, grabbed his gun, and readied a shot at the back of Aiden's neck. Scout's hand found her lightsaber. She jumped up, her blade stretched out, she slashed. The smell of scorched flesh and melted metal filled her nose. The man in front of her seemed to freeze in mid-motion. Then the top of his body, helmet and shoulders and torso clattered to the ground. His legs and hips, still standing, wavered for a second before they collapsed too. Scout stared at the man she killed. The lightsaber still buzzed in her hands. Laser blasts sang around her. Aiden dropped his opponent, with the point-blank shot through the helmet visor as the hangar ceiling opened and the aggressor burst out into the new day's sky. Scout couldn't take her eyes off the body. Then Aiden grabbed her by the waist again and pulled her forward. Thanks for the save, kid, but watch the saber. Let's get our ships out of here. He pulled her through the firefight, onto Ihen's ramp and into his cargo hold, right on Master Zay's heels, but she barely noticed that either. As the ramp closed and Ihen lurched into the air, she couldn't take her eyes off the torso and legs, grotesquely crisscrossed on top of each other, not until the ramp clanked shut and hid everything from view. Despite everything, Kal Skirata was okay. He had to tell himself that, so he kept on telling himself that. Joka was dead. Mijika was dead. Ordo and Lacima were hurt, but they were okay. They salvaged what Yuthan needed to keep on healing clones, and that was okay too. They'd have to Baslan Shevla after this, scatter and disappear and regroup later. But that was okay too. Everything was okay. He could handle it. He could handle it. He sat next to Nye in Cornucopia's cockpit. The freighter was unarmed, an oversight they planned on fixing but never got around to, which was why they let Vau Commerk and Prudia take the aggressor out first. The Imps, or Death Watch, or whoever was attacking them, didn't seem to have brought plentiful air support, so hopefully the aggressor would be enough to clear the battle zone and secure safe passage out of the system. From the comm station behind Skirata, his daughter reported, Ahen says they're ready to do. They have everyone. Muriel says so. Give me a line to VAU, Skirata said. He was no pilot, or co-pilot, and he hadn't spent as much time in Nai's ship as he should have, but when the green light started blinking, he knew that RUU had patched the communications link to his console. He flipped the switch and leaned close to the audio grill. Wallon, you hear me? Wallon. We're here, Boer, Commerk replied. You got 'em all. We got everyone. Everyone's still breathing anyway. It's getting hairy in here. Is it clear outside? Affirmative. Sensors show a flight of snub fighters coming fast, plus a shuttle. Time to punch it. On our way. Skirata looked to Nai. You ready? Any other Rudy woman would have been breaking down with fear in this situation, but Nai, bless her, just nodded. Eyes dead ahead on the Death Watch, and imp thugs pouring through the gap in the wall. She gripped Cornucopia's throttle tight enough to pale her knuckles. RUU, tell America to punch out. Now. Nai kicked in the repulsor lifts to high power. Cornucopia shot straight up through the open ceiling and into a rosy sky. Ahen rose with her while the aggressor spun circles around the clearing. Scattered rifle blasts darted up through the sky, mostly missing the 3 spacecraft or otherwise twanging pathetically against their hulls. Cornucopia pointed her nose upward and shot ahead on top atmospheric speed. The battle-scarred clearing, the Karai hut, the lake that Skirata and his Aliite had called home for almost a year disappeared in the blink of an eye and would not come again. Sensors show imp fighters approaching, RUU reported. Time to intercept. Shows 2 minutes, Boer. We'll be out of the grav well by then, Nai said. Her voice was still incredibly steady. You have the coordinates. Each ship had a different location programmed for their initial jump. They'd reunite at another preset location later. Ready to go, Nai said. What about the others? Will they make it too? They'll be okay, Boer. Fire danced across the viewport as they cleared the atmosphere. The red tints of new daylight disappeared and their cockpit filled with the constant nothingness of space. Those fighters are slowing as they break atmo, RUU said. We'll make it, Boer? Skirata didn't release his breath, not until Nai kicked her freighter into hyperspace. Distant stars became streams of pure white, and then their entire viewport blazed with the dazzling light of hyperspace. Finally, Skirata breathed out. Nai did too. She took her hands off the controls and folded them in her lap to hide the shaking. In the back of the cabin, Katika started crying in Bethany's arms. Incredibly, it was the first noise he'd made since the attack began. Skirata sunk into the co-pilot seat, listened, and let everything they'd lost finally sink in. It was not going to be okay anymore. Nai reached out and laid the back of her fingers against the rough stubble of his cheek. Cheer up, Shorty, she smiled weakly. You're still breathing. You've still got your sons. He reached up and let his fingers touch hers. They interlocked, and their hands lowered but did not separate. Neither of them said a word. They looked away from each other, stared at the blur of hyperspace, and didn't let go. Behind them, Katika continued to wail. By the time Darman's blast boat reached Kiramort, it was all over. The flight of V-Wing fighters sent to escort them had veered off in the upper atmosphere, on the trail of 3 ships that had escaped from the compound's hangar. As the V-Wing's engines had flared ahead, Darman had been ready to fire on them from behind until Reed reported, so crisp and polite, that the V-Wings wouldn't catch up with them in time. A wave of relief flooded through Darman, but dread came back in full when they landed in the battle-scarred clearing. Fresh morning light had just crested the surrounding treetops and spilled harsh gold illumination onto everything, the tall grass, the ruined buildings, the pillars of black smoke still rising into the sky. Once, Darman had thought of this place as the home he'd never seen, and the reward that waited for him when all his trials were done, but that had been a long time ago. when attain had also been part of his hopes instead of the source of his regret. They landed the blast boat in the grass and filed out, Niner first, then Darman and Reed in the back. There were other men standing in the field, surveying the wreckage. Most were clones, but a few were Mandalorians in dark gray armor. Death Watch. It had to be. One of the clones with Lieutenant's markings hailed the new arrivals. He walked up to Niner and said, "Welcome. You are our intel point men." It took Niner a moment to respond. He'd covered his face in his helmet ever since their attempts to come Kiramorit and warn them were blocked by a planet-side jamming field. He'd barely said a word since, and Darman could only imagine how shocked and angry his brother must be. "That's right," Niner said at last. "What's the status?" The lieutenant looked around the battlefield. Unfortunately, most of them escaped. The local militia formed the first wave of the assault and took heavy casualties. Good, Darman thought. The more Death Watch Shabuyer killed, the better, but he knew that wasn't the end of it. "What losses did the enemy take?" Niner asked. "We found 2 bodies so far. A man and a woman." "Were they Jedi?" Darman spoke up. The lieutenant didn't answer right away. He was probably a good clone, a good soldier. Taken aback by Darman's lack of protocol. But he said, "We haven't found a lightsaber on either of them." "Can we see the bodies?" Niner's voice was steady. "Of course. Right this way." The lieutenant led them through the hip-tall grass. Darman adjusted his helmet visor to filter out the glare of the sunlight in the east. It made the world seem cold and dim. The lieutenant walked up to another clone standing in the grass. The clone stepped aside, revealing the body he'd been keeping watch over. It was a woman, human with long dark hair. It was nobody Darman had seen before, and he felt weak with relief. He made sure his comlink was patched in securely to Niner's helmet and said, "Who do you think she is?" "Not sure." Niner crouched low over the body but didn't touch it. "Could be Calbor's daughter." Ruelson. Darman had forgotten all about her. He leaned over the body too. He knew Calbor's biological daughter was supposed to be nearing middle age, and this woman looked younger than that. "I don't think it's her," he told Niner. "One of Calbor's other strays, probably." Niner didn't respond. Darman hoped, believed it was true. He needed it to be true. From the moment Reed popped off his call to the local garrison, his mind had been trapped in a strange limbo, unsure who, if anyone, could be blamed for the catastrophe. Now it seemed the catastrophe wasn't as bad as he'd feared during the long flight down to Kiramorit, and the specter of a guilty conscience started to lift. "We found one more over there," the lieutenant gestured to the smoking wreckage of what must have been a small shed. "That one's male. Looks like a Mandalorian." Darman fell back into limbo again. As he, Niner, and Reed walked through the grass, he moved one foot ahead of the other like an automaton. His mind was empty, waiting for relief or guilt to overwhelm it in the coming seconds. This body was badly damaged in an explosion, along with several members of the local militia, the lieutenant was saying. It may take longer to identify. A whole set of corpses had been pulled from the debris and laid out in the grass. All of them were burned black from the explosion, and several were mangled or missing limbs. Most wore the darker armor of the Death Watch, but one stood out from all the others. The torso was scorched black and blasted inward in a way that must have crushed the chest inside. Even Bascargon could twist and deform if exposed to the sudden blast of heat from a grenade at close range. Someone had found the decency to lay a white cloth over the wreckage of the face. The arms and legs, however, were still intact, and their armor was gold. Darman's knees went weak. He forgot Niner and Reed and the lieutenant and pitched forward into the grass. His clenched knuckle dug into the soil, and he screamed within the bitter privacy of his own helmet. Almost as fast as he fell, Niner was beside him. Niner shook his shoulders and shouted over their secure comlink, "UDCI, Dar. UDCI. It's not him. It's not Calbor." Darman panted hard. His throat scraped when he said, "That armor. It has to be him. Take a closer look, Dar. It's not his armor. Look at it." It took incredible effort to lift his head and open his eyes. Darman looked at those arm and leg plates, really looked at them. He pulled one hand out of the soil and turned his helmet visor to unfiltered visual. Even in the strange light of dawn, he could see that the armor's gold tone had a slightly darker tint than Kalbor's. The structure of the plating was different too. The leg and arm plating had slightly rounded edges, whereas his father's were all right angles. He realized this man was taller than Kalbor as well. Above him, Niner was on his feet, explaining to the lieutenant, "I'm sorry. We lost a brother a few weeks ago, head wound. Self-inflicted, actually. My friend, well." The nameless lieutenant nodded in understanding. Niner helped pull Darman up and switched his comlink back to private mode. "It's not Kalbor, Dar, do you see that now? He got away. Everyone we care about got away. It's okay." "Where? Where did they?" "Jane and Mario will let us know. We'll figure out something else, Dar." "Not now. We can't get away. Ree's on our backs now, and Mellozer." He couldn't finish his sentence. All this time he thought Captain Mellozer, holy roly, was as pure as could be, devoted to the well-being of his clone troops and the destruction of the Jedi. He had used Reed and he'd lied to Darman. Yes, Darman had lied to him too, but that didn't make it any better. The Empire, the Jedi, Reed, Mellozer, maybe even Niner and Skirata, they were all against him now. He was all alone. "We'll figure something out, Dar, I promise," Niner said, and with the smoothness of a true sergeant, he turned back to the lieutenant and asked for a full briefing of the battle. Darman listened to them talk but didn't hear a word. He stared down at the bodies, gray armor and gold, and tried to find his way out of limbo. Maybe Niner was right. There might still be a way to save his son. He might even be able to save his father and brothers if he played his sapid cards right. Mellozer didn't have proof that he'd planned to desert. He must have suspected something, to have pulled Reed aside like that. But he didn't know, and neither Niner nor Darman had given him any proof of disloyalty on this mission. He told Mellozer he'd give the man Jedi, and he hadn't been lying about that. Those Jedi were still with his family, manipulating them and scheming to steal his son. But if he could find some way to separate them, to give Mellozer his Jedi while he escaped with Cad and Kalbor and his brothers, well, that would be the happiest ending of all. He didn't know how he'd do it yet, but he could find a way. He had to. He couldn't have come so far, fought so hard, lost so much, for nothing. Interlude. Through the distance. The man lowered his head and was silent. The boy, still seated on the log, stared up at him, expectant, but the man did not speak. Around them, the daylight was getting sharper and the shadows longer. A few birds wheeled in the open sky overhead, cawing. "So that happened here," the boy said finally. "I mean, this is Kiramora, isn't it? The original compound was maybe 10-20 kilometers south of here. On the plain, not in the mountains. Kalbor wanted to call our new place Kiramora after the old one. The old one got found out. It got destroyed. But it was our home." The boy looked at the boots on his feet. "I never knew what happened to the old Kiramora. Nobody told me. All he remembered was spaceships and ports and hiding in different places until they came here 2 summers ago." "Do you like it here?" "I like the mountains. I like the trees and the animals and the air. You don't get wind on spaceships. First I thought it was weird, but I like it now. I just wonder if we're safe." "Kalbor thinks we are. I think he's right. The Empire's already got Mandalore under heel. They're off putting down other worlds, and they've made bigger enemies than us." "Are you sure? A chacker like Palpatine excels at making enemies. We're not like him. After we left Mandalore the first time, we went full Baslan Shevla." Strategic disappearance, the boy translated as if by rote. "Kalbor's made sure the Empire thinks we're dead. We're safe here. We can wait." "Wait for what?" "Wait until Palpatine bites off more than he can chew. Wait until the Empire's dying. And then we free Mandalore." The man smirked. "Exactly?" The boy looked at his boots. "That story's not over yet, is it?" You haven't told me what happened to my father. The smile quickly disappeared. No, I haven't. I want to know. Now. Please? The man looked around at the lengthening shadows. It's getting late. We have a long walk back to camp. You have night vision on your buick, don't you? The man looked down at his T-visor helmet, now resting between his boots. I suppose I do. Still, I wouldn't want people to worry. I'm worried now. You can't just start a story like that and not end it. All right, the man gave a short sigh. I'll tell you what happened next. But it's not going to be a happy story. I know that, but I have to find out. The man stared at the boy without speaking. The boy felt like he was being probed and said, "Are you going to do it or not?" You're very brave, Katika. Tell me, please. All right, I will. But first, you have to understand that what happened to your father, what happened to me, and all your uncles, was part of something much, much bigger. We all like to think we can control our own destinies, but sometimes we get pulled into other people's stories. Sometimes we let ourselves be pulled along willingly. The boy could sense an immense sadness coming from the man, like he was unearthing one of his long-buried regrets. For what happened next, Katika, I want you to know I'm sorry. I did what I thought was right at the time. If I knew then what I know now. He shook his head. No, I won't go there. That's foundation. I can't unring that bell. But Bardika, what happened? The boy's voice cracked. I made a choice, and I got a lot of people killed. Katika, I got your father killed. The boy stayed there, deathly still, watching, waiting. This is my part of the story, said the man. My choice, and its consequences.